Hello. Welcome. Welcome to City Council meeting. Excuse me. Good grief. And welcome to those that are online. We have a full agenda tonight, and we've got a lot of people here. So it's going to be a good evening. And Craig Hansen, are you here? And I'm just not seeing you. I'm scanning real quickly. I do not see Craig Hansen here, who is going to open us in prayer. Okay. Well, we have a tradition of opening in prayer for our city council meetings and saying the pledge. And shall I just point and pick someone? How would you like to be instant?
Garl.
Girl, I was going to say Sharon Harris. Sharon, would you be instant? Come on up, Sharon, and I'm going to have you. Oh, I am so sorry. I am so sorry. I wasn't looking close enough. Carol, you would have been awesome. Well, we'll have Sharon anyway, so I'm sorry, but we'll have you in the future.
Do I have to give my age and all that kind of stuff? Just, okay.
Thank you, Sharon.
You're welcome. Let's pray. Father, I love Nampa. Thank you for putting me here. And God, we thank you so much for the leaders of our community. And I would ask that you just grant them a blessing of peace, of prosperity, of health. And that tonight, God, you would give them such wisdom and understanding. And that, God, things that need to be done will be done. And we pray this in the name of Jesus. Amen. And let's salute the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Sharon, thank you so much. You can tell you're here all the time because you've got it down. And Carol, come back and we'll have you open, okay? I'm so sorry I didn't see your hand. I was looking too hard. Okay, so let's open with roll call.
Rodriguez?
Here.
Brunner?
Here.
Mucci? Levi?
Wasn't?
Haverfield?
Here.
Bauer?
Who will be here momentarily. Caught in traffic. Okay, proposed amendments to the agenda. We will move forward because we have a quorum. So proposed amendments to the agenda, I see that we need to remove number 511, which is authorizing the mayor to sign the sewer reimbursement agreement with the Challenger Development, Inc. So we'll remove that item off the agenda. Other than that, I'm not aware of any other changes or modifications to the agenda. Council, are you aware of any?
Mayor,
Yes.
I move that we accept the consent agenda as read with the deletion of 511.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes. So we do not have any proclamations tonight, and the next item on the agenda is a Nampa resident wishing to speak on an agenda or non-agenda item. I'm going to remind, this does say comments related to zoning and land use matters are usually done during the hearing. So if someone wanted to make a comment and it's related to a hearing item, we would save that for the public hearing time. But is there anyone here, is there anyone signed up?
I have a Sean Kinnelly,
And it's not related to an agenda item?
is non-agenda.
Okay. Hello, Sean.
Hi, Steve.
Welcome.
Sean Canale, 1328 Goldenrod Place. To affirm the goodness and sanctity of life is the right thing to do, which you mentioned last month as being a unanimous opinion of this council. But your duty is not complete. And your previous actions mean nothing of any substance if you do not go further and outlaw abortion in our city. Make it a criminal act, because this is what it is. What good is a statement affirming love for life if you will not take a stand to defend such life? Such affirmations do nothing to defend life And when each of you leave this office that you hold, there will have been nothing established at this point to defend the lives of children in the womb. They will continue to need an advocate, and Nampa will not be a safe place for them. Nampa will stand with the rest of Idaho as a place of danger, a place that stands apathetic to this horrific bloodshed. If you have turned from your sins and trusted in Jesus Christ, then you have Jesus as your substitute before God, forgiveness in his shed blood, and eternal life with the triune God. You have Jesus as your defender against every foe. God has called each of you to model Jesus in your defense of those who need your protection. Be a city council that establishes a land that unapologetically loves and therefore legislates righteousness. If you want to rule our city well, then you must worship Jesus Christ. And in your worship of him as a member of city council and as our mayor, I implore you to protect our most precious gift. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And David Burchard.
Hello and welcome.
Thank you. David Burchard, 1328 Goldenrod. So I'm also here to advocate going further than just a proclamation of your value of life, to actually criminalize abortion in Nampa. And I want to illustrate why that is significant. You guys look like a romantic group. Imagine if I meet a young lady and I tell her I love her. That matters. It's significant that I said that. But if I don't follow that up, if I don't follow that proclamation up with a proposal, it never goes to a proposal, then my affirmation, my proclamation of my love for her means nothing. And if I don't follow a proposal up with vows before God and man, my proposal means nothing. And if I don't follow those vows up with a life of giving myself as a husband to that woman, then it all meant nothing. You have an opportunity to do something of eternal significance, to criminalize what across the land is loved and cherished, to do what is going to be one of the most significant things you'll ever do in your life, to stand for those who are being slaughtered without defense. I exhort you to criminalize abortion in this city and be one of the greatest city councils in American history. Thank you.
And I have Hubert, but he wants to talk on agenda item 4.1.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. It's good to be here. This concerns Tom Point's report tonight, pages 43 through 48 in your packet. And I was asked to make a few words, to make a short statement, so I will do so. It is evident that considerable effort has been put into long-term needs for the fleet and streets, as in the report for council meeting tonight. At this time, I have no comment on whether the proposals are reasonable or not. It may be a good use of impact fees, but what other projects will use of the impact fees proposed replace? As impact fee committee seems to be non-functioning at this point, their input is non-existent. However, my primary concern is the use of long-term leasing to finance the proposal. I have serious objections to using this method, which only requires a vote of the City Council. I believe long-term debt should be voted on by the people, as was done with the wastewater plant and the Go Bond, which built Garrity and the overpass. In addition, leasing is a more expensive way of financing. The only advantage I see is that proponents will only have to convince a majority of the council to obligate the citizens to a 20 or 30-year repayment schedule. If it is truly a needed project, I think other methods of financing rather than a lease program is preferable, including pay-as-you-go with portions added at one time. And there are a variety of options presented. I would just like to add that the county commissioners have been hammered, I use that word not lightly, to have a lease method to build the 180 million county jail. It is legal, and it only takes 2 commissioners to pass that. So I don't want you to give them any ammunition. Thank you.
Thank you, Hubert. Is there anyone else that had intended to sign up to speak for 3 minutes on a given item? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to the next item on the agenda, and this is mayor and council comments. I do have a couple of just items to report. First of all, I want to say that our hearts go out to the family and friends of Pam Kreinig. She passed away this last week from cancer, and Pam was on the board, I believe, with Salvation Army, very active in the Nampa Chamber of Commerce, and I know it's a tremendous loss to her husband and family, so I just wanted to mention that our hearts go out to her family. Thank you to the Streets Division, who are working on, well, last week was hot, right? This week's a whole lot better, and I don't know if that's good or bad when it comes, is it good? Okay. So when it comes to laying down that oil and getting that chip to sink into it, but we have a great Streets Division, and Don, I didn't know that you were going to be sitting here tonight, but we appreciate the work of you and your team. And so it extends the life of good roads by 5 to 7 years. Our streets team oversees 800 lane miles and a $14 million funding deficit, which they do everything they can to stretch our streets and to take good care of them with the available funding that they have, and we appreciate their work. So, Don, thank you for your work. Appreciate it. June is Elder Abuse Prevention Month, and we don't have a proclamation for that tonight, but next week is Elder Abuse Prevention Week, and you watch social media and you should see some items on that. It's unfortunate that it's a real issue, but it is. So wanting to bring that to our attention. Also exciting progress on ITD Highway 16. There, I think you can go to our website to find a link. I'm not positive on that one, or to ITD. Encourage everyone to watch the videos and make comments. It's pretty cool the way they do the overlay on the videos for Highway 16, which is moving forward with funding. And so if you have a minute to go out to ITD, if I can get my mouth to work, it's going to be a long night and it's already early, so I'll try to say it right. It's an interesting overlay and a way to see what it's going to look like. Also, June 25th, we have a new educational rain garden coming to Lakeview Park, and the ribbon cutting is at 10 a.m. on June 25th. And then just a reminder that June 30th is God and Country, and it will be held this year, as it has in the past, is at the Fort Idaho Center in the amphitheater, and it's a free event to the public. The doors open around at 5:30, and the event starts at 6:30. It is our fireworks display also in our community at the end of the evening. It's a great evening, and it's free to the public, and we encourage people to attend. That's it for my updates and comments. Council, do you have any comments or anything you'd like to share this evening?
Mayor,
Yes.
I appreciate you commenting on Pam. Margie and I were talking back and forth here. I'd written a little statement about her too, and I'm just going to take a minute to read it, even though you already said thank you. Or you already sent condolences, sorry. Nampa lost the most remarkable community champion last week when Pam passed away. If you knew her, you knew how much she loved people, her community, God, and her country. You also knew you could expect the very warmest hug, smile, and a general inquiry about your life and your family in the most genuine way. She loved helping others and dedicated countless volunteer hours to the Nampa Chamber, the Women's Century Club, the Salvation Army, and many others. She loved volunteering at the Salvation Army. She hosted a kitchen shower to gather much-needed items to better serve those in our community needing a meal. She also gathered cleaning and hygiene products, chaired the Salvation Army's gala committee, and loved stirring up a competition during kettlebell. Pam was deeply loved, and she'll be deeply missed. I pray for peace and comfort for her family, friends, and the many community members whose lives she touched. Her service will be held next week, and we hope that all of you will ring kettlebells throughout the year in her memory. And I'd love to do a proclamation someday, have you do one, to recognize her for all of the service she's done, and we should have a Pam Day.
You know, as you share that, I was just thinking about the cycle of life. Her husband, Gary, and his parents owned a farm, and here outside of Nampa, just off of South Side past Locust Lane, and I think that's their family farm. Right? And his parents passed away, both his mom and his dad, in the last 2 years, and they've been disposing of the property. And it just reminds you about the cycle of life. And the question that I have is, who's going to be next? Who's going to be the next Pam? Who's going to be the next person that has got the smile on their face, that's the Energizer Bunny, that is so positive, and that's always making a difference? And you know what? What I realize, it's our responsibility to be that next one that's going to make a difference in community, that's going to love their neighbor as themselves, and that's going to make a difference. And so that's what I think about when I think of Pam. And I think about Gary and her husband and the changes, because that's tough. Life is not easy, but it goes on. But it takes us to make a difference and also to reach out to our neighbors and care about them. So anyway, thank you for sharing that. Okay, so we don't have any agency or commission reports. And the next item on the agenda are staff reports, and we'll start with Tom Points, and then we'll move to Doug Racine.
Evening, Mayor, Council. Just have a few items for you tonight. I'm going to go over all this paperwork here. Got lots on the
It's a
agenda
little
from Public
scary.
Works. I want to start off with the staff report. And so I'm going to cover the first part about the road safety audit, and then Jeff's going to come up and talk about the streets fleet building that was mentioned by Mr. Osborne. So let's start with the Midland Roosevelt safety audit. You've got the actual report in your packet. So this is at Midland and Roosevelt, and so we did a safety audit with a team of professionals in the safety transportation business, and it was run by Precision Engineering. We also had representatives from LTAC and ITD and NAMPA and our Bike and Ped Committee and some citizens to go look at this. And the intent was to figure out what we could possibly do to make that intersection as safe as possible. And it's a reminder, this is a fairly new intersection that was put in only several years ago. So it has all the new modern signal technology in it and meets all the current traffic standards for safety. But yet we wanted to look and see what we could do to make it safer, because tragically there was a fatal accident with a young girl at that intersection here several months ago. And we wanted to do whatever we can to make that intersection safer and others in Nampa. So that was the purpose of the study. It was a very objective study going through and looking at all the elements of that intersection, including the lighting and the sidewalks, everything in there. And they came up with a list of short-term and long-term recommendations. And Jeff and his team, it should be in your report, said what we're going to do with each of those and which ones we're going to implement. The biggest one I want to pull out and talk about is the permissive yellow flashing. So you notice a lot of the newer signals now have that permissive yellow that allows people to turn. And what that means is they have to yield to oncoming cars and pedestrians, and that's what that signal indicates. So one of the things that came out of this audit is we could override that flashing yellow if a pedestrian pushes the button. And so then there's no way that it'll just be a red and they can't make the make the turn, the yellow arrow doesn't come. So it gives a pedestrian that refuge. So we actually, that was something we wanted to do right away. We already did that at that intersection. So I was just out there today, and I walked around all 4 legs, and it works. So, and that's good news, and that'll help make that intersection safer, and we're glad to be able to do that. So not all of our signals we can do that immediately on, because this one so happens to have that newer controller that we can go in and make those changes, and we got a team trained up how to do it. We have some older controllers we're gonna have to go replace out. The next step to this study is do a systemic approach, and we're gonna do a road safety audit to come up with criteria on which intersections we would apply this treatment to. So it'll be based on land use, safety, traffic volumes, pedestrian volumes, adjacent businesses, and land use. So that is coming up. And that's funded through LTAC, and it's coming up here beginning of this fiscal year. So we'll put that in, and then we'll go through and make the changes based on that criteria for the city. The other thing to note is ACHD has started this trend of changing some of their permissive yellows as well. They're about 50% through, and they're kind of going through the same process we are, determining which intersections make sense to do that. So can I answer any questions about the road safety audit or that intersection?
Thank you for doing that. Thank you, Tom.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Mayor and City Council, just a brief PowerPoint and some of the work we've done over the last year and a half on a fleet and a streets expansion scenario. So in 2012, there was a master plan that was done for the whole streets property, and it called for an expansion to the streets and also the fleet. At that time, the capacity wasn't there, and so we've been kind of pushing along since then. And so we revisited this last year and updated the master plan. We also did options and a scenario plan through CSHQA Architects, and then we've done some financial strategies. So I'd like to go through that briefly with you tonight. First of all, the fleet facility needs. You've seen the truck in the top right-hand corner gives you an idea of the limited space we have in our facility. And Doug Adams is here from our fleet facilities, our superintendent, and he does the best that they can with very limited space. The picture on the right bottom is a typical picture. If you've been down to fleet, they're just packed. And so that causes safety issues, causes work environment issues. It's a 30-year-old building. It never was designed for fleet. It was a streets building to begin with. And then we're adding 20 to 40 vehicles per year. Capacity to add paint and a body shop is something we want to move towards, but we don't have the space to do that. And then we're outsourcing work now because of limited space. For the street side of things, we need 31,000 square feet of additional space. We're upwards of 40 staff, and that's going to be increasing over the next 5 years. The bathroom, the shower, the meeting facilities are undersized. You see the picture in the bottom right corner. And then we're purchasing expensive equipment, and we're having to store that outside. So there's general space requirements and our needs, and that's been going on again since about 2012 and prior to that too. So we've looked at 4 options, and we've spent, like I said, especially the last 6 months talking internally with staff and the Mayor's Department of Finance and just kind of going through everything. Option 1 is to purchase an off-site facility. We spent some time, we looked for a facility that would be appropriate, and we couldn't find properties within a 3-mile radius. And if we had, we ran some numbers, and that would be an exorbitant $9.2 million to do that. Option 2 is to expand our current fleet and streets facilities. That means to take that old building that you saw in the pictures and expand that. Also, we would build onto the streets building, the admin office, and then we would build a new streets cold shed to store equipment. And that cost for that was $5.1 million, which is an option. Option 3 is the largest program that we looked at. And this was building a new fleet building and a new admin building tied into that same building that would house both fleet and the streets. And this would mean that the streets, Don Barr, the superintendent is here tonight, would get the old fleet building. so that they would have additional storage for equipment, snow plows, things like that. This was an $11 million venture, which we thought was high, especially the cost right now. So we looked at option 3B, which is kind of a hybrid. And it was to construct a new fleet building only. And you'll see the dark hatched drawing there. That's the fleet building with about 9 bays in there, large bays that'll fit the largest equipment. Doug and his crew, Doug's an excellent leader. He has a capacity to expand, to attract business outside from other entities, to lead painting in-house and body shop work in-house, and that's just a testament to the skill set that his crew has. So this option was $7.1 million. This is one of the options we thought was the most viable. And then option 4 is really no change at all. We just continue on the path we're at. And we're looking at outsourcing as we grow. And so right now we put $250,000 into outsourcing, and that will only increase as years come. And that, again, it could land in the $400,000 range. So we looked at funding options, and these are the funding options that are available for a venture such as this. One is a bond, requires a 2/3 majority vote, a public vote. Next is cash or capital, and this is to save capital and to build it in the future. Annual appropriations lease, which is a lease purchase, which is paying a lease payment, paying monthly payments. And that was spoken about earlier, over a 20 or 30-year period. Impact fees, part of the impact fee update that we did last year, approved $1.5 million towards streets facilities, and this is where we are looking at $1.5 million of that going toward the building. Insourcing, a new building will provide capacity to insource work from neighboring entities, and that could be $50,000 estimate. And then we can reduce our outsourcing cost by $250,000. We did look at an option, and that's a lease purchase option, just to give you an idea what that looks like. So if we had a $7.1 million building, we put 1.5 down in impact fee and a lease purchase of $5.6 million. Over 20 years, that would be a total of $384,000, and that would be our payment for the year. The fleet and the streets would pay a proportionate share of that. And I want to say that both of those fall within the budget items that the budget line items that we have this year. It fits within there. We changed the way we fund fleet last year, and that fits within this funding scenario. But we understand there's challenges with every one of these funding options. With that, this option 3B is an option, but we look through all 4. And I stand for any questions you might have. By the way, this is just an information item tonight. There's a lengthy packet that you have with a lot of data and a lot to comb through. And we're going to try to follow up with each one of you this week if you have specific questions on it. And I'll stand for any questions you might have.
Mayor, I do have a question. So just in my poor math, but you say about could be up to $400,000 expense a year for outsourcing, et cetera. So in doing that for $7.1 million, that would still take 18 years in my math before we would pay for this by saving the outsourcing.
Yeah, Counselor,
And
so if,
I'm not counting interest or whatever. I don't know what the interest is on the lease.
right, so the $400,000 per year, you're saying, yeah, it would add up to about a 20-year lease, and that's what we're anticipating. At the end of
I'm
the lease,
just talking about if we continue to
outsource, yes.
I realize you're out of space.
Yeah.
If we continue to do what we're doing and continue to outsource, it would still, before we would pay for that outsourcing, it would take 18 years by doing it.
Yes, and then at the end of 18 years with outsourcing, Counselor, then we wouldn't own anything.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm just putting,
Councilman,
Yeah.
take a while.
Councilman Bruno, could I add a comment on there just for clarity? So when we look at this, if you consider the lease purchase option, I heard the comments earlier from Harold, so I understand his comments. It becomes kind of a question of which road do you want to go down? Do you want to pay $284,000 a year and have a facility, or pay $400,000 a year and not have a facility? So you kind of take the repayment time out of it and look, if you're going to have one cost or the other, which one is the best for the city? And that's, it's not for me to say, but I would propose that if we could pay $284,000 a year, well, $384 in total, and have a facility that we own versus paying a every year escalating outsourcing cost of $400,000 plus, I know which number looks better and works better for the city, even though it does take an 18-year repayment period.
Mayor, if I may follow up, if it's all right, if I follow up with Doug.
Sure.
Help me with the not doing the go bond. I realize there's always that challenge of it not passing with a 2/3. So what's
Well, the lease purchase facility is a annually renewing purchase that the council is not obligated to take up every year. If you chose, a year down the road, you could deny that. The downside of doing so would be the credit faith of our institution. People would lose faith in our ability to make promises and keep them. But we're not financially obligated. The GO bond, if you go with a bond, then you are taking the risk of not getting the 2/3 majority and then forcing the city down a path where we know the cost will be greater. So it becomes a question of which is the best long-term for the city.
And what's the negatives to going ahead and introducing the go bond? If it doesn't pass, then to go down another path.
Right, if it doesn't pass, then you obviously could go down another path. You could try the 2/3 majority, and then you can still come back and do this as the ultimate option. It's not precluded if we chose to go down a 2/3 option. But one thing we will likely lose, in talking with Doug Adams, is there's a window of opportunity that we can access in terms of using the new facility to service other municipalities. The further on we get down that road, the less likelihood other municipalities will be able to wait while we build a facility. They'll move on, and we'll lose that capacity of selling our services to others. And if we go down a vote and then do this, you're probably very close to that window.
Mayor, Doug, I'm sorry, but just carry this on a little bit further, but from what I was reading is the potential revenue currently is about 50,000. Are we looking at more revenue than 50,000 per year from other municipalities?
It's speculative, Mayor and Council. It could be 50,000, it could be 100,000, it could be 20,000. It's just,
That's a guessing game then.
It is absolutely a guessing game. It's a subjective argument. But
Have we had other municipalities as far as inquire about the future possibility?
I have had 2 municipalities inquire recently. My anticipation, as Director Racine stated, eventually they're going to solve their own problem. It'd be nice to strike while the iron's hot if we could from that perspective.
Appreciate all you do, Doug.
So we are, I'll say this and then I'll let you ask your question. So we are scheduling meetings with council members to answer all these questions. Hopefully you all have a meeting scheduled. We just wanted to do the staff report so that you guys were aware of it, and then we can come back and revisit it again. And the actual, after those council meetings, it would probably come forward in the budget process to approve or deny. So Councilman Rodriguez?
No, you just answered the question, so thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, but I want to keep everyone in tune that this all comes from the taxpayers, and that's how it's going to affect them. And so I want to be very clear that we really have to be careful with this. I'm not sure I'm going to support it, I'm not sure what I'm going to do on it, but they're number one. And right now, at a bad time of what we are going on, we need to be really diligent. So, and I know you guys will be, so thank you, Jim.
Councilor, Mayor, can I make just one clarifying comment, just so they understand? This payment is not coming from tax or shared revenues. So it's not a tax issue where we're going to increase the burden on the taxpayers. Last year, we made the fleet an internal service fund, meaning they are their own fund, they provide services, they charge for their services. So the departments that receive the benefit pay for the service, and that pays for the bill. Now, you can trace that down and get very deep under it and say, yes, some of the cost does come back to general government, but it goes to fleet, it goes out to Parks and Recs and everybody else that has their benefit. but this isn't a direct tax in any way on property taxes or shared sales tax revenues.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Mayor? Yes, thank you. Jeff, I just want to follow up on a couple questions I had written down that haven't been answered that Hubert had asked. One, he asked if we use impact fees for this, where are they being taken from, or what projects that would be viable as well?
Yeah, Councilwoman Levi, so when we updated the capital list for the impact fees, it was included within that list. So I think if we looked at what project that is taking, it's probably a project that's out past that 10-year horizon. And that's where we draw the line for the impact fee capital projects.
And then, is this something of the nature that would go by the impact fee advisory committee before it comes to us, or have you already talked with them, or kind of where do they fit into that equation?
Councilwoman, we've already talked to them, so that was part of our last discussion in the impact fees.
And they
in
were
that committee.
supportive of one of the options?
It was added, it was updated as part of the impact fee capital list, so it's currently on the impact fee capital list.
But did they have a preference?
They approved it. I can't recall if there was much discussion around it at the meeting. So we looked through many projects, as part of that process.
So Jeff, just to be clear, it is listed as a capital improvement project, CIP, in the impact fees.
Yes, current impact fees.
Which
Yes,
means
Mayor.
that it's already been determined and funds are set aside
Yes.
for that project. Okay, great.
Mayor Kling,
Yes.
can I just confirm with you if the Impact Fee Advisory Committee is going to be meeting on the 23rd of June?
Can I have somebody
I don't
help with
think
that?
Patrick's here. I think it may be in August. I don't know. We'll have to, it's out.
There.
Yeah.
I'm line. It is in August. We could not assemble the entire group due to availability until August.
Thank you, Patrick.
Mm-hmm.
Mayor Kling,
Yes.
I was hoping that it would have been in June so that we could be a little bit more involved in the process. As Hubert mentioned, the Impact Fee Advisory Committee is not being utilized at this point as far as any insight that they can provide if we're not meeting until after now 2 months from when we had originally had intended to meet, which would have been closer to the timeline of your presenting this to us. So this is still premature to me, and there's a lot of information that is still going to be needed from my standpoint to be able to.
Just to clarify, though, the CIP within the impact fee that was already voted on and approved, those funds have already been submitted and they are dedicated to that project. That can't be changed. It shouldn't be changed. I mean, because it's by state statute. When we publish it and we collect fees for a targeted something, it's already there. And so that's my understanding. I see Tom shaking his head. So it isn't so much, it's what? I mean, they are collected for future expansion. We haven't, this is the first blush at what that expansion could be, but they're already dedicated, not knowing what that is.
My only concern is the landscape has changed. In this last 6 months, we've seen a lot of different things thrown at us that we've had to try to pivot and move around to make sure that we're covering the bases and being able to convey to the community where dollars are being spent or where they're being saved. So now we're being asked for a very large number, either be approved by the community or by this council in a lease purchase agreement that I think the first thought that I had was there's going to be questions asked from community members, and that's we're going to need to make sure that we understand totally this, because there's other items as well that are being presented to us that are needs as much, and the dollars available are going to be very limited. And if they're impact fee dollars, if they're tied to something, I think it needs to be a very clear message that's being sent.
Well, so hence tonight, this is a staff report. This is the very first opportunity to introduce it, which we do in a public setting. And then we're going to follow up with the council with meetings with Jeff. You should have one on your calendar to answer any questions that council might have. And then it will come back again. The purpose of tonight was strictly to inform the council and to provide the concept that this is in consideration in a public forum. That way everyone knows that it's being considered, work has been done in this direction, and then we'll answer further questions, and then it'll come back again. So tonight's meeting is not to make any decisions at all. Tonight's meeting is strictly informative. So for sake of time, I think we're going to move on unless you have anything
Thank you.
else.
No. So in your packet, you have the
Doug?
master plan, the scenario options, and you have financial strategy. So there's those documents. If you have any questions, like, feel free to ask, and I'll follow up. But thank you for your
Thank
time,
you.
Mayor, City Council.
And I apologize, I just waved Doug down because the next item on the agenda is a staff report. Doug, I'm going to have you hold. And the reason I'm going to have you hold is because we've only got about 20 minutes, and you're going to get to stay through the whole meeting. And so, yeah. So we're going to do your staff report a little later, and we're going to move to new business action item. It's 5.1. This is an action item, and this is to authorize the mayor to sign a contract amendment for the Nampa wastewater Phase 2 upgrades for Project Group F. This is a progressive design-build agreement with CH2M Hill Engineers, and it's to increase the total amount of Phase 1 design services to $11,406,915. Nate, thank you for being here. I wanted to make sure we get this done before we move into public hearings.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, council members. And yes, I will be here all night as well, though we have our team with us tonight. And thank you, Christy, for pulling this up on the menu there. In the audience, we have our design builder, CH2M Hill Engineers, also known as Jacobs. Here. And we also have our owner advisor, Brown and Caldwell, in the back here. And then Andy Zimmerman, our plant superintendent, and Mark Hilty. So he's legal counsel for this contract, and I think he's there in the back as well, and we'll be happy to answer any questions regarding this contract amendment.
And some of your committee members? You're going there? Sorry.
No, thank you, Mayor. Thank you. So the best for last, our design review committee. So we have our committee members in the audience. We have a couple members on the bench here. The committee's made up of seven members of our community, and including Councilmember Bruner and Councilmember Haverfield, as well as two citizens, Larry Olmsted and Carol Kenfield. And then we have three industrial representatives, Dean Delory, I believe he is here tonight, and we have James Hall and Ted Comstock, which I'm not sure if Ted was able to make it tonight. But this group was assembled in 2018. So they'll celebrate their third anniversary of guiding this enormous and monumental project for the city this fall. With that, I'll jump right into it. But I can't say enough about the design review committee. You know, their perspective from our citizens, leaders, and industry are providing invaluable input so that we deliver a cost-effective solution for wastewater and Nampa's future growth. So before we get to the action item, this is really part of a huge project that started in 2012. And in 2018, when the design review committee was assembled, we had identified that it would be a multi-phased project. Phase 1 was underway, and Phase 2 and 3 was where the design review committee got involved with guiding that project. With January of 2020, the city received its reuse permit from the state. This also, you know, was a big part of how to manage the available budget. And through the design review committee's input and Brown and Caldwell's effort to get the reuse permit, as well as I should say all our citizens, we had over 60 community members comment on it. We were able to eliminate Phase 3. So now we have a fully funded project to put a recycled water system in place for Nampa's future growth and put the right water to the right use in Nampa. So that brings us to the item tonight, Group F, Jacobs, our design builder. You know, this was a progressive design build model that the design review committee and city staff worked through all the alternatives, and we landed on the progressive design build to provide that value engineering so that when we can work as a team, this is such a large project over a large span of time. The cost certainty, we know that we got a limited amount of money. We know that we have a bond that caps the amount of the loan the city can take. And that's one of the aspects of this project. We also wanted that accountability for performance. And the history of Jacobs' firm delivering on projects of this size and much, much larger, though no less important, that the national director of their design build, Greg, is here tonight. So local presence, local support, they're doing a great job. But as we moved through it, we also wanted that early cost, like the design builder to bring real construction numbers, and then also work towards that guaranteed maximum so that we know what it costs us to build the project. And as we started this project in August of last year, we're in the middle of COVID, and there's lots of uncertainty and changes in the world. And with the international ability of Jacobs to manage costs and bring things forward, we instantly started looking at what does our contract schedule look like. And when council approved it in August, we were going to be back this time to go to market for the first, say, $20 million of the project. And then we would come back this fall to start our first phase of construction. And then we'd work towards the remaining $100+ million of the project with a guaranteed maximum price that would be back to city council for approval next summer. Now, recognizing this uncertain market that we were in, we got the team together and we were able to say, well, how can we move forward with a project that we know is pushing the budget and the market is running away, infusion from federal dollars, high demand of labor and materials. And as what we looked at is Jacobs has been able to package what we're calling a comprehensive plan and specification package. And that is what tonight's amendment is about, allowing us to go to the market this summer, get real prices from real, because Jacobs is doing a large amount of the work, but there's over $100 million of subcontractor and equipment procurement that they have to do. Those are subcontractor bids that they will get, and they can get that if we provide them that authorization. And just a little background. So August, we went to work, and instantly Jacobs started providing us cost estimates on their information and data on what the project would cost. And as we worked through that, meeting multiple times with our design review committee, you can see we've been able to save or estimate savings through value engineering and input on sizing the project to still meet our goals, 2040 growth, and a recycled water system for the future. Working through the design review committee, we went back with Jacobs. We were able to develop an amendment to the phase 1 services. This is their design package, so that was originally going to be laid out till May of next summer before we had a GMP, to retool that so that we can go to the market this July, August, and then we can be back in November this year with a GMP and move into construction by January of 2022. So with that, the request or the ask tonight is to authorize the mayor to sign amendment number 2 for the wastewater phase 2 upgrades project Group F, progressive design build agreement with CH2M Hill Engineers, increasing the total amount of phase 1 design services to $11,406,915. And with that, I'll happy to take any questions.
Mayor, I'm just going to make the motion as stated that we move forward on this amendment.
It's been moved and seconded. I will have to state that Darrell Bruner sits on the committee, and so the quick recommendation does not come with lack of thought, right? But it comes with, yes, considerable. Okay, I probably didn't need to
No,
say
don't
that,
ask the other committee members.
Okay. It's given serious consideration and much thought and has set in a lot of meetings regarding this. So I just wanted to make sure that those watching don't think it's just a flippant quick. It's been given a lot of consideration. Councilman Haverfield.
Just as a follow-up, legal review, Mark has prepared the contracts. You've shared that with Todd as far as his office as well, so that's all been established and taken care of.
Mayor, Councilman, yes, this amendment was also routed through our city council.
And then the guaranteed maximum price includes all bid alternates, correct? So it's a full design, GMP.
Mayor, and so Councilman, the bid package includes the full project. There are some bid alternatives looking at possible demolition of existing facilities that could be chosen to move forward or not regarding on what that final cost is, the guaranteed maximum price, allowing our budget to handle what we can handle.
So my question then is, the bid alternates don't reduce capacity, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So even if we choose to accept a bid alternate, we're not reducing the capacity of the plant by doing so.
Mayor, and so Councilman, correct. All the bid alternatives deliver a project that will supply water to Phyllis Canal and a treatment plant with growth capacity to 2040.
Mayor, I'm in full support of the motion. Obviously, I just wanted for clarity and on record to have that statement made.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mucci? Yes. Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nate. We have an amazing team. I have really appreciated, Jacobs has done a really good job of communication and working with us in a very collaborative environment. Our team, consisting of both council members and citizens, has been stellar. Carol and Larry, thank you, and the rest of your team, and I'm going to forget names, so I'm so sorry. James in the back end. Okay, so I'm forgetting names, but anyway, I just want to say thank you. I don't know if our citizens know, this is a heavy lift. You guys don't get paid to come. You're coming as volunteers, lending your expertise, and they're gathered together so that we have citizens looking over and ensuring that we're making good decisions for the city of Nampa. And I just want to say thank you, guys. The 7 a.m. meetings, even though you get fed donuts aren't quite the pay for a 7 a.m. and a bunch of them. But good job, and thank you so much. Appreciate your work. The next item that we have is item 5.2, and this is an action item to approve the findings of fact for the revocation of alcohol license held by Agave Cantina. And you know what, it has Rick's name on it, but I'm not sure who's presenting on this or if we need a presentation. Legal, do we have any comments on it?
Mayor,
Yes.
I'll make the motion to approve the findings of fact for the revocation as presented to us in our packet this evening.
Second. Is there any discussion? Rick, we've moved into that item already, so we'll just move on for, no need for comment, okay. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Levi?
No.
Bauer?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Okay, we have 5 minutes, so we're going to move to 5.3. This is an action item. This is the first reading of ordinance authorizing the issuance and sale of up to $5,205,000 principal amount of general obligation refunding bond series 2022. Doug, would you like to just restate for the public's sake what this is and the savings to the city?
Yes, and 5.3 and 5.4 are the same essential issue, just two different bond refinances.
And we'll vote separately on them.
Right.
Thank you.
So about a month ago, we brought before the council the opportunity to refinance two of our existing bonds to get a modest amount of savings, but still savings to the city by generating what's called a forward lock. We're looking towards the future and locking the rates in, even though we can't do the actual refinance until next year, but locking in the rate now. The refinance savings on action item 5.3 is about $110,000 and is calculated in net present value, meaning we take a stream of cash flows from the future to the present and figure out how much that money is worth in today's dollars. And that's about $110,000 of savings to the taxpayers.
Thank you. Are there any questions, or is there a motion?
You need to read the,
Well, I guess we do need to read it. Thank you.
And I have one question. Do you want them to pass under suspension of rules?
I think so, yes.
I would assume pass under suspension of rules. Thank you.
An ordinance of the City of Nampa County, State of Idaho, authorizing the issuance of sales up to $5,205,000 principal amount of general obligation refunding bonds, Series 2022, providing for a date, forum, maturity, and designate of said bonds, authorizing a notice of sale, providing for a limitation of the rate of interest on principal and amount of the maturities of said bonds, providing for a payment of principal and of interest on said bonds, providing for the registration and authentication of said bonds, setting the time, date, and place of sale of bonds, providing for conditions of the purchase of the bonds, providing for payment of the principal of the interest of said bonds by annual levies of taxes, creating certain funds and accounts, providing for the refunding of the city's prior general obligation refunding bonds, Series 2012, providing for other matters properly related thereto, providing for severance clause, and providing for an effective date and waiving any requirements for 3 separate readings of the ordinances.
And now we'll stand for a motion under suspension of rules.
so moved.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes,
Item 5.4 is the first reading of ordinance authorizing the issuance and sale of up to $1,650,000 principal amount of water revenue refunding bonds, Series 2022. This has also been reviewed by legal, and it's requested to pass under suspension of rules.
An ordinance of the City of Nampa, Canyon County, State of Idaho, authorizing the issuance of sales of up to $1,650,000 principal amount of the water revenue refunding bonds, Series 2022, providing for a date, form, maturity, and designation of said bonds, authorizing a notice of sale, providing for limitations for the rate of interest on principal amount of and maturities of said bonds, providing for the payment of principal of and interest on said bonds, providing for the registration and authentications of said bonds, setting the time and date and place of sale of said bonds, providing for conditions of the purchase of the bonds, providing for the payment of the principal of an interest of said bonds, creating certain funds and accounts, providing for the refunding of the city's prior water revenue refunding bonds, Series 2012, providing for other matters properly relating to thereto, providing for a severance clause and providing an effective date and waiving any requirements for 3 separate readings of the ordinance.
Thank you.
second with a question.
It's been moved and seconded. Discussion.
Doug, what's the possible savings for this one?
Thanks for asking that. I need to clarify my comment on 5.3. I didn't have my glasses on. I quoted 5.3 as a savings for 5.4. So the $110,000 is actually the savings on this particular bond reissuance. And the savings on 5.3 is about 50 some odd $1,000 combined, $150 to $160,000 savings between the 2 bond issuances.
50 for the first, 100 for the second.
Yeah, 110, 150, again, it's in both in net present values of what the value is today.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes,
Bauer?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes,
Mucci?
Yes.
So we are going to move on to 5.5 before we go into public hearing. This is to authorize the allocation of an additional $11,466 in 2021 program year CDBG funds to the Home Repair Loan Program.
So move.
second.
Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Levi?
yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes,
Brunner?
Yes.
Okay. That was so that Matt and Krista could go home and not set the rest of the evening. Thank you. And it is now 6:30, and 6:30, I feel like it's when we turn into pumpkins. Not really. It's public hearing time. We have 5 public hearings this evening. It's going to take a little while. So thank you all for being here for the public hearings, and we'll get to that page. So the first public hearing that we have this evening is actually the adoption of the City of Nampa Industrial Wastewater Capacity Policy that is effective July 1, 2021. And Nate is going to, I believe Nate is going to present that. Thank you, Nate.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor and Council. So the wastewater, capacity, as we spoke earlier, it needs to be there for the growth of the city. It also needs to be managed properly so that the ratepayers, and the rates don't go up. We manage what we put in the ground, just as we're doing with Jacobs. We manage what we have on the site so that the ratepayers, those daily users, and our largest customers, the industries, can manage their business. So in May of, it was May 15th, the industrial incentive wastewater capacity policy expired. So staff saw this coming, worked with the mayor's office, worked with economic development and public works to figure out what's the path forward. And that all started back in March. The city sent letters out to our 7 industrial customers that hold these large capacity permits, notified them of the imminent expiration of the existing policy, and expressed the city's interest in developing a new policy. That was taken very favorably by the industrial customers, as well as internally through economic development, the benefits of this policy with new customers and existing that has been recognized. So we met with the industrial customers in April and provided them a draft of what a new policy would look like. Some of the feedback we got from the industrial customers, majority of it was much in favor of the existing policy. They recognized the benefits, and one of the major benefits was the ability to borrow capacity, whether it was for installing pretreatment at their site to limit the demand or the reliance on the city, or whether it was to transfer capacity that they weren't using. They all were in agreement, all of the industries were in agreement that the capacity optimization fee, this annual fee for not using capacity, they were not in favor of that. They also expressed interest in utilizing capacity. So whether it was to continue those transfers, that was the transfer capacity was one of the issues that the city had challenges with, managing through administratively handling these transfers, as well as the loss of revenue coming in, where in the past the city had entered into transfer agreements to transfer capacity from an industry that wasn't using it and then sell it to residential units. And this created a loss of revenue from hookup fees. So we put together a new policy, sent it out to the industries. One of the new elements was removing the capacity optimization fee, which was a win, what I heard from industry customers and staff. Another part of the capacity utilization that was put into the new policy was that if a customer purchases capacity, they have 5 years to put that capacity into use, or it would revert back to the city. That was one that we went around with industries on comments, and you may notice in your packet in the proposed policy, there's redlined section 9 for capacity utilization, and is what we did there as staff. We recognize that sometimes industries are doing improvements at their site, and those improvements may be unpredictable. So having that extra capacity there to manage that is of value. So we created the language so that they could petition to the city to hold on to that capacity and let it work through the city's process, which includes the Board of Appraisers that oversees the rate increases and hookup fees, and then ultimately to City Council for the final determination. Another scenario that we heard about was where a customer may be in their 4th year or 5th year just before the 5-year period and be planning growth. And is it right to take their capacity away just because you hit this 4-year window? Well, again, staff feels that this provision in Section 9 allows for the customer or the industrial client to file their justification and let it work through the process. So we hope that flexibility addressed the industrial customers' comments. And that's, I guess, basically, the fundamental purpose of the proposal is to create predictable capacity management options for existing and future industrial customers. You know, industrial customers' acquisition of wastewater discharge can be a significant cost, and it's a key element of determining how a business grows in a community. So we found, both from internal staff and economic development, as well as our industrial customers, this policy plays a critical role. Thank you.
Nate, thank you very much. Council, do you have any questions for Nate before we start the public hearing? No, I'm sure we'll have you back.
All right.
Thank you. So this is a public hearing. And Debbie, for this public hearing, do we have?
I have a Dean Delory.
Dee, go ahead and tell us who you're with and give us an address.
Yeah, my name's Dean Delory. I'm the Director of Environmental Affairs with the Amalgamated Sugar Company, and I work at the corporate office in Boise, Idaho.
Thank you.
I've prepared both written comments, and then I'm going to provide a summary of these comments. Can I present this to the
Yes, you may.
City Council?
Yes.
Mayor Kling, City Council, appreciate the opportunity to provide these comments. Amalgamated is a grower-owned sugar beet processing company. We've been at the Napa location since 1942, and we employ over 500 people. We process sugar beets into granulated sugar and other byproducts, and we're committed to continually improve on our overall environmental impacts. We have a very cooperative relationship and beneficial relationship with the city and the wastewater treatment system. And our wastewater flows vary throughout the years and our loads just depending on when we're processing sugar beets or the time of year, or if we're in our juice run where we have less flows and less discharges. In 2014, we entered into an agreement with the city, and it was a wastewater capacity agreement. And our concerns with the new policy is we have a previous agreement with the city on what our allowable capacities are, and that this policy doesn't address or potentially would make us return some of that capacity to the city. And that the capacity agreement spells out what our flows are, what our organic loads are, and that agreement has capital implications. So if you have a certain amount of flow, or we purchase into the city on how much we can discharge to the city, we want to be able to retain what that capital investment would be. And more or less, it's equivalent back to hookup fees. And this city policy, we're concerned that if we operate well below our permit limits and that we're underutilizing that capacity, then the city could take some of that capacity back, and that could, what we would like to be able to do in the future is to be able to sell that back to another developer, another industry, and we're concerned that the new policy would prohibit that. Last week, and we appreciate working with Nate and Tom. Nate provided us an equation for how we calculate the capacity utilization calculation, how that would potentially impact our operations. And the equation is somewhat complicated, and we really need some additional time to look and see how that equation and how we might have to return some of that capacity back to the city and how that might affect us both in a regulatory way and also economically. So in summary, we appreciate to be able to provide these comments to the city council. And we would want to be able to retain our ability to sell excess capacity back to either another industry or developers. And we also, one of the other concerns is that if we're operating well below our permit limits and then the city tightens up our permit limits, we're a seasonal operating facility, and if those limits become too tight, that could also become a regulatory issue for us. So what we would prefer to do is continue to work with the city on evaluating the new policy, and again, appreciate the opportunity to talk about the policy, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Yeah.
I'd like to ask a quick question.
Sure.
If we were to continue to give you a little bit more time to further research, is that a week? Is that 2 weeks? Can you give me an idea of what you were thinking?
2 weeks would work.
Okay.
I think you were hoping to adopt this in July.
July 1,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah, so 2 weeks, 30 days. What we would need to do is take a look at the equation that Nate sent out in terms of how you calculate underutilization, just see how that would affect our operations.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Haverfield.
Just for clarification, you talked about selling back unused capacity. Did you purchase the capacity at the first of the year, so you're looking to get some recoup of some of the money that you've already outlaid for capacity? Is that what you're looking for?
No, this is just historical capacity. This is an agreement we went back in 2014 and worked with Nate, and we have a signed agreement with the city, and this is just historical capacity that we've had with the city. This would have probably been decades ago where we came into this and determined what our flow capacity is and loading capacities are also.
Maybe this is something staff can clarify better, but it's just, if you didn't outlay capital, your own money for something, why should you be able to get?
Yeah, I think that would have been done like decades ago. At some point, we would have had to purchase, this is probably in the 70s, we would have had to, in order for an industry to discharge to a city, you'd pay for it usually with hookup fees, or it would be another. It was probably a hookup fee, but I'd have to go back historically and look at what that was.
The documentation might or might not be available.
That's correct, but yeah. But we came to the agreement in 2014 on what that capacity was.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any further questions for? Thank you.
Okay, appreciate it, thank you.
So, staff, do you have any questions council, do you have any questions for staff? I actually would like to, and feel free to have a seat, thank you. So I actually would like to suggest that we continue the public hearing to date certain of the 21st of June to give ample time to consider what they need to consider, and then we'll come back. And rather than closing public hearing, it does give opportunity for the applicant to speak at that date, and then we'll come back and resume public hearing on the 21st of June.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion?
What
about, he mentioned maybe 30 days would be better.
We would be past our July 1 date for implementation. And I think he thought 2 weeks might suffice, because I don't know how long we've already had the numbers, but that means we're going to work hard for 2 weeks. Does that work? Yes? Okay.
I'll support the motion.
Okay. Any further discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Thank you so much for coming tonight. We'll see you on the 21st. We'll see you in 2 weeks. Okay. So the next public hearing.
Just postpone this one too. Pardon? The resolution.
Because it's not. Okay, so I think a majority of you are here for item 6.2 on the agenda. Would that be correct? Can I see a show of hands, just out of curiosity? How many people are here for 6.2 on the agenda? 6.2 is the appeal of the Planning Commission denial for a conditional use permit for the multifamily housing in Community Business Zoning District. And these are the dwelling units, Copper Depot Apartments. Okay, so those of you that are here for that, okay, thank you. Who's here for a public hearing that is not that? Well, there you go. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, you're gonna have to. There are a bunch in the hall. Okay, so there are a number of other people. Okay, so we'll go in the order of business this evening, which is action item 6.2. This is the appeal of the Planning Commission denial of a conditional use permit, CUP 210-21 for multifamily housing in a community business BC zoning district for an 11.87 acre portion of a 12.56 acre parcel addressed as 609 South Grays Lane. This is the southwest quarter of section 25 T3N R2WBN in Nampa for 252 dwelling units in Copper Depot Apartments with a gross dwelling unit of 20.06 and for Inland Group. So, in that this is an appeal of the denial, is our applicant here this evening?
Mayor Kling,
Yes.
I do have to address an issue first. As I did receive an email from Charles Martinez regarding this request, and he was against this proposal. I did answer the email, but I did not give an answer to what I was going to do. So I submitted that to Rodney, and Rodney took care of it for us. So I'm without, I haven't made any kind of a comment as to which way I'm going to vote tonight.
Thank you, Councilman Rodriguez. Just a quick question. Have any other council members had any discussion with anyone regarding this project? Yes. Councilman Haverfield?
Yeah, I disclosed it as well that that a couple of agencies reached out to me to gauge my thoughts regarding this type of a project. Not specifically, but this type of a project. And I, again, deferred them back to our planning staff for further assistance as far as on how to formulate that type of an approach to us.
Thank you.
That it was
Mayor,
inappropriate of it.
that also, from a legal standpoint, that also has happened with me, myself, I believe probably Councilman Bauer, since we were together, so I guess we have all had that happen. I have received a couple emails, no, I have not responded to those emails.
Likewise? Likewise? Okay. So legal counsel, any comments for us?
Just a follow-up question. Councilmember Brunner and Bauer, I think you mentioned you'd received some emails. If you could just describe the nature of those emails for the record, and again, it sounds like you didn't have any specific
Sorry,
communication.
I'm gonna get these things taken down yet, but what did you say?
If you
Councilmember
share the-
Brunner, if you can just describe the nature of the emails that you received and then.
Yeah, as far as whether they're opposed or they were, the emails that I received were opposed. As far as the discussion with the agency, they were in favor. Not specifically on this project, though. This project was not mentioned.
received emails that were for and against.
Likewise.
Okay, those emails been included, provided to staff or provided in the record?
I did not respond.
Okay. We probably ought to include those in the record. If you've received emails, but. Mhm, forward them to-
I'll see if they're not deleted and trashed, but yeah. I don't
No response for the record, so, okay.
So let's just, in the future, any email correspondence that you do receive, go ahead and forward it possibly to the clerk. Would that be correct? Thank you. But again, no commitments were made. Okay. And when we get to the public hearing portion, we'll talk about the written communication that has come forward on this, just so that we can have, we'll talk about that, what we've received. Okay, now that we got through that, I'll let our applicant come forward. Thank you for stating your name and your address and who you're with.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Excuse me. My name's Scott Morris. I'm with the Inland Group. My address is 120 West Cataldo Avenue, Spokane, Washington, 99201. So I'm here with the Inland Group. We are a developer, contractor, and owner of multifamily housing. We specialize in affordable housing. We're based in Spokane, Washington, but we have over 50 communities throughout the western United States, including 4 operating properties in Idaho and 3 others in development in various stages of development in Idaho. I've been doing this for the better part of 2 decades, and I will be honest with you, facing neighborhood opposition is the least favorite part of my job. And my wife and kids, who are probably live streaming and have watched me do this before, have always said to me, why do you subject yourself to this and do it? And the answer is that the Inland Group and me personally are truly committed to affordable housing. Housing that makes a difference in people's lives. We're here in Nampa because there is an over-demand and undersupply for affordable housing. It's a problem in our society that has reached our communities, including the city of Nampa. If you walk one of our properties or truly any quality affordable housing project, you would see the difference it makes in people's lives. You'd see the first-year teacher out of school teaching in their first year who wants to live in an apartment community that's on par with market rate communities, that has an open floor plan with a walk-in closet and a workout room and a pool and nice grounds. You'd see families who have gone through difficult things when one of the spouses has lost their job or gotten cancer, or the husband's left the wife with 2 children, people who are on the brink. And this housing can be a game changer for them. Oftentimes the savings can be the difference between food, no food, or childcare, or living out of your car. It is these stories, which are not an exaggeration, which provide me not only the inspiration, but the courage to face good people like I'm facing tonight. The neighbors who are here to fight for their neighborhood are good people, people who can easily connect with one another through social media or emails and connect and congregate and create quite a force. But I'm here representing working families who don't have that opportunity, who don't have the voice, who don't know how to find each other to advocate for their own projects. And this is how affordable housing gets done, by others who advocate for them. They might be voiceless, but if we could fast forward 2 years, I guarantee you there'd be hundreds of families in here thanking you for what you would provide them, which is the affordable housing in a safe environment with quality housing. Again, the neighbors that are here are good people fighting for their neighborhood, but they're going to be arguing with pretty standard and somewhat stereotypical arguments. Traffic will increase, and they will say it's to the brink without regard to what the city engineer says or what the traffic studies say. Or that apartment dwellers automatically mean crime is coming to the neighborhood, which is unsupported by the data. Or that their property values will decrease from having a workforce housing property a couple of blocks away or even next door. And the studies do not corroborate that. In fact, some studies show quite the opposite. What we're ultimately going to be left with is somewhat of a subjective criteria, which is the compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood. And those in favor of affordable housing can certainly justify the compatibility, and those against it can probably make the arguments right against it. We believe this is a great workforce housing apartment site. It's in a good neighborhood with neighbors who care deeply about their neighborhood. It's close to schools, close to services, police, and fire. It's an area that's being redeveloped, but has a residential base. To some degree, it feels like neighbors are almost arguing this is such a great neighborhood for them, but not a good neighborhood for others who might not have as much money and can't afford the single-family homes that they can. And the irony, of course, is that if we were proposing a nightclub or a bar or a shelter or a hotel, uses that would be less compatible, create more traffic, but are currently allowed under the existing development agreement, we wouldn't even be here before you. So I'm going to turn it over at this point to Keith James, who's participating via Zoom. And Keith's the lead developer and was at Planning and Zoning, but had a health issue that prevented him from traveling. So he's participating via Zoom tonight. And he's going to point out that something important, that we're not ignoring the neighbors, that we've gone to steps to mitigate the impacts voluntarily. And he'll go into more details about our project. And then we'll both be here to answer questions. And I truly thank you for your consideration for what's an important and difficult issue, but we're here hopefully to be part of the solution to the problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Scott. Just Mayor and council members, confirming that you can hear me and see my screen okay? Yes. Great, thank you. Keith James, Inland Group, 120 West Cataldo, Spokane, Washington. To pick up where Scott left off with the first slide, just wanted to highlight a couple of items. Scott referenced the overwhelming demand for affordable housing. Our market study, it's only a few months old, indicated a vacancy rate well under 0.5%. And more importantly, 3,768 qualified households. So those are households in Nampa today that qualify for this housing type, and many of which are paying rents that are higher, putting them in that rent burdened category. I did want to walk through exactly what the affordable housing is, and I know a bedcore development was in front of council not too long ago, and it is similar to that. It's what we're proposing at Copper Depot is affordable workforce housing at 60% of area median income. So just touching on that for a moment, 1-bedroom rents for maximum for 2021 are just below $850. 2-bedroom rents of $1,017, and you can see the rest of the chart there. Most importantly, the income limit that correlates to that for a 4-person household, it's an income limit of just over $45,000, which is a full-time hourly equivalent of a little less than $22 an hour. These, again, are workforce folks. Typically, the income requirement is that you would earn 2 times the rent. So a household would be earning a minimum of probably about $20,000 up to the maximum of $45,000 to $52,000, depending on the household size. And this correlates to a discount in the marketplace of about $500 to new luxury apartments, and a discount to existing standard apartments of about $250 a month, a substantial discount. I did want to walk you through some vicinity maps, some general information about our site. It looks like there's quite a crowd there, so I'll try to be brief. For context, this is a site at 609 South Grays Lane. Grays is the north-south road on the east edge of the site. East Amity is along the south side of the site. Zooming in a bit more, there's a closer in view of the site. While I show this slide for some neighborhood context, the 12 acres surrounding the property to the north and west is it's actually occupied by 2 single-family homes, but it's a small farm and probably more important, a wedding venue or event venue that hosts, according to the website, up to about 300 people per weekend. So while it could be considered a small farm or single-family use, it's certainly more of a commercial use. Our only truly adjacent single-family neighbor is in our northeast corner. And that neighbor is a project proponent. The neighbor is, of course, the seller of our parcel as well. So, perhaps motivated for different reasons or biased, but they are our only true single-family neighbor, with South Grays to our east and Amity to our south. Our site plan, without getting into too much detail, really shows a primary entry drive from the south. It's a divided entry, and then a secondary entry off of South Grays to the east. We proposed 10 buildings, apartment buildings, 3-story apartment buildings, along with some 2-storage carriage house buildings along some of the boundaries or along the north and northeast. And then central outdoor common areas centrally located here, as well as some up between these buildings here. Property amenities are everything you would expect from a garden-style market rate development. I won't read each of these, but our goal, which we believe we achieve day in and day out, is to provide housing that's really not distinguishable from market rate housing. It looks and feels and operates quite the same. It just happens to be that the families that reside there are both are income qualified and therefore enjoy the rent benefit. I'll just touch very briefly on the conclusions of law, which include that the development will be compatible with and will not adversely affect the livability or appropriate development of the budding properties. It will provide a convenient and functional living space and will be as attractive as the nature of the use and its locations and setting warrant. And the third is that it will enhance the successful operation of the surrounding area or will provide an essential service to the community or region. Affordable workforce housing certainly is an essential service. I wanted to provide a few photos just for context. We operate 20 plus affordable family communities across 4 states. Some of these are a little bit older vintage, but to provide an idea of the common areas and overall finish. It's a few different images. There's a sport court image and a playground image. This is a new style of architecture that we would plan there for Copper Depot. That construction is not quite complete, so you don't see landscaped grounds there or anything yet. And then some additional ideas of open space and green space This is in our Auburn, Washington community, some spaces at the edges of the property. I want to touch on what will surely come up and become the point of discussion, and that really is the compatibility and the just subjectivity of compatibility. We can outright counter a few points. First of which is that property values will decrease. This is a policy study that points to numerous studies that actually counter that concern and indicate that most studies actually find a positive impact on property values, especially for this type of affordable housing, which is an affordable workforce housing. The traffic concerns, as Scott touched on, a development agreement exists on this property that allows commercial uses. And we had a traffic engineer take a very conservative approach with a mix of commercial uses, nothing overly aggressive, relatively conservative from a traffic generation standpoint. And what that shows is that our proposed Copper Depot apartments that generate a certain number of AM peak hour trips and PM peak hour trips, and a total daily trip generation of about 1,372 trips, is about 1/4 or less than 1/4 of the allowable commercial uses. Again, that wasn't loading up the commercial. That is, as entitled by right today, what the traffic could be. And I point this out not as a threat to what it could be to the neighbors, but more just the reality is that what's there today is a small farm. A small farm use is very unlikely to remain there, and entitled by right via the annexation agreement 10 years ago is this commercial use that's substantially more intense, not just by traffic, but about every other measurable development impact as well. So the traffic concern, I did want to spend a little bit of time describing what it is we're proposing to enhance the traffic. And this slide isn't super clear. I can move to a more clear one perhaps later if we need, but essentially we've added significant traffic lanes to improve traffic. On South Grays, we add a right turn lane. So the yellow highlighted section there is all new right turn lane. So there's a left turn lane east on Amity and a right turn lane that's new west on Amity. There's a center turn lane added through our entire frontage of East Amity, as well as east of the intersection where it can be. So this right turn from South Grays onto Amity would actually have a small staging area there before entering the flow of traffic headed eastbound. That traffic lane along the rest of the frontage provides just nice extra staging area for safety and traffic flow. We've added a right-hand turn lane into our site from East Amity into Copper Depot, and then that similar turn lane on Amity west of our entry drive. It's worth noting every one of those improvements is voluntary. City engineering requires mitigation in the form of traffic impact fees that we'll also be paying, but required for this use and the traffic generated, no actual street improvements adjacent to the site. So this is a substantial voluntary improvement beyond what's required. And then one of the other considerable concerns from the neighborhood was, the adjacency of these 3-story large buildings, overlooking into backyards and just kind of that as an incompatible use. And we've done 2 things to address that. One is a change to our site plan, and one is just really several illustrations showing how that's not as concerning as it could be. or as it was appeared to be. This slide shows our original site plan, which included 3-story buildings, 2 of them, a 12-unit building and a 24-unit building along the north property line. You can see in our revised site plan, those buildings have been eliminated, and in their place are 2 storage carriage house buildings, which I'll advance a slide here quickly. It's basically a garage structure with like a townhome unit above it. So we've utilized those as a transition along the north and along the northeast property. So there are 6 of those 2-story buildings that provide some transition, with the first 24-unit building being further south and more interior to the site. And then I will not run you through each of these, but we looked at each of the 7 nearest neighbors, and we said, how close are those neighbors and how impactful really are we to those neighbors? And so each of these red lines labeled A through G represents the nearest house to our nearest 3-story building. And we did that at each of these, a residence there, a residence there. We did it to the barn here because the barn is the wedding venue. And again, the 3 properties nearest us along Buckskin and South Grays. And what you'll see is pretty overwhelming setbacks. If I use this one, for example, we're from our property here to the property line is, I can't read that label, but maybe I'll stop sharing for just a moment and then reshare if I can with a better image. Now let's see, are you seeing the cross sections? I'm going to hope that you're seeing the cross section that I'm seeing. So again, this cross section labeled A, you've got 93 feet from our property boundary of the 3-story building to our property line. And then the existing home is actually set back 173 feet from the property line. So over 260 feet. Similarly, I won't do each of these as mentioned, but maybe I'll show you to the wedding venue, the barn venue. So the barn to the property line is 92 feet. Another 46 feet to the 2-storage carriage house. And even though we show the full length of the carriage house, really, it would just be showing one edge of the carriage house from that sight line to this sight line. From the property line, 154 feet to our apartment building. So over 240 feet from the barn venue to the apartment building. Again, we can look at each of these in detail if you wish. But we've got those prepared for use as you would like. My final points are really the compatibility, which is subjective. Scott touched on the permitted uses that are available today via the development agreement. Amity is designated as a 5-lane principal arterial. That road will be improved to a 5-lane road in the future. So I would really argue that single family against a 5-lane principal arterial is not compatible, and that a transitional use makes sense. I did want to point out, hopefully you're seeing the slide with the future known development. There's a fair amount of it coming to the neighborhood, including proposed multifamily further east, substantial redevelopment in this parcel labeled 2, which is the former meat rendering plant that I believe is either under demolition or soon to be, and certainly under development, and then the Montesa development further south, which is future single-family and light industrial. So significant changes coming to the neighborhood, whether we're approved or not. We would certainly like to be part of the change and part of the positive change. And then finally, I just leave you with the thoughts of the 3,700 plus families in Nampa today, currently in need of this workforce housing. With that, I'll stop my presentation and be available for questions.
Thank you. Council, do you have any questions for the applicant at this time? Okay, seeing none, thank you so much. And as you're aware, in a public hearing, we'll come back and for the opportunity to close following the public hearings. So, staff.
Okay, thank you, Mayor and Council. The action requested from you tonight is based on the determination of the Planning and Zoning Commission decision in regards to denial of the apartment complex development in a BC zone located at 609 South Grays Lane. So the applicant has submitted a revised layout and feels that this new layout shows that it is now more compatible and does not have an adverse effect on the neighborhood compared to the allowable commercial uses as was determined in the findings of fact by the Planning and Zoning Commission. So they went to Planning and Zoning and were denied in April. Prior to that, they had had pre-application meetings with staff. This property was annexed and zoned to BC via Ordinance 3913 in November of 2008. It has a development agreement with it, but it only designates this property as BC and only pulled out a couple of uses that would not be allowed. Multifamily apartments via an approved conditional use permit is an allowed use, and that was not one of the things that was pulled off of the BC list in that development agreement. The property is currently within the city limits. It is surrounded by Canyon County residential properties and a city-zoned RS-18 subdivision to the north and RS-6 subdivision off to the west. There are services available. Utilities and emergency services are available to this property. It is located approximately 3.1 miles from Nampa Fire Station number 1 with an 8-minute response time. So the commission was required to provide findings in accordance with Chapter 25 criteria for a CUP. You will need to use these same criteria if you choose to overturn their decision or if you do agree with their determination. We received a significant amount of public input that is included in your packet and was set in front of you after we had turned in our staff report. We got some more, so they were given to you today in paper form. Their comments included concerns about traffic, density, compatibility, low-income housing, and crime, along with some other items. With the original CUP, there were also comments from building, parks, police, fire, and engineering with their standard development requirements. The details of this project that are listed in your staff report include the surrounding land uses and zoning, the distance to schools, the compass analysis that indicates that there are more jobs that are needed in this area, and a revised lot coverage chart that the applicant provided, and a statement of amenities that would include a tot lot, a sports court, a clubhouse with a pool, and all central to the development. Also in your staff report, there was a breakdown of the plan details that included the sizes of units and the buildings and the parking that would be provided in the carriage houses, under carports, and in the open spaces. So he showed you the comparison. His pictures were prettier. So he did talk about how he moved the taller buildings to the center and moved the shorter buildings to to the perimeter to try to make it more compatible for those neighbors. Should council choose to reverse the denial of the Planning and Zoning Commission's decision, the original conditions of approval would apply to that project. They include construction of a pathway, complying with other standards from city departments that are involved in the review of this project, and a required traffic impact study that would provide mitigation measures. So with that, and based on the testimony that you will hear tonight, these are the proposed motions. I will stand for any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Kristen?
Mayor?
Yes.
Just a couple things for clarification. So the proposed property is surrounded by Canyon County. So it would be like an island to itself in the city.
Thank you, Mayor, Councilwoman Levi. Yeah, so it kind of is an island. It's got the one piece of RA there to the east that is a single-family home. And it just touches on the corner with that stream, Eagle Stream subdivision to the north, but otherwise, yeah, it is surrounded by Canyon County property.
And then I've been looking through the packet. I looked through it yesterday, today, and then I was looking through it just again, and I don't know if I missed it. Did the Nampa Police Department make any comments or give us any feedback?
This one was prior to when we started requiring that from them. So I do not have a report back from them.
In the future, if we don't have the report, would you please get it before we go?
Yes.
I would appreciate that very much. And actually, we could do the math. Right? All we're looking for is with 252 single-family dwellings, what the average occupancy, which isn't that easy because some are 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units, so it's hard to get. I mean, that would take a little bit to figure out the total anticipated unless you have that, what the total occupancy might be, and then we can factor what that
It is stated in the report. It says about 740.
740, okay. Okay, approximately 1 officer. Thank you. That answers that. Thank you, approximately 1 officer. Thank you. A little less there. Thank you. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
This is a public hearing, and Debbie, how many do we have signed up to testify this evening?
Around, if this goes, 70?
Okay. So in addition to the 70, I do have, and there must be some outside and some online. I'm not sure how many are online.
Well, and they're not all wanting to speak, but they just signed up.
Okay. So I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I am going to go name by name. And if someone is signed up but doesn't want to speak, I'd like you, if they say that they're in support of or in opposition to Debbie, we want to make note of that. We did receive a letter that I passed out to council that just came in just recently, someone not here, that has been distributed to council. At the conclusion of those present, I'm going to go ahead and go through the written documentation that we have received, just to acknowledge receipt of it, and that way we can acknowledge what has come through. And the reason for that is that we received it in such a timely, the council didn't receive it until today. And we will correct that, but I want to ensure a fair process that we acknowledge and go over everything that we've received. So this is going to take a while, but it's important to the process. And that's the one thing that that's important, is that we adhere to process and the proper process that we go through. So I do want to encourage everyone, we have 3 minutes. Each person has 3 minutes to speak. When you come forward, I won't tell everybody this, come forward quickly between each person. Please state your name and your address. And then if someone is actually here present and you want to just say, I support the person that just spoke ahead of me, it will be duly noted. Sometimes more is not better. I will say that because it can be really long. So if someone has already stated something that you're in agreement with, feel free to just acknowledge that, but do come forward and give us your name and address. Or if we've got it correctly already here, you may not even have to do that, but we do need to know, who's here, and I want to note everyone so that we have a good process in place. So I think if we're ready, is there anything I could be missing? Legal, are we good to go? Do you have any comments, questions, concerns? Nope. Okay. So Debbie, you have the list.
So you want me to Read everybody's name.
Read the first name on the list.
Alan Garrett, opposition and didn't wish to speak.
Okay, then you can go to the next one.
Alicia Smith, in opposition but didn't wish to speak. Amanda and Joe Spurgeon, opposition, didn't wish to speak. Amy Rensterston, opposition, didn't wish to speak. Audra and Jason Dressen, opposition and didn't wish to speak. Aubrey Hopkins, opposition, didn't wish to speak. Barry Galloway, opposition, didn't wish to speak. Brenda Matston, opposition, didn't wish to speak. Brooke Colquitt, opposition, didn't wish to speak. Byron Starry, opposition, didn't wish to speak. Chris Torgerson, opposition, didn't wish to speak. Krista Montgomery, opposition, didn't wish to speak. Christine Torgenston, opposition and didn't wish to speak. Deborah Haverman, didn't wish to speak and is opposition. Deborah Stephenson Padilla, opposition, didn't wish to speak. Donna Anderson, opposition, didn't wish to speak. Elizabeth Drack, opposition and didn't wish to speak. Fern Brandt, in favor and wishing to speak.
Go ahead and state your name and address. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. My name is Fern. My address is 1920 Ventura Drive. I live approximately 2 miles west of the proposed development. I'm also the case manager for the Nearly Home Rapid Rehousing Program, which assists families in obtaining housing. We do that by offering both financial and supportive services, including case management, to ensure that the families become self-sufficient as quickly as possible. I could stand up here and tell you that before COVID, we were able to house people in about 30 days. Now it's taking 7 to 8 months because of the lack of affordable housing. Our families are required to fit within the FMR, which is the fair market rate. So for a 2-bedroom, that's $1,002. Currently in Nampa, 2 bedrooms are renting for up to $2,000. This doesn't include all the stress we're putting on our community services, such as our healthcare system, as well as our food banks, because people are having to spend so much money on their rent, they can't afford to pay for basic needs. This is just some of the reasons we should be promoting and supporting affordable workforce housing. But what I really wanted to share with you today is how I have witnessed personally the way in which affordable housing has benefited not only families, but our community as a whole. In March of 2020, we were able to house a single mother of 4 at the Berkshire Apartments. At time of move-in, her rent was $778. During her time in the program, she was able to increase her income from $10 an hour to $16 an hour. She was able to buy her she was able to pay off her car loan and purchase a commuter car for her work outright with some of the stimulus money she received. During case management, we worked to build her credit and her savings. And at the time of graduation, in addition to her savings, she had put 2 months of her rent aside. In April, she was able to renew her house, and her rent only went up $12, so she now pays $790. Had she not been able to renew her home, she most likely would have had to move out of Nampa and lose her entire support system. But because this productive member of our community was able to renew her affordable home, she continues to save money, build her savings, and is planning to purchase a home in the next couple of years. She would not have been able to build this new life for her and her family without the benefits of affordable workforce housing. And one of the many reasons I support developments such as
the Copper Depot. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Can I ask her a question?
Yes.
Can you come back? Can I ask her-
Yes, yes, you may.
Is your facility federally supported?
Pardon?
Is your facility federally supported?
Yes.
So the $700, there's an additional amount that you receive. So are we talking parity of what they're developing versus what you currently offer due to the government support that you receive?
So we can help out financially, but they have to stay in the fair market rate. So the 778 just happened to be what that apartment was going for at the time.
I was just
Is that
trying
what
to
you're
figure
asking?
out if they're not supported with federal funds like your facility is, it's not a true equal comparison is what I'm trying to get to. Is that an accurate statement or not?
I guess I'm not understanding what you're
I
asking.
think you work for, did you say Catch?
No,
Oh,
but
sorry.
a similar program.
A
Very
similar program? Okay, so it's an agency, not a location? It's an
Yes.
agency that
Yes,
provides,
yes.
it's an agency that provides financial support to help
Correct.
offset the costs.
As well as supportive
For
services.
rapid
So,
rehousing.
yes.
Yes.
So we're
be able
trying
to-
to get the family self-sufficient as quickly as possible.
So you'd be able to do the same offering in this location? if it was
Correct, yes, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And next,
Janelle Roxy. And she was opposed and didn't want to speak. Joe Shipley, opposed and didn't want to speak. Julie Vincent, opposed, didn't want to speak. Ken Sparks, opposed, didn't want to speak.
Debbie, I'm going to pause you right there. I had a question that came up, and that was, when we're saying they're opposed, are they opposed to the denial or opposed to the project? I was asked that for clarification because they sent in their opposition, and I want to, add two things. Do they all live in this city? Are they all opposed to the project, and do they live in the city or do they live in the county? Do we know the locations?
I have addresses, but I don't have Nampa, Caldwell.
You don't have any idea of knowing where they live? Okay. Okay, thank you. You can continue.
Lawrence Montgomery, opposed, didn't wish to speak. Leslie Contos, opposed, didn't wish to speak. Lisa Wilhite, opposed, didn't wish to speak. Lynn Brown, opposed, didn't wish to speak. Margaret McCowan, opposed, didn't wish to speak. Mary Treppinger, opposed, didn't wish to speak. Megan Manlove, in favor, and didn't wish to speak.
And Megan Manlove sent us a letter, and council, that letter was provided in your packet at your table.
Melanie Greer, opposed, didn't wish to speak. Michael Smith, opposed, didn't wish to speak. Michelle Lillywhite, opposed and didn't wish to speak. Milton Eitland, opposed, didn't wish to speak. Nancy Tuttle, in favor, wishing to speak.
Nancy Tuttle, 1620 West Blaine Avenue. Good evening, Mayor Kling and council members. I'm the housing specialist for the Salvation Army Community Family Shelter. I have lived in Nampa for 8 years. I work with individuals and families experiencing homelessness. I'm in favor of supporting the Copper Depot development on Amity and Grays Lane. I want to let you know what I have experienced in the 2 months that I have been in this position. I am working with people who have lived in Nampa their whole lives, people who are proud to be from Idaho and proud to be from the city of Nampa. Unfortunately, those people are experiencing a housing crisis in a landlord's market. What I mean by that is the fact that landlords are asking people to make 3 times the rent, a credit score of 600 or more, rents that are outrageous, and application fees just to be on a wait list that could be a year or more longer. We have heard it said if you can't afford to live in Nampa, then you should move somewhere else. With the Copper Depot development, the citizens of Nampa can afford to live in Nampa. We're not asking City Council to approve free housing. This is for the Nampa workforce. We are not asking City Council to fix the housing crisis. We're asking for support and collaboration. We understand that to get through this housing crisis, it must be a community-wide effort through partnerships. We have been in communication with different developers similar to Copper Depot that want to build workforce housing units that are beneficial to the city of Nampa and the citizens of Nampa. We understand that we must work with community stakeholders. The Copper Depot developers have heard and are working on the neighbor concerns. We must bring our community together to fix the housing crisis. Copper Depot is a housing opportunity for the wildfire fighters that have to stay in hotels because there are no vacancies, for the single mom working overnights at Amazon who needs a safe place to sleep during the day. This is for the senior couple that has been on fixed income, that have been pushed out and priced out of their homes that they have been in for 20 years because their landlords have raised the rent exponentially. This development is for the family that experiences homelessness for the first time, scared of their family being torn apart by CPS because they literally just can't find a vacancy. We're starting to become a community that values gain and profit over housing our children that are experiencing homelessness. Children that were born in our hospitals, children that attend our schools, play in our parks, swim at the rec center, and shop at our stores. Copper Depot is just a glimpse of hope for the citizens of Nampa. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you.
Nathan Roscom is in favor and wishes to speak.
Oh man, I just lost my document. Oh, my sincere apologies. Can you go to the next person? I apologize.
I have Nikki Lee in favor, wishing to speak.
Nikki Lee, 13317 Peaceful Way, Nampa. Mayor, council members, thank you so much for the time this evening. I teach social work at NNU, and one of the things that I love teaching my students about is advocating for the vulnerable and recognizing what trauma does to the brain. So one of the conversations we have a lot, particularly because I've been connected with the Salvation Army shelter, homeless shelter, and been on that committee for the last few years, is we talk about what happens in your brain when you experience the trauma of homelessness or near homelessness. And this happens to adults and kids. So if you remember from your Psychology 101 class where we talked about Maslow's hierarchy of needs and the needs at the bottom that have to be met first before you can move into those higher level thinking, which is safety, which is housing, which is food. And if we want our Nampa residents, our children in school or our adults to be healthy, to be able to communicate well, to be able to navigate relationships well, they have to have those basic needs met, because the frontal lobe of our brain uses higher level thinking. It's higher up on that pyramid. So obviously, have you seen, as you know, there's a housing crisis, and the people that are getting pushed out of housing, the people who are working full time but aren't able to afford their single family rental, are the people in this 60% of medium area income range. And if you own properties, if you own rental properties, which some of you do, which my parents do, it's hard to ask individuals to reduce their income, to reduce their rent to 60% of market value to be able to have these families afford housing. But I think that Copper Depot coming in really provides an incredible opportunity for Nampa to really target this group of people that are Nampa citizens, that are Nampa taxpayers, that are part of our community, but aren't able to catch up with the current rise of rental costs. So a few key points. The fact that Copper Depot is targeting households at 60%, I think is incredible. And the fact that they are proposing 252 units, which as we think about what are other solutions, how are we gonna fill this gap of 3,000 households that need some sort of affordable housing? A large chunk of 252 units seems like an incredible opportunity as opposed to picking 20 here and 2 here and 5 here. So as you're making your decisions, I do know that one of the things that I've heard lately is the fact that these high residential apartment complexes don't generate the tax revenue that other units might. But I think that it's also important to think about future costs of what happens to our kids and adults when they're not in safe and stable housing, and how that's going to affect our schools and other costs in the future. So thanks for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your patience. Nathan Roskam, 217 South Power Line. Mayor Kling, honorable council members, first, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude and appreciation for the work you all put in to fulfill your duties as officials elected to listen, to advocate for, represent, and at times fight for all the residents of the city of Nampa. My family and I live at 217 South Power Line and own multiple properties within around a mile radius of the Copper Depot project. I'm speaking today in favor of the conditional use permit for Copper Depot. I'm an advocate for working with the city, local organizations, and individual landlords and property management companies on continuing to provide accessible housing. My wife and I are landlords ourselves, and we have made intentional decisions to keep our rents on average 20% below market rate. I also am working to build a network of landlords who ever desire to do the same thing, and to use our influence as property managers to find solutions ourselves. I'm also a pastor who leads a church in North Nampa that has 2 residential units, one of which is already subsidized by Section 8, and 2 buildable lots we desire to use to find ways to help with the affordable housing crisis. I'm not someone who's expecting the city to do everything, in part because you cannot. The city needs the support of the private sector, nonprofits, faith communities, and innovative parties in the construction world like Autovol and citizens like me. I believe that our city leaders are at a critical juncture to make decisions that will advocate for, represent, and indeed fight for the growing population in our city who are underrepresented. I believe city leaders are doing their best in situations that are difficult and only becoming more difficult with outside forces like HB 389, a global pandemic, and national tension. My hope is we continue to make housing accessibility, not just affordability, possible for our friends and neighbors. I'm talking about my wife's colleague who is a single mother teaching full-time in a local charter school and unable to purchase a home. I'm talking about my friends who are a dual income family, one who is a pastor, who have put one child through college and are about to start with number 2 and are needing to move and cannot purchase a home, nor can they find affordable rentals. My hope is these friends of mine can have the same story as my friend Marilyn, who now lives in Trinity's New Hope housing because the city made difficult choices over 20 years ago to intentionally partner with organizations that help create accessible housing for our neighbors and our friends. Earlier, I used the term accessible housing, which I think is a better term than affordable housing. In part, I advocate for a different term because of the inappropriate and offensive stereotypes drawn of our friends and neighbors who are seeking affordable housing. I would encourage the council to help opponents of affordable housing understand that real people are behind the housing crisis and lead them in ways that resist fear-mongering over property values and home safety. The home my family owns is on South Power Line, thankfully, is surrounded by a mix of single-family homes and multifamily units, the likes of which some would say decrease property value. We have not experienced that. I think it should be also go on record that in this day, there is probably virtually nothing that will have a negative impact on the property values in Nampa. Just ask Zillow. Whether or not you approve this conditional use permit, I would like to go on record as saying the city council needs to make some steps to show it is actively doing something to address this need. I'm sure there are things you are doing that I've missed, and I apologize and would love to know what those are. But I am aware of several projects that have been blocked, and that trend needs to stop. Thank you for your time, your leadership, and for listening to all the constituents you represent, not just the ones who talk the loudest.
Thank you.
I have Paula Crawford, opposed, not wishing to speak. Paulette Francisco, opposed, not wishing to speak. Rebecca Johnston, opposed, not wishing to speak. Sandra Solicito, opposed and not wishing to speak. Sandra Sparks, opposed, not wishing to speak. Sandy Ellis, opposed, not wishing to speak. Sharon Becken, opposed, not wishing to speak. Susan Housen, opposed, not wishing to speak. Tamlin Job, she's opposed and she does wish to speak.
Tamlin, do you happen to be online?
I am online.
Great, thank you. Go ahead and share your name and address, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Tamlin Job. I live at 4113 East Hayseed Court in Nampa. I live in the Meadows, which is right across the street from where this is going to be built. And all the houses where we live are 1 and 2 story houses. They're not 3, like this apartment building is a 3-story apartment building, several of them. And I realize that they have revised some of them along the one edge to 2-story buildings, but the 3-story buildings is still a very huge building to have to drive past. Secondly, I wish to address the traffic that's on Gray's Lane. Right now it is only a 2-lane road, and I've heard not only at the last meeting, but this meeting, that they wish to widen it to a 5-lane road. But at this time, no one's brought up how far down the road that's going to be, how what the timeline of having that done is. And there's been several horrific accidents right there on Gray's Lane in Amity. I've almost been rear-ended several times on that road. So it's the traffic, and having more traffic there, and especially anyone who's driven that Amity Road during the high peak traffic hours knows that it becomes very congested. Gray's Lane, it's also a 2-lane road. So just having that much more traffic in the area just doesn't, I'm opposed to having it. It might be a little bit different if that road of Amity Road was already widened, but it's not. So that's my thoughts on it, is I'm opposed to it, mostly because of the traffic and for the 3-story building. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And next?
Terry Ferrero Myers, opposed, not wishing to speak. Todd King, opposed, not wishing to speak. William Beveridge, opposed and wishing to speak.
Okay, that first name again?
William.
Hello?
Hi, William. Are you online?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. Go ahead and state your name and address, and feel free to share with us your thoughts.
Yes, my name's William Beveridge, and I live at 200 South Buttercup Court here in the Meadows at Park Ridge subdivision. I'm the president of the HOA, and I'm representing 284 homes that live here. I hate to be chiming in with the last person that is a resident of our subdivision, but our concerns are that the traffic is such that this area is predominantly single-family homes up and down Gray's Lane. And the idea that you can just come in and drop in high-density 252 units and hundreds of cars without a huge impact with some Band-Aid measures on the road is ill-conceived and unsupported by our community. We support the concept of trying to find affordable housing for our community, but it seems like every bare lot that shows up, then there comes a proposal to just dump some kind of a complex of high density into it. The corner of Amity and Gray's Lane is very congested. In the mid-afternoons, the school buses are coming through those areas between Gray's Lane and up and down Amity. Additional cars, and I know growth is coming, but the transition from single-family homes to a large-scale, multi-story complex seems to be incompatible and doesn't mesh with the overall area. And therefore, we ask that the City Council deny the appeal and follow the recommendations of the Planning Commission. Thank you for listening, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak and represent our community.
Thank you. And next?
Aaron Fletcher, in favor, wishing to speak.
Good day, Mayor, and good day, City Council members. My name's Aaron Fletcher. I'm a case manager for the PATH program. It's here in Napa. I'm here to read a letter to you by Pastor Tony Johnson, Director of Care House Partnerships. I'm writing you this letter to encourage your support of the Copper Depot Affordable Family Apartment Community by providing the Inland Group a conditional use permit for this development. As one whose organization comes in contact with many individuals in our community struggling to find affordable housing, I can affirm that the need for the Napa City Council to approve an apartment community such as this. Napa is quickly becoming a community like many metroplexes across our country, where people working in the businesses that keep the cities going cannot afford to live in that community. While some companies are now raising their starting pay to what some call livable wages, those wages are not keeping up with the cost of housing in our community. In 2019, American Community Survey by the U.S. Census estimates that nearly 36,000 people live in Napa live at or below 200% of the federal poverty level. That translates to a single individual who makes less than $25,000 per year and a family of four with a household income less of $52,000 per year. This survey also sheds light on how these lower income wages are impacting individuals and families' housing situations. As we all know, and the report affirms, rental prices in our community have increased significantly, some upwards of 32% in the last 3 years. With this, the community assessment found that 41% of renters in Canyon County are at cost burden relating to their housing expenses. This means that their rent fees are more than 30% of their household income. In reviewing the plans presented by the Inland Group related to the Copper Depot development, it appears they have met all zoning, code, and community expectations that the City of Napa asks of developers for such a development. They have worked to adjust their plans to appease the concerns of the neighbors so that their site plan will add value to the neighborhood. From what I have read, the Inland Group is going above and beyond the City of Napa's expectations for development seeking a conditional use permit. The Inland Group's efforts are to create a development plan that meets and exceeds the City of Napa requirements for conditional use permit, and because of the Inland Group's apparent strong history of creating quality housing opportunities for the communities and clientele they have worked in, I would ask that the City of Napa approve the conditional use permit for the Copper Depot development. And that's Pastor Tony Johnson. Thank you.
Thank you.
Margie Potter, in favor and wishing to speak.
Of course I am.
Hello, Mayor and Council. And of course, you're going to hear from me. Debbie, before you start my time, Margie Potter, 1811 North Cobble Way, and I need to make note of something. Some people had signed up in favor online, and for some reason, it did not show up in your packets, because you know I'm a council nerd, and I read your packet. And so, also, what happened was there was, hold on a second here, let me get this. Oh, also, Matt Jameson had put in a letter at Planning and Zoning. I happened to be at that Planning and Zoning meeting. he put in a letter in favor, and it was noted at the Planning and Zoning meeting, but I did not see that in the Planning and Zoning minutes, and it's not in your packet either. So I just wanted to make note of that before my 3 minutes starts.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have, in the packets that I just gave you, there's over 260 signatures from Nampa citizens that are in favor of this development. Some of them, I want to make note really quick that that we did a change.org one at first and found out that was not very well because it was defaulting people's addresses to Boise, and I know how much our Nampa council and mayor and us want to make sure we're addressing Nampa citizens. So some of the people on there as well assigned were from Caldwell and surrounding areas is because they work in Nampa and they've been pushed out of Nampa. So they did sign as well. And then there's 3 letters in there that are from Pastor Tony Johnson that was read. I think Nate read the letter from Pastor Megan, but you have that. And also Chloe Hansen from the Flying M Coffee Garage as a business owner wrote a letter as well, and that will be read by Pam Peterson. Okay, so I'm just going to read you this petition, I guess it's called, from the city of Nampa, or from citizens. It starts out, Dear Nampa City Council, City of Nampa Vision Statement. Nampa is a caring community where people live, work, play, worship, and raise their families. It is a place of economic opportunity with an independent spirit and unique identity. We are writing to urge you to support your community by supporting the new development known as Copper Depot. With rental prices increasing exponentially, many Nampa locals are finding themselves priced out and are pushed out of the community. Families and individuals are now experiencing homelessness in the city they have called their home their entire lives. The proposed affordable workforce housing would provide Nampa with 250 plus new housing units, allowing the people who serve and work in the community we love to continue to live and work in Nampa. New developments need to be built throughout the housing spectrum as it is a huge need in our community. Low vacancy rates, high rents, and low wages are all economic barriers for many citizens of Nampa, which does not align with the City of Nampa's vision statement. In December of 2015, the average price of a 2-bedroom apartment in Nampa was $695 per month. As of May 2021, the average 2-bedroom is $1,350 per month, and you know it's all gone up since even this. So it's a striking 64% difference within 5 years. As the City Nampa website states, Nampa is committed to being a safe and healthy community where people prosper. As the population of people experiencing homelessness grows, we urge your support of the new affordable workforce development. It is difficult to prosper when you have no place to call home. That gets me every time. By supporting the development of Copper Depot, it would allow those working in the city of Nampa to live safe, healthy, prosperous lives. It will also allow for economic opportunities, give citizens an independent spirit and the opportunity to have a unique identity. The City of Nampa website shows teamwork as one of its values. We believe that to win the battle against homelessness, poverty, and discrimination, it must be a community-wide effort through teamwork. By supporting the Copper Depot development on Amity and Grays Lane and other affordable workforce housing developments, you are supporting the vision of the City of Nampa. And I'm going to make one more comment because he's going to tell me to get out. Fire station number 7 is closing on its property, think this week or next week, which is on 2nd Street South and Southside Boulevard, which is 0.9 miles away from the development. And it's 2 minutes drive time. So thanks. Oh, did I really have 30 seconds remaining? Because I'll take it. Thanks.
Thank you, Margie.
I do have a question for her, Mayor, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Margie, would you please come back? And I know you're so dedicated to this issue, and your heart goes out to these people, I know that, and it's really tough to hear this. But do you know how many apartment complexes that this council and the mayor have approved?
Say that again, Councilman Rodriguez.
Okay, I'll just tell you the last part of it.
Go ahead and pull your microphone up
Yeah, I can,
close.
it's hard to
Yeah,
hear
I
out
think-
here.
Thank you.
It's a difficult situation that we're dealing with in these terrible times of homeowners and high taxes and services that we are having to provide. But this council and mayor have approved apartments in this area, in Nampa. Do you know how many projects that we have approved?
I do not know the answer to that, how many you have approved, even though you know I do go to every city council meeting. But I will say I've seen a lot turned down, and the ones that you have approved have not been actual affordable workforce housing that require the FMR. And so in my recollection of what has happened at city council, I would not say that you have, I know of one that you have through PEDCor that you have approved. And, well, actually, you didn't approve, the Planning and Zoning Commission approved.
Okay,
So,
that's all I had.
anybody else?
Thank you.
Bring it.
I have Lindsay Morlock. She's in favor, but she doesn't wish to speak. Catherine McMurray, in favor and wishes to speak.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name's Katie McMurray. Address is 1412 4th Street South. I am the director at the Salvation Army Community Family Shelter. I wanted to address the great need for affordable workforce housing in Nampa. At work, I hear day after day from people who are about to lose their home, have lost their home, and are getting pushed out of town by the market prices. 2 months ago, I even had an employee of mine mention that they're thinking about moving to Oregon because they cannot afford to live in Nampa any longer. I also live in the area where the developer would like to build the affordable workforce housing. I do believe that it would be a much-needed improvement to the area. And no, there are always concerns about police and fire needs when a new development is pitched to the council. For people who already live in Nampa and are doubled up or tripled up in houses and apartments, this should not increase the number of service calls since they're already in our city. For this reason, I do not see how it would add to police and fire needs. I can tell you that all the families that are currently residing in our shelter have monthly income. These families are not able to go online and apply for the current listings because it is outside of their affordability. 71% of the families currently in the shelter have at least one household member who's working. These Nampa workers need somewhere reasonably priced that they can move where they can have stable housing. Thank you.
Mayor, thank you. Yes.
May I ask her a question?
Yes.
You had read in there about, let me try this again, because I just want to get to my question. So will these apartments be specific to Nampa residents?
That I'm not sure.
The reason I'm asking it, this is a very important question, because we have developers coming before us, and we've had them in this past year, said they're building affordable housing. And my city council nerd back there will know my favorite question to ask is define affordable. So they define affordable, but then I find out that the people that are actually living there are not people from Nampa. They're people that have moved in, or they're people from other communities that are moving in. And so that's something that we deal with, that I want you to realize is we're trying, but then we have no control, and we can't put something in conditions of approval that's our Nampa specific. And I remember when they built the Mercy Creek Apartments, and the thought process was that that would help relieve some of the burden for the people here in Nampa of the 55 and over community. And as I have spoken with people that are connected with that project and that live there, they tell me how many people live there that are not Nampa residents, and it's over half. And so that's a big concern that I have, and I hope that that's a concern that you have too, is that we can build these affordable housing, but there's no guarantee it's going to go to Nampa residents.
Right.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, next.
Nikki Mastis?
Is that you, Nikki? Thank you. We'll let you restate your name and address as you come forward.
In favor, and she wishes to speak.
My name is Nikki Maestas, and I live at 3003 Kingsgate Drive in Nampa. I live near the area where the developer would like to build the affordable workforce housing, and I believe it would be an improvement to the aesthetic of that area. I also am glad to hear that the developer would like to improve the roads in the area. To me, this is a huge benefit that they are willing to put money into our city, which is unique for a developer. It shows they are committed to the livability of our city, that this area is slated to change regardless of this development being approved or not, so why not allow some affordable workforce housing? Thank you.
Thank you. I think we have about 18 more to go. Just got the update, so.
Natalia Sandoval, in favor, wishing to speak.
Natalie Sandoval, 1112 East Dewey Avenue here in Nampa. I'll be brief. I am in favor of this project. I am privileged enough to serve as the Region 3 Housing Coalition Chair, which serves 9 counties in the southwestern part of the state. I'm also lucky enough to be on the board of Jesse Tree, which is an organization that serves Canyon and Ada County on homeless prevention. And I also work for Nampa School District as the homeless education liaison, serving our students that are experiencing homelessness. So this is certainly something I'm incredibly passionate about. If you would have asked me 18 years ago that I was going to spend my life's work in social work working in housing and homelessness, I would have said, no way. I was in a rather rural area in Missouri and really thought that homelessness was an urban issue. It's not. What I see in our families in the district today is crisis level. We are seeing families, like everybody has said, being displaced. That experience is then putting them into homelessness. That is traumatic and certainly incredibly hard to recover from once you enter that homeless system. I believe we can prevent homelessness. I believe we can prevent that from happening. I absolutely think it is a solvable problem. We are not Seattle or Portland, and I say that out of respect and much love for those cities. But what I am seeing is steps in that direction that if we don't do something quickly, we're going to have a major crisis on our hands. We aren't going to build our way out of this. I don't think that is the only solution. I think it's going to take creativity and innovative policy. But I do believe building units that are accessible should be part of a prevention strategy. I'm not okay telling the families that I serve that there's no space for you in our community. That's not the Nampa that I believe we are. I believe we are a community that through creativity, innovative strategies, and some tough decisions, we can create a place for our neighbors. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor? Yes. Natalie, may I ask you a question? Everybody on this bench knows that my day job, I work with a lot of these people. So I have a little more insight into some of this. But where are we currently working right now to house families and children?
Well, so our first and awesome option is Salvation Army Family Shelter. That is great for our community. However, I think they would reiterate there's never enough space. We have families that are waiting. Valley Women and Children's Shelter, part of Boise Rescue Mission, really wonderful as well. However, that only serves single women with children, and if they have a male child over the age of 13-ish, that gets a little tricky. They can't stay there. Men's Lighthouse, as you probably know, is for men 18 and older, but that has been closed for several months now. So where we see our families starting to stay are more and more at hotels, if they're lucky enough to have enough income to do that. That's incredibly expensive. So when you think of the amount of dollars that a family is spending to stay in a hotel, that could be over a month's worth of rent. Then you also have families that are in tiny rooms that's, yes, that can be doable, but it's not the greatest place for a kid to be growing up and getting busing from the hotel to school. Other than that, we are out of options. We are seeing more and more families in cars, and that is really scary for our families. We're working with some faith communities on trying to create some safe parking space for them. So I don't know, Councilwoman Mucci, if that answers that.
So you did. So right now, we are resorting to putting families in church parking lots with portable restrooms because there is no place to house them. And I know the Not in My Backyard continues to come up, but where?
Yeah.
If not in my neighborhood where
Yeah.
it's not dignifiable or safe to house children in parking lots.
Yeah.
And
And-
it is an issue that we are all going to have to come to grips with. I don't know what the answer is, but I know that I couldn't look somebody in the face at night and say, I hope your child sleeps well in a parking lot.
Yeah.
When we have other options.
Yeah, and I will just tell you again really briefly that even as a district staff, we are preparing our staff, our teachers, our counselors, that they need to be prepared for dealing with kiddos in their classroom that are staying in their car on a nightly basis. That's a really different, as Nikki was saying, that's a really different traumatic experience that those staff are having to deal with. So we, even as a district, are having to adapt to what we're seeing our kids come into school with. And so I ask our community to be adaptable. And make tough decisions that I know my neighbors see things very differently. And out of much respect for them, but we've got to make some change. So thank you.
Thank you.
Kyra Hurt, in favor and wishes to speak.
So is Kyra present or online? She had to leave? Okay. So she was in favor? Okay.
Rodney Cook, in favor and wishes to speak.
Hello, my name is Rodney Cook. I am actually a resident of the Community Family Shelter at the Salvation Army at 1412 4th Street South. I'm very, very nervous.
You know what? I get nervous standing there too, so don't worry about it.
I'm a single father of 5 children. My job is very, very tough. I've been here for about 2 years. I've been working full-time in those 2 years at Brown Bus Company, driving all of our wonderful children to school. That's not an easy job, but I am trusted with it. And when I'm not driving, I'm taking care of those wonderful buses. So I have the means, I have the ability, I have the job. There is nothing out there that I can afford. And every day I have to try to explain to my children why we can't live in a house, why we can't live in an apartment, why we have to live in a 15 by 15 box at Salvation Army. I try to do our best I can. 2 of my children are, I forgot the word right now, but they have seizures. So they have to have special medical that we have to drive to. It's really not easy, and we would love to be able to have a place like this that we can go to and get a foothold, because we're at the precipice. We're right there at the doorway. We just can't go in. There's a lot of things that are preventing that. My oldest daughter just turned 16, and in this great state, you can work at 16. So the day he turned 16, he got a job at Golden Corral just to help pay for a place. And I mean, that's great. It feels great, but as a father, it kind of it really hurts that I have to have my children's help to take care of my children. And I'm in favor of building this place because there's a lot of people that I've met in the shelter, out of the shelter, at my job, at the store, that hear the story and they are the same. And we like to help. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brian Warwick, opposed and wishing to speak.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Appreciate the opportunity to speak with you. My name is Brian Warwick, 403 Buckskin Drive. We live in the half-acre lot subdivision directly to the north of the proposed development. As a professional engineer registered in the state of Idaho, I have a professional duty to care for the public health, safety, and welfare. That is our creed as engineers. I look at this issue through that lens as well as an adjacent property owner. So I look at it through both lenses. And this project will be detrimental to the health, safety, and welfare of the residents of Nampa, including those that they are proposing would live in this development. Vehicle traffic is a huge concern. The developer has offered up some Band-Aids for the traffic, but really that's all they are, is Band-Aids. The one entrance onto Grays Lane will turn Grays Lane into a major thoroughfare for anyone headed to the freeway. They would not sit to try and make a left turn onto Amity to get to the roundabout to go to the freeway. They'll just race up Grays Lane as well. Pedestrian traffic hasn't been mentioned at all and was barely addressed in the traffic study, but there are no continuous sidewalks from this development to anywhere. Up and down Amity Road on either side, up and down Grays Lane on either side. So the kids that are walking to Columbia High School have no sidewalks to walk on. They'll be walking in the street or in the weeds. Same with elementary kids. The middle school's far enough away you kind of have to ride a bus. You know, as an engineer, I work on a lot of projects. A lot of things might look good on paper, but when you get out in the weeds, in the field, and you really study the situation, things don't always work out like they do on paper. And this traffic situation is one of those. If any of you have occasion to go park and watch what's happening in this part of town during rush hour, you will see that. I was a young professional. I was a young married. I lived in apartments. I worked really hard to be able to move away from that type of living to a single-family residential neighborhood with extremely large lots because I wanted my space. And I really don't want this in my backyard. There's been a lot of people tonight that have expressed the need for affordable housing, and I can't argue with them, but I don't. Number one, most of them don't even live in this Amity and Grays Lane community. And number two, I don't see any of them proposing to put it in their backyard, wherever they do live. Amity Road is a natural barrier. A development of this type would be probably acceptable on the south side of Amity Road. It would insulate us from that development. And then P&Z has set precedent with the Aberdeen Springs development. It was proposed to be fourplexes and duplexes, and they reduced that to single family. And that is just on the other side of the wedding event center. So in conclusion, planning and zoning got this determination right. This is the wrong development in the wrong place at the wrong time, and I ask that you uphold their decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wendy Warwick, opposed and wishing to speak.
My name's Wendy Warwick, 403 Buckskin Drive in Nampa. Agree with everything that my husband said. Just want to make just a point that I'm personally not against the affordable housing. That's not what my opposition is. It's the safety, the traffic, and what would be happening at that intersection. He mentioned the sidewalks. My daughter walks to school, to the elementary school Sashtir, she goes to Park Ridge, which she has to go down Grays Lane to get to. And she has to cross Grays Lane and cross back a number of times to get to school. So not safe at all. And so when you add that, those apart, like that many more people on there, those children will be attending that school, and it's not a safe place. And again, like he said, there's nothing on Amity for the kids to also be getting to Columbia. But again, the traffic is a big concern of mine also. So like I said, I agree with a lot of stuff that he said. Thank you.
Thank you.
Vicky Coban, in favor and wants to speak.
I'm Vicki McMinn Coburn. I live at 609 South Grays Lane, Nampa, Idaho, and I am for this development. Madam Mayor, Council, I have owned the property since 1994. Across Grays Lane was a cornfield that the deer used to run out of, a 2-lane lane and a small bridge over the canal. Park Ridge Meadows was proposed for development. I organized Grays Lane for the hearings. Many residents had different concerns regarding it. Our attitude was, development is going to happen. What can we do to make it pleasant to us? So let's make sure our concerns are addressed so we can all be good neighbors. One major concern for me was the road of which was widened and the bridge was removed, bridge was removed. I will be the property most directly impacted by Copper Depot. I ask for a privacy fence, trees, landscaping to block the view of the apartments from my house, of which I am staying at. I'm not moving. Also, impact of traffic on Amity and Grays Lane. I wanted a traffic light at Grays Lane and Amity, especially with the apartments and houses that are being considered on the 123-acre land that is being developed or will be developed, which is the Armour Complex now. There will probably be Grays Lane punched through to make access to everything that's going in across the street. So I know that I heard the city engineer said, absolutely no way are we putting a traffic light there. Perhaps we will, because we're going to have another 200 cars on a 100-acre, however many, on a 100-acre parcel. My dealings and concerns with my buyers has been amazing. They come up with grants to help widen the roads on Grays and Amity. I did not want rabbit hutches to be built on my property. I wanted a top-notch looking development. An Inland Group will provide round-the-clock residential management to address concerns of the residents and the neighbors. I encourage council to approve the proposal. I believe it will be a good buffer for Amity and the residential housing. I have a lot of clients that come in from out of town that also signed our things, and there will be sidewalks built in front of the development. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
I have Randy Coburn.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. My name's Randy Coburn. I'm a co-owner and habitator at 609 South Graves Lane. We're the owners of the property that Inland Group wants to purchase. And my purpose tonight is just to rebuttal some of the concerns that the neighbors have. Some of the ones that they presented is traffic flow and safety concerns, foot traffic and safety concerns, incompatibility with existing neighborhood, property values go down, building heights, crime rates, low-income housing, and crowding and density. I don't think I'm going to have enough time to go through with those enough the time allotted, but I'll do the best I can. So I'm going to start with the important ones here. Incompatibility with existing neighborhood. The opposition tried to use Title 10.10.25 to say that this project on this location was incompatible. In reality, 10.25A1, 2, and 3 shows that the project at this location is compatible with the surrounding area. In no instance does this property abut directly against any residential property other than the property that the parcel is currently associated with, 609 South Graves Lane. The other property that it abuts against is zoned agricultural and is county property, not city. This makes the property where the apartments are going to be built an isolated neighborhood of its own and not being built into an existing neighborhood. There are currently 6 different neighborhoods in the area, including the Meadows, Western Living Estates, Park Ridge, Whistling Heights, Sage Court, and Pheasant Run. All of these are different neighborhoods and have some degree of difference. One example is the Meadows is a home association neighborhood where none of the others are. I think that this would also be an incompatibility, as I really seriously doubt that the rest of the neighborhoods who are not HOA would appreciate living under the restrictions of the Meadows neighborhood. Setbacks and building heights are compatible. Multifamily dwellings can be permitted on commercial business with a conditional use permit as stated in ordinance Title 10, 10, 3, and 2. Further compatibility is also rendered in Title 10, Ordinance 10, 16, 3, and 4. 10, 16, 3 ensures a CUP can be granted, and 10, 16, 4 specifies building height. And the NAMPA includes all that. A permanent fence barrier will be constructed. As further separation, and NAMPA is a growing area, and the neighborhoods are growing, even without change around. But because the area is growing, the neighborhoods are inevitably going to change. And
It is so hard when you have so much more to say.
yeah, I know.
I know.
It only took me 5 minutes to read this at all, but I only got through one page here.
Well, thank you.
Yeah,
Yeah, you
I
can
leave
turn
a
it in.
copy so it can be recorded in the minute?
Yes, you can. You can give it to them. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Ray West in opposition and wishes to speak.
Mayor, Council, thank you. My name is Greg West, 313 Buckskin Drive. I guess I'm to the north of that. Couple of comments here, just reading from the phone here. Majority of the people supporting the development do not live in a neighborhood, so they're not going to be affected by what's going on with the development and the increased traffic. In my opinion, we're putting the cart before the horse. Our rapid growth in our community is causing problems, and this development is not going to help us. The project adds a significant increase in additional vehicles and also increases problems with pedestrian safety. I go on Grays Lane multiple times a day. That's how I get out. The speed on Grays Lane has increased significantly. When Happy Valley was closed, it was really a mess. I'm getting passed on Grays Lane because 35 is not fast enough anymore. So, as Brian said, sidewalks to the school, sidewalks on Amity. We addressed this with the Aberdeen Springs. Aberdeen Springs was reduced in size with the multifamily because traffic was a big issue. Nothing's been done with Amity since Aberdeen Springs. Aberdeen Springs is going down now. So that's been, okay, let's do this, but nothing has happened. The developer says we're going to put in lanes and that we're going to be able to get out on Amity. How? You cannot turn left on Amity from Grays Lane. It's a joke. If you're turning on left on Amity to go on to Grays Lane during the hours, you have to watch out because you're going to get rear-ended. It is a traffic mess there. Sidewalks, there are no sidewalks on Grays Lane on the west side. So if you're going to have kids walk in the Park Ridge School, you don't have sidewalks. Is that going to be addressed? I'm not against affordable housing, but I think the infrastructure has to be addressed before we add more and more development on like this. As P&Z stated, this project is not right for the community, not right for this area. It's just adding too much to the infrastructure, and that's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joe Rumsey opposed and wishes to speak.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. I kind of wanted to make a couple points, and it follows what Brian said earlier. Grays Lane doesn't even have a center line. This is concerning the traffic situation. Grays Lane doesn't even have a center line right now. It's just kind of a small little county road, even though it might be part of the city. Most of it's a county road. There's not even a center line there, and everybody talks about turning left onto Amity, it's right, it's impossible. There's accident after accident after accident there. Until in the last month, there's tons of accidents right there, and the traffic's increasing. We have a lot of people here that are talking about this affordable housing and things that don't live in that community. The people that live in that community know that we're headed for a wreck if we do this. The people that want this affordable housing work in the social system, but they live a long ways away, so it's not in their backyard. I think that's a problem. We have no sidewalks on Grays Lane. And we can't talk about putting a development in the future, hoping that Amity becomes 5 lanes. I mean, that's got to be done first. That's not something that has to be addressed. These guys move out of there, and we're stuck with what we've got. You can't count on that happening. And we don't know that Amity's going to have 5 lanes. We don't, you know. The other thing that we've got is they're trying to put all those houses over there at the old Armor building, or where the Armor was, and all their land. And Kings Road doesn't have any. Kings Road takes up all the slack from South Power Line, the development's over there. And Kings Road doesn't have any sidewalks either. There's no sidewalks to get, you know, and there's a Park Ridge Schools right there in the middle between the two. There's no sidewalks, no skids or right. 1,342 trips on a road without a center line. How's that gonna work out? So that's about all I got, guys.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
I'm not going to ask you to answer this question, but I do want to, Tom, be ready for this one, because I want to know why on earth don't we have sidewalks? So if that is city, and it's a city subdivision, so I'll let you and Jeff be ready for that one, why we don't have sidewalks when it's a city subdivision. Somewhere we did a deferral. Maybe it'll be with planning and zoning, we deferred a sidewalk. Evidently or not, or it wasn't required, or it was county? Is it still county? It was county. Okay. All righty. So we're going to need to get some grants. And I'm sorry, you can speak on the test when you, are you signed up to testify? Okay, so when we get done, we'll let you testify. We'll.
I don't want to testify. I just wanted to say I agree with the last comments. And I want to tell you something about sidewalks.
Wait.
I want sidewalks.
Okay, I'll let you come up.
In that subdivision where I live, I do not want sidewalks. Anyway, that's
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Debbie?
Judy Kleffner, she's opposed, but she wishes not to speak. And then I have Laura Roetto, opposed and wishes to speak.
Mayor Kling and City Council, thanks for hearing us today. I oppose these 250, I live at 66 South Grays Lane. I oppose these 252 apartments based on Planning and Zoning Ordinance 1025-4. And, I think these ordinances have been set and withheld by a lot of good people for a long amount of time, one of which is my father, so that's why I'm a little bit emotional right now. But they're there to ensure our safety in our community, and I'm grateful that we have them. Everyone that spoke gave such good testimony today, and I can truly feel the emotion on both sides of the spectrum here. One thing that I wanted to address a little bit more is the wedding venue next door. It's owned by a friend of mine, and I don't believe she's here today, Rebecca Bent. She shared with me once about how she had been a single mother and how she worked her way through school, nursing school, and her goal at the end of nursing school as a single mom and working so hard was that she would be able to buy these 12 acres and have animals because she loves animals. And so she made that a reality, and she owns this and she works hard. The planning and zoning meeting she was very late to get to because she had been working a long shift, and I am assuming that's probably where she is tonight if she's not out in the lobby. But she went door to door to gather 200 opposing signatures. That's how strongly she felt about this affecting her wedding venue. It's a barn, it's a country environment, and it's something that she works hard for during the week as a nurse so that she can do that on the weekends. So I also wanted to point out the harmful traffic, as everyone has, and I don't know if you're aware of this area, but it's basically what I would call a blind intersection because you're turning left onto Amity off of Grays. There's a hill and the cars just essentially just pop into sight, right? You know, and I've been with my daughter who's in driver's training right now, and it's like that area has me biting my nails with her because they just pop up, and if they're speeding, then, and you're going too slow as a beginning driver, then you're gonna get hit. And I also asked the Nampa Police Department for a traffic report or an accident report on that area because I too had witnessed 2 accidents in the last 6 months, and they verified that those were true and that there had been additional accidents there. So lastly, I just want to say that the reason why these ordinances are there is to keep us safe. And the reason why there's a process of planning and zoning and that they went through this and they looked at this is because they almost unanimously, we had one on the board that said that he agreed, but almost unanimously denied this based on the safety factors. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mark Roetto, opposed and wishes to speak.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Just real quick. I mean, we're here because the planning and zoning shot this down. I agree with everything that Brian and my wife and everybody has said before, and I oppose this. You know, I don't live in Washington. I don't live 2 miles away. I don't live on the other side of Nampa or Caldwell. I live on Grays Lane. I drive Grays Lane. I walk Grays Lane. I ride my bike on Grays Lane. My kids do too. And their cars drive down that road 60 miles an hour going past my house. And there's no sidewalks halfway down, you know, so you're out in the borrow pit for part of it. And, you know, Mr. and Mrs. Coburn, they have a lot. They said earlier that they got the biggest effect on their property, but they also have the most to gain on their property by selling this. And a question that I have is if they don't get this development, is the Inland Group still interested in the property? Or are you guys just backing away from it? Because we're going to be the ones affected by it. Another thing is the Aberdeen, just down the road, Springs, they wanted to put apartments down there. And I know Mr. and Mrs. Coburn were against that at the point when that was coming around. But now we're here a few years later, and they're wanting to put apartments on their property, correct? So what's the change? We're still in the same neighborhood. We still have the same effects of traffic. In fact, it's even worse because of the density differences. You know, the blind hill, the lack of infrastructure around the area, it's just not it's not a safe area. And by adding a bunch more, it's not going to make it any safer. And I oppose it, and I think that the planning and zoning opposed it because of that. And I think that you should oppose, or, you know, rule in the same favor as they did, because it is a safety issue for us in that community. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Could I ask you a question?
Yes.
So because what I'm thinking is it about the housing, that it's apartments and workforce housing, if the safety issues were resolved and there were sidewalks on Grays Lane, it was striped, and if there were some type of signal and a way to access Amity, would you, and you can't speak for others, would you still be opposed?
Well,
Is it strictly
it was brought up that there are 6 different types of communities around there. But those 6 types of communities, I don't think there's any apartments, there's any, you know, 3-level apartments anywhere in that. So bulk, you know, what they call the bulk and scale of properties, it's not in that area. So we're just going to throw one right in the middle of it and just start off on a new foot after it's already been established. We had one just down the road that was trying to do the same thing, and it was shot down just 6 months ago because it wasn't part of the already structures there in the area. So half a mile up the road, we're going to put something even bigger. That was just like, I think, 2 fourplexes. Now we're going to do 250 up on the corner. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Thank you, Ray. Thank you.
Jason Bent, he's opposed but didn't wish to speak. Pam Peterson, in favor and wishes to speak.
Mayor and Board. It's good to be here, and I've listened to a lot. I'm here to read the letter from Chloe Hansen, who is the owner of the Flying M, because she was not able to do that. I am writing to you in favor of the proposed affordable workforce housing development, Copper Depot off of Grace Lane. I am in favor of this development as owner of Flying M Coffee Garage in downtown Nampa because of the opportunities it would bring for a vital part of our community, hardworking families facing economic barriers. With 3% housing vacancy and extremely expensive housing options in Nampa, I am concerned about families being pushed out of Nampa due to situations out of their control. This development poses a wonderful opportunity to address the extreme housing shortage and provide incentive for all families to continue living in Nampa. I understand that residents of Grays Lane and in surrounding areas are protective of their living area, but that area is destined for development in the near future, so we should seize the opportunity to make a development that actually helps people in our community. Copper Depot could provide more living spaces with a thoughtfully designed apartment complex that could be provided with another sprawling, more so than could be provided with another sprawling subdivision in the same lot. I would also like to highlight the social stigma around affordable housing that are being weaponized to stop this development from moving forward. Surrounding area residents have implied that these housing units would make the area unsafe or ruin the ambience. The underlying message that these residents are conveying is that working class people are less safe. This is simply not true. Working class residents are an asset to the community, and I look forward to the opportunity this housing would bring to all of Nampa. Many of us at the table to make this decision have the privilege of owning a home or purchasing a home before the housing market skyrocketed in the Treasure Valley. Some of us may not know how it feels to work several jobs and still not have any viable options to live. You have challenging work to hear the voices of constituents and make the best possible decision moving forward. Keep in mind that the loudest voices in the room may have the least at stake in this situation. I hope you will thoughtfully consider all Nampans in this decision, especially those who are working hard for Nampa and are being pushed out at the same time. Thank you for your time and consideration. Respectfully, Chloe Hansen, Flying M Coffee Garage. And just personally, I'd like to add that I have lived in the community that you're talking about, and I have lived here since I was 4 in Nampa, in and out at different times for education and other employment. And so I understand that what I am hearing is not only an affordable thing, but a real safety issue. And as a nurse, I think that has been addressed, and I'm really glad it came up to the council. I trust that you will make a good decision. I think there's a lot to be thought of on both sides. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have Jean St. Clair, and she's opposed, but she doesn't wish to speak. Marcia Kinslea, opposed and wishes to speak.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council people. My name is Marcia Kinsella. I live at 3424 East Park Ridge Drive in Nampa, Idaho. Since they put in Whispering Heights, we've had a lot more traffic down Park Ridge. And there's not enough policemen to come out and ticket these guys that are speeding. And I'm not talking about 30 or 40 miles an hour. I mean, they squeal around corners and just jet off down to Kings Road. And then they just sit there and wait to get out in traffic. It's hardly ever easy to get on Kings Road anymore. If you get out there at 7 o'clock in the morning, forget it. But anyway, what I'm concerned about is, like they've said, the safety issue. You have children walking to Park Ridge and I live right across the street from Park Ridge. The whole subdivision is 20 miles an hour. Does anybody drive 20 miles an hour? No. There's no line down the middle or anything. We do have a crosswalk on one of our corners so the kids can get there. And we've asked about speed bumps or something just in front of the school to keep it slower. There's a park and a playground across there. And nothing's been done. They did come out and put a sign that flashes and it says your speed is, and it is 20 miles an hour, but they put it up by the school. Well, the whole subdivision is 20 miles an hour. And now since Whispering Heights has been put in, they use Park Ridge as a thoroughfare. They use Grays Lane as a thoroughfare. And turning left from Grays Lane onto Amity, it's about an impossibility. And I'm not talking just 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning. You can go out there at noon and still have the same issues. So take it into consideration for the safety of the children and do something about this, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mary Martin, opposed and wishes to speak.
Mayor, City Council members, thank you. I'm Mary Martin, and I live at 4100 East Boreal Court in Nampa. I'm opposed to this development because rezoning this property is inconsistent with the surrounding neighborhood. The property is sandwiched in between single-family homes, farmhouses, and a beautiful rustic wedding venue. The development of these towering 3-story apartments will stick out like a sore thumb in contrast to the surrounding properties. It will add excessive light and noise pollution that will not only have a negative impact on the neighboring wedding venue and her livelihood and her revenue, but the quiet neighborhoods that surround it and the families that have lived there for decades. Building the apartments will also overburden existing roadways, will increase traffic on Grays Lane, which others have mentioned before me, which was never meant to be an arterial street. In addition, it will significantly increase traffic at the intersection of Grays and Amity, which has seen an increase in traffic incidents over the past year due to horrific collisions and turnovers. The stretch of easement that runs from the property, the proposed apartments, to Columbia High School, it's a narrow and unpaved. It would put a potential risk to those school children that would walk from the apartments to the school of being struck by a vehicle. Unpaved, very narrow easement. The developer has no proposed pedestrian crosswalks, nor do any currently exist. Being a former telecommunications employee who laid copper telephone lines and internet cables, I'm also concerned that the lines and terminals are not equipped to handle the strain that these apartments would add, leading to greatly reduced internet speeds. Because of the pandemic, many residents now have to rely on having reliable internet and speeds to be able to do their jobs because they were forced at home. I now work for an online school where I see children needing to school from home. So my concern is that the backbone has not been laid for those telecommunication lines to adequately meet the needs of those needing the internet. Lastly, the rezoning is not necessary because there are plenty of other lots available throughout Nampa and the Treasure Valley that would be much better suited for medium and high density development, allowing people needing affordable housing to be housed in a safe environment. Keeping the property zoned as business commercial would add much needed and desired amenities to the surrounding neighborhood, including much needed jobs. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I have Dean Johnson, opposed and wishing to speak.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name is Dean Johnson. I live 325 Buckskin Drive. It's adjacent to the proposed property. I do proposed development is not feasible for this type of dwellings out here. Our traffic's already been noted. We do have a traffic issue out there, put an additional 250 units out there. That's gonna be probably an additional 500 cars. It is a very dangerous area. We have that much more traffic. I lived in my house for 20-something years. I plan to live there for a lot longer. Me and my wife worked and saved to buy a single-family home. And I don't think this development fits the neighborhood in this area. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that it? Wow. So as much as it's.
Mayor?
Yes.
There's some online.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask. So outside of Debbie's list, how many and where do we have them noted? Are you guys going to go through the list? And
Yeah,
how many?
we can see them here. Some of them have their hands up, wishing to speak. We
so-
can call on them.
Do you know who they are? Okay, so I'll let you guide this next set
Okay?
that are online and have them please, do you have names and addresses already?
Just names.
Just
I don't-
names,
yeah, I
okay,
don't
so.
have any addresses.
Debbie will have to capture their addresses or get it off the recording. Okay.
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 The first one that I have a raised hand for is Austin Jones.
Austin, are you there?
I am. Sorry, this is actually Cody Jones. I'm on my husband's work laptop. So my name is Cody Jones. I live at 3840 East Kingsgate Drive. And I would just like to say I am opposed to this development and echo what has already been said by Brian and Wendy Warwick and Lara and Marco Roweto. I would like to add that I personally have been in an accident at the intersection of Grays and Amity due to the small size of the current intersection. Drivers with large trucks towing trailers do not adequately have enough room to turn if there are cars stopped and backed up at that stop sign going down Grays Lane. So I was actually backed into by a kind motorist that was trying to back up to give, a trailer and a truck trying to turn left off of Grays room to make it through the intersection. So I can vouch for that. And I also just would like to echo, I have concerns about the children that currently live in the neighborhood and those that would be moving into these apartments as there are no sidewalks. I have a 5-year-old son that will be attending Park Ridge next year. And I do not feel safe letting him walk to school due to the speeds at which people travel down that road. With the recent construction that we had at the roundabouts, people find creative ways to get through the neighborhood to try and cut through times. And they drive extremely fast. And with no sidewalks, I do have some concerns about kids getting hit. So thank you for your time, and that's all.
Thank you very much.
Okay, the next one is Jeremy Lillywhite.
Yeah, hello.
Hello.
Hi, I'm Jeremy Lillywhite at 4009 East Winterberry Drive. Very close to this proposed complex. Like Dean said, my wife and I have worked very hard to buy a single family home in a single family area. My wife and I have lived in apartments, and it was a life that we didn't want. So we both worked multiple jobs to get out. And we finally did it. And we don't want to be surrounded by that big complex right by the house. It does not fit in this area. And as well as the traffic problems and the sidewalk problems and everything else that's been already noted. I also noticed that everybody that's in favor does not live in this area. They all live on the other side of town or out of the city, Caldwell, wherever. I don't think that they would be in favor of it if they lived in this area. That's about it.
Thank you very much.
The next one is Carrie Bess.
Yeah, Carrie Bess, 401 South Grays Lane.
Go
So
ahead.
I just want to say, I agree with Wendy and Brian Warwick and everything that they had to say. Also with having children, one in the middle school right now and one at Park Ridge Elementary. Unfortunately, I don't feel safe with the traffic the way it is. So one of them, the one going to Park Ridge, I just bring to school. Another thing also is my dog was unfortunately hit by a car and passed away by someone that swerved off of Grays Lane into my driveway. As well as I have video of someone running over the mailboxes across the street from my home because they were not paying attention to the road and drove up onto the mailboxes into the yards. So I'm just saying there's a lot of safety concerns with the heightened traffic if this was to be approved. So I am against it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was all the hands that were raised. There are a couple other names on the list, but I don't know if they would be here for this one or for something else.
Okay. So at this time, I'm just going to ask if there is anyone else that, and I'll let you guys watch it. Okay.
He raised his hand. I was wondering about this
Okay.
one. His name's Bob Moore.
Okay, Bob, I'll let you give us your name and address.
Hi, yeah, I'm Bob Moore at 411 Buckskin Drive. And I moved from my old house because it was turning into rentals and apartment buildings next nearby. I bought my dream home here, and this is directly in my backyard. I might be the most affected one here. I oppose this totally. It does not fit their surrounding neighborhood, and the traffic is terrible and will get more terrible with the other complexes going on across Amity. So anyway, I oppose this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that can raise their hand to let us know that they'd like to testify? Sarah Adams, Sarah, are you on? Okay, I see an SA with a hand raised. Is that, Sarah, is that you? I saw the hand just go away. Okay. I know, it's challenging. Okay, is there anyone else? Sarah, is Sarah muted? I see the JL whose hand is up. They've dropped off, and then the SA could be Sarah Adams, but,
Yeah, she went away. I don't know what happened. Maybe she lost her connection.
okay. All righty. So at this.
Oh, she's back.
Okay, Sarah? Are you there? And Sarah, you may try to unmute. I can't see. Is she muted or unmuted?
So she's on hold.
She's on hold. Is she admitted into the room?
Yeah.
She is? Okay.
And now she's gone. I think
Well,
it's technical problems.
Okay. Well, you know what? I think we'll go on and then we'll allow her to come in. Maybe after we have some closing comments from the applicant. So is there anyone else here in the room that had intended to testify tonight that did not get to? Okay, so seeing none, let's go ahead and have closing comments from our applicant.
Thank you. I'll start, and then maybe Keith will have some comments too. But I would start with just appreciating the civility of this discussion tonight on both sides and the respect that was given and people not talking over each other and not making this personal. I've done a lot of these, and that is pretty unique and speaks to the quality of the residents of the city of Nampa and the care of the people who are speaking. You know, I kind of started by saying this is a very subjective criteria that we're kind of down to. And those that are probably huge proponents of affordable housing will tell you that there's been no showing that this is not compatible in the neighborhood. And those that are adamant that this neighborhood remain in its exact same condition would probably say that we've not shown that it's compatible. Those that are in favor of the project would say that the seller's property rights are equally as important to the wedding venue, and those who don't want this project to happen would say the wedding venue's property rights are more important than their neighbors. It's tough issues that we're down to, and there's no question by the showing of the number of people and the agencies who have shown up today, this is a big issue. This is an important issue in the city of Nampa. And you know, we've spent a lot of time talking about the safety of the neighbors, and we can't forget the safety of the kids who are living in parking lots, or the safety of the kids who are living in environments that are not suitable for kids. To answer Councilwoman Levi's one comment, we cannot discriminate and provide that this housing will only be for residents of Nampa. But that's what it's designed for, and we will do everything we can in working with the agencies who've shown up today to make sure that as many of the Nampa residents as possible will get into this facility. At the same time, if only 80% were, that's still 200 families in need of this housing who are getting the housing, 200 Nampa residents that are being provided the housing. And if it's 50 families from outside of Nampa that are still in need, it still brings a good feeling to bring those kids off the street into safe housing and community. We've talked a lot about traffic, and I assume we're not really talking about traffic, that if it takes an extra 2 minutes to make a turn or 5 minutes to make a turn, that everyone would be willing to do that to get 250 families into good living environments. That's way more important than the extra time it takes to take a turn. So we're certainly talking about safety. And safety is as big of a concern for us as it is for the neighbors, and we should be joining together to make sure that this is done the correct way, that there are sidewalks, that the lines are striped. And we should remember that adding traffic does not in and of itself mean it's less safe. If you right now have a 2-lane street where people are turning and getting rear-ended and you add a 3rd lane, you can add more traffic and still have safer traffic patterns. And we would certainly be required to work with the city engineer, the city, and others to make sure that we are doing everything we can to make it as safe as possible, so that it's not only safe for the future residents who need this so badly, but safer for the community and the neighbors and all the kids who have to walk to school. So, and the last thing I want to point out on traffic is every one of these arguments is made as if this property should remain vacant, should never be developed. That way we won't increase the traffic patterns. And that's not realistic. This is zoned business commercial. It's going to be developed. There is going to be additional traffic, and most uses will be for more significant than what we're proposing. That doesn't mean that we shouldn't be required to take safety measures and we shouldn't make this a safer place, which we voluntarily have proposed mitigation measures and will continue to do and work with the city if we're fortunate enough to be able to proceed with this housing. So I thank you for your time. I am most impressed at the attention and the size of your bladders, because mine is about to explode. And unless Keith has anything to add, again, I just thank you and appreciate your time.
And before Keith adds,
Yeah.
I'm going to read, so Sarah Adams had tried to get on. She was unable to. She did put in the chat her comments, so I'm going to read her chat comments verbatim. I think it's important that the one, that she has the opportunity to share her thoughts, and then two, you guys have an opportunity to speak following her comments. So Sarah lives at 4103 East Boreal Court, and she said she will be able to see the apartments from her backyard. She wasn't able to unmute herself, and she just wanted to add that to her, the housing crisis is awful, yes. Lots of emotion regarding the sadness of it, but we can't make decisions based on emotions. That is what children do. And again, I'm just reading exactly. The infrastructure will not support these apartments here. Someone will be struck by a car. Someone will die in a car accident. She feels this is a money grab motivated by greed. Otherwise, they would find another lot to build on where it wouldn't devastate the surrounding residents. So those are verbatim her comments, and I just wanted to share those just for the record since she had tried diligently to get on. So I believe that is the last comment for the evening in a public hearing.
And I appreciate it and the comments. And the only response I'd have is I can assure you if this was a money grab, I would be proposing a different project that didn't have income and rent restrictions and require so much work to go make happen. And that's not what we do. And this will have affordability requirements that will exceed my working life and everyone on here's working life and be meant to provide long-term affordable rents to families in need. So.
Thank you. And then we'll give opportunity to Keith. Is it Keith? Was that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
It is, thank you. And my comments are very brief. I just wanted to clarify a little bit relative to the sidewalks. Obviously, the existing sidewalk conditions or lack of sidewalks north of the property toward the elementary, that's problematic. And we would hope to actually work with the neighborhood to be part of that solution. We not only have proposed sidewalks throughout our site, but all along the East Amity frontage and the South Grays frontage. So there's a little gap where our site ends, where Vicki and Randy live. But if they were agreeable, we would extend a sidewalk at our cost across their property as well, which would get us to a point far enough north to actually add a cross and cross to the Meadows development where there are sidewalks on the east side of Grays. So again, our proposed development has complete sidewalks, including along the frontages. And I would hope that our advocacy for better solutions long-term would be helpful. That's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you. Council, do you have any questions for our applicants this evening? Councilman Brunner?
Thanks. And thanks for I can tell you've done this before.
I have.
You do a well job and you're passionate. I can tell that.
I am. Thank you.
I want to go back to Councilwoman Levi's question, because you made the comment that we do everything in our power to make sure.
We can't hear you.
I can hear you, but if you can.
Make sure that the Napa residents would receive these units. Okay, so what does that entail? When you can't discriminate, how do you go about making sure you get as many Napa residents in this property?
It's working with the local agencies to get the referrals, to get the right people, to get the most deserving, all the things that you want to see work for this community in a good way, right?
So is it a matter of them doing their jobs very quickly and getting in the front of things, or I want to know logistics. What does it take?
Yeah.
If you want to get something done, you get it done. And I want to know, these people right here, I know most of them very well. I know they're passionate and they're caring. So what do they have to do to get those people from Napa in the front line?
It takes a village, and I would tell you that we'll be working together from day one to do this together. They're going to be as anxious for this to come online as are the clients that they serve, and as will we be. And there is a mutual benefit to working together in that.
Okay, second question, Mayor, if I may. Is there a full-time manager on site?
Yes, more than one.
So there would be a full-time.
Yes.
And I'm hearing from, I do not recall his name, but he said that he's willing to work and extend the sidewalks, et cetera. Are you also willing to work on a light issue for Grays Lane?
Yes. Keith, has that been addressed, the lighting issue?
The light?
Are you talking a
I'm
traffic
talking about a traffic light.
signal?
Oh.
Yeah, and I think if city engineering is there and can opine, that would be great. We explored options with engineering, including a roundabout and a light, and both were described as vastly more than is required, even with our project. So chose these mitigation measures, which again were well in excess of what is required. So I think it's again a difference of maybe what we're used to traffic-wise versus what traffic experts indicate is acceptable.
And Mayor, I didn't tell the truth. I do have one more thing, and I do have some conditions for me. I want this project to happen, but I have conditions. And the other condition is this needs to be cut down to half of what you're proposing for me to vote for this. So that'd be 126 units. Can't be 3 stories, would need to be 2 stories. And so is that, I'm hitting you with this right out of the ballpark. So is that even something that you would even consider?
I could speak to that first, and Keith can correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think the deal will pencil. These are hard to
So
make
it doesn't
happen.
pencil with me if we don't,
Yeah,
I don't want to
understand.
impact this community this
Yep.
much. I want a gradual impact.
Yep.
And that's how I'll vote for it.
I understand, and I'll tell you that in addition to not penciling, it's even more difficult when the demand is so great and the space is there and the desire is there, and to go say we're only going to serve 125.
And let me say, I'm saying that's the start. As time goes on, maybe I'll expand that. I'm not going to probably, as long as I'm on this council, willing to have 3 stories. But if you want to expand to more, but I'm saying initially, it would be 126 maximum units for me to vote for this. I'm one who has conditions. It's just my personal opinion.
I understand.
I want this to happen, but I don't want it impacting with just, hey, we're just going to blow these people that live in this community away.
Are there further comments from council?
Mayor Kling.
Discussion, actually, excuse me, this is not the time for council to comment, so that was my,
I'm usually out of line, so that's not.
so this is actually an opportunity to ask the applicant questions and/or staff, and then we will need to close public hearing, and then we will have council discussion. So Councilman Rodriguez.
Thank you, ma'am. So remind me again of what you said a 1 to 2 to 3 bedroom would cost.
The rent?
Yes.
Keith, do you have that in front of you? Otherwise, I can pull it up.
I do. It will take me just 1 second to get to that slide.
I have it. The max rent for a 1-bedroom is $848. For a 2-bedroom is $1,017. A 3-bedroom is $1,175, and a 4-bedroom is $1,311.
Okay. Now, in order to get in one of these apartments, and you say they're affordable, I don't like using that word affordable, what would one have to do to get in there? Would you pay a month's rent in advance? Would you pay a deposit? And also the 1 month rent due?
There's certainly a deposit that would be due. I mean, this is treated as rental housing, and there are requirements, and they have to have income and jobs. And this is going to be operated in a first-class manner, similar to market-rate apartments, right? The community matters.
Yeah, but you didn't answer my question yet.
Go ahead.
Okay, the question was, what would it take for per person to move into your apartments? Would it take a first month's rent, a deposit, and a present rent due, which would be about $3,000, based on your figures?
Yeah, and I can take that, Scott. No, it would take a deposit, which is typically between $300 and $400, depending on bedroom size. And it would only take the first month's rent or a prorated rent for that month. There's no first and last month. There's really just the deposit. And then there's an application fee as well, which I believe is currently $35.
Okay. So I did some checking in the city of Nampa here on some of these apartments. You call your facility affordable. There's also these, for 2 to 3 bedrooms here in Nampa, $1,295, $214.95. There are others that are 3 bedroom, $2,095, of course, and there's others for 2 beds for $1,195. So you're right in the same ballpark here. How do you call your apartments affordable?
It's probably more in Keith's, but I could tell you that you asked me what the maximum amount of rents that we could charge is, and I answered the question as the maximum, which is not necessarily the rent that is charged to the residents.
Right.
Do you have underwritten rents,
These
Keith?
are yeah, those are just estimates of depending on income, correct?
The maximums aren't estimates. The maximums are actually the maximums, the rent restrictions that can't go above.
Okay.
And there may be units within the marketplace that are unrestricted, that are not technically affordable or technically workforce, that have similar rents. But on average, we're about $250 a month. If we charge maximum rents, we're about $250 a month less expensive than unrestricted apartments, and about $500 less than new luxury market apartments.
So basically, follow up, Mayor. So basically, you're going to interlink those who are not guided by this amount with those who are, basically. You have 2 types of renters, right?
I'm not sure I understood the question.
One is wage-based, the other is not. Isn't that what you just said?
Well, maybe there's, I think I may understand the complication. So the renter at Copper Depot would not pay a percentage of their actual income for rent. Rather, the maximum allowable rents that we can charge are based on the area median income, and them being able to afford rents at 60% of area median income. So there's not a direct correlation to the residents or the household's actual income and the rent that they pay.
That's what I'm getting
That's
at.
more of a public housing model.
Okay, that's what I'm getting at. Thank you. No more.
What is the rent increase that's possible? I hear from residents in Nampa that their rent increased $200 a month, and they're told by the landlord that sounds like a you problem, not an us problem.
Right. Well, rents are only allowed to go up if the area median income goes up. So once a year, it's, Keith, is it through HUD here?
That's correct. It is, and it has gone up fairly dramatically the last few years, but it's bounced kind of all around the place. It's gone from 0.5%, then 9%, then 4.6, then 1.6, then 0.4. On
You muted.
Oh, thank you. Did you get any of that?
Wait, you just got through the percentage rents, the
Okay.
jumping.
Okay. So on average across the nation, a 10-year history has affordable rents and area median incomes increasing between 3% and 3.5%. So on average, that would be the maximum allowable rent increase.
Council, are there further questions for the applicant?
Mayor,
Yes.
I want to go back to a couple things here about, you said you'd be working with the agencies and you can't discriminate, but I'm sure there are other people out there that are not working with these well-represented agencies tonight that are wanting to have affordable housing. So I'm still looking at how do we make that work? Because like I said, when I see the reality of what has happened with affordable housing that's supposed to be coming into our area to serve our Napa residents, it's not. And so that's a real holdup for me. So how can you work specifically with these agencies without discriminating against other people that need to be in this affordable housing?
It's a good question.
Scott, if I can jump in there a little bit. So by law, we can't start the qualification paperwork any sooner than 4 months before occupancy of that unit. So there's a window with which we accept applications for the units coming available soon. And that's a 4-month window. What that means, from the time we start construction to the time the first units come on board is generally about 10 months. That means we have a 6-month window where we can work with agencies to create interest lists. And that interest list on day 1, which is really day -120, when we can start the application process, instead of just turning on the phone line and saying, come and get it, if you're interested, come see us, we can have interest list or lists developed by the right partners in the city that could be chock full of Napa residents. And those folks would be who we would be reaching out to first to hopefully be applicant number 1 through 100 or number 300, who knows how many that would be. But we can manage that process via interest lists with the community partners.
Okay, that leads to other questions, but I'll leave those alone. So then if the rent does not need to be the maximum and you have some area of play, it's, and I'm sorry, I think I missed this part, but is the rest of it subsidized? And if you can't raise your rent to make it pencil out, how does it pencil out if you're not charging somebody the 800, you're charging them 600, so it still doesn't pencil out?
Yeah. I'll let Keith address that because he goes into the pro formas of our rents and how it's working with the tax credits.
Thank you.
Yeah, for sure. So, and I'll, a very brief history, as somebody noted earlier today in testimony, 1-bedroom rents there 5 years ago were $650 a month, right? And so what we've seen years ago, this type of housing, 60% area median income housing, was almost always well below maximum rents. And it was probably 10% discount to market. And in the cruel fact of the matter is today, in most of the markets we're in, our copper branded communities are at the maximum allowable rents to help make the numbers work. However, that discount to market, instead of being 10%, is 25, 30, 35%. So that discount to what otherwise available units are renting for is still substantial. What we would probably have here is rents that are very near the maximum allowable rents, maybe via, again, agency relationships. Maybe we set aside a number of units for specific programs that are lower income set aside. That's certainly something that Margie and Natalie and I have talked about briefly. So I think we're willing to do some of those things to help assure and ensure that we're reaching those most in need.
Thank you for your answers. I appreciate it.
Are there any other questions for the applicant at this time? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, for council, as we close public hearing, I will stand for a motion to close. It is with the understanding that there will be no further questions to the applicant. Okay, I'd stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Are there any questions? We can ask questions of staff. Are there any questions for staff?
Yes, Mayor, may I ask one of our staff
And
representatives questions?
Sandy, could you pull your mic considerably closer and speak directly into it? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so it was kind of mentioned, and I don't know if I missed the answer or not, but there was a mention about what's going to go across the street at where the meat packing plant is. And that, to me, is very important as far as compatibility.
Mayor and Councilwoman Levi, We don't have any applications in for that property at the moment. We've met with the property owner in a pre-app meeting. He's discussed mixed-use development that will include industrial, a little bit of commercial on the very corner, single-family housing, and some multifamily housing. But I don't have any applications in my possession at the moment.
And then the other question, just for confirmation and then for the record, if it stayed at this current property that we're dealing with tonight stayed at business commercial without a CUP, would it be a correct statement to say that that typically brings less traffic issues?
Councilwoman Levi, no, actually, according to the traffic impact study that have been done on comparing residential versus commercial, commercial actually brings more, depending, of course, on who the tenants are, but generally, if you've got restaurants, service industries, retail, that kind of thing, you've got consistent traffic throughout the day, rather than just peak hour traffic for residential.
Thank you.
So could you restate, if this development didn't go in, what is the current zoning? What is a use of that property that would be allowed with no additional?
Mayor, they could do anything that's allowed within the BC zone. So you've got retail, restaurants, hotels, flex space to a certain extent, strip mall type situations where you'd have maybe some service, maybe some retail, maybe some medical, those kinds of things. I'm trying to think of one that would be typical. Fall River is developing out like that right now on the corner. There's a dental office, there's a gym, there's a daycare. There's going to be retail space going up on the corner, but it hasn't been built yet. So,
Did we have a sports complex or something that came forward previously on this ground, or was that just close by?
yeah, I think it's still actually, they're still talking about it down there. They just haven't built it yet.
They haven't, okay. Thank you. Yes.
You mentioned earlier that there was a development agreement before that limited or listed what would be allowed in that development agreement, and it still allowed this development to happen as a conditional use. It wasn't precluded as a requirement for the multifamily housing. Now, as a permitted use.
Randy, could you please take your mic and bring it very close? They're having a hard time hearing you. To speak, yeah, right into it. Thank you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, just talk right into it.
I'll just cut to the chase. In the, I'm just looking at our ordinance. It states that a planned unit development residential as subject to chapter 26 of this title is a permitted use. Correct?
Correct.
That wasn't edited out with the development agreement that was approved.
Correct.
So the applicant would be allowed a planned unit development as long as it met the criteria of that chapter, correct?
Correct.
Without having to have a conditional use. So what they've done by coming before us and asking for conditional use was to go above and beyond, well, I guess it's a conditional use for the multifamily. So they could still go with the residential development. It would just be lesser in scope, which would be following in line with Commissioner Bruin, or Councilman Bruner's point as far as density. And I'm making a statement, I'm not asking a question.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Chrissy, this might not be for you, but traffic has been such an issue and people are driving 60 down a no-lined road. Why has this not been addressed? Or sidewalks, all of these things that are coming up repeatedly tonight, and with the potential development going in where the old meat packing plant was, there would assuredly have to be improvements to that road. You're going to increase a lot of traffic with 113 acres, is that what we heard?
123, something like that, yeah.
A lot of stuff could go in there. So the development's going to happen here. It's just what it looks like, and mitigation efforts are going to have to take place for safety. I don't know if that's a Tom question.
I'd like to direct a question to Tom and/or Caleb. I think I saw you guys conversing there, so it's a very good question, Jean. And thank you, too, for both addressing both the sidewalks and the traffic.
Mayor and Council, I don't know if you've met Caleb Leclerc yet. So he's Daniel's out on vacation today, so this is one of Daniel's assistants, and he's the assistant city engineer over development. So he reviews the traffic studies and looks at all, and makes comments on all these applications that have to do with development. So I'll have Caleb, I'll just talk a little bit about the sidewalks, and then Caleb can jump in. They are gonna bring in sidewalks on the road frontage, which will help with the conductivity issue. And we did hear the applicant say that they'd be willing to make that small connection on Grays to get, because there is sidewalk on the east side for that subdivision. So, we could put a crossing in there, or I think it would be best if you did approve this application to have them work with Caleb on what would be the safest, if maybe there's an opportunity to put sidewalk on the east side and have the crossing over at the intersection. So you're gonna have to work with landowners. And so Caleb would have to work with that developer to make that happen. And then as far as if there was another development to the south that was as large as you're talking about, there'd be another traffic study, and there would be, it sounds large enough that we'd have to do a extraordinary impact, which would mean intersection improvements. And but they are talking about, it is true that, the original traffic study did not call out lanes at this intersection of Grays and Amity, but, they are voluntarily putting them in, which will help with some of it's not gonna solve every safety issue, but it's gonna help some. Did you have anything else you wanted to add, Caleb?
Yeah, just to echo what Tom said is, in this time, how hard it is to get traffic improvements done with the cost of right-of-way, the cost of improvements. So to have a developer come voluntarily to do more than what they're required by our policy is definitely very rare. So like Tom said, it's not going to solve everything, but the fact of putting dedicated right turn and left turn lanes at Grays going southbound, having a left turn lane on Amity onto Grays will help, and they will provide some staging to the east of the intersection so that somebody wanting to turn left-bound onto Amity will have kind of a refuge space to go. So they're not limited necessarily by traffic speeding up behind them. So is it perfect? No. Is it going to be better? Yes. Along with that, they'll have a turn lane, right and left turn lane at their access, which will help for their internal traffic coming in and out of the project. So hopefully with that, there'll be less impact to Gray's intersection from the project itself, and these improvements will mostly just help the traffic that's there right now. So.
Thank you. Yes.
Quick question, as far as full access onto Amity, that's what's being requested with this development, instead of a right in, right out?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Yes.
This might be for Christie again. So with the potential 120-acre development down the road, as long as those are permissible uses, what goes in there goes in there.
Mayor, Councilwoman Mucci, it's not annexed into the city at this time. So you will have the opportunity to see that as a concept plan that will come forward for a development agreement. So you may, with the zoning that they're proposing, be able to adjust the uses that go in there, adjust the amount of area that they're proposing for any given use that they're going to propose to. So you will have that option.
Council, are there any other questions? What is the will of the council?
Well, I guess I'll go first unless Randy wants to go.
Go for it.
Talk right into pull your mic right in front of you.
I talk loud as it is.
Oh, they just said it's hard to hear, so thank you.
This is a terrible situation that we're all in the city of Nampa and their residences, because when we're dealing with extreme taxes and assessed values of our homes, and we're talking about people that can't pay those taxes, they're gonna lose their homes, and that's the entire city that's having to struggle with, because we don't have the money to pay. I also am on a fixed income, and it's tough, let me tell you. So I've got to find a better way to take care of our homeowners, the taxpayers, the ones that we're having to put up with to help, or our taxes go to businesses and agricultural land, and we don't get to use that. So the bigger picture is this, I want you to know that I didn't buy my first home until I was 50 years old. I lived in apartments, so I know how that is. And it kind of tears me up, because I see that there's so much difficulty with our people that we have to care for. And I do care for them. I feel sorry for them. I wish I could go one step further and say, boom, you have a place to live now. And unfortunately, that doesn't happen. But what I have done is I've met with some developers. I've met with some of our folks who do take care of that and do help. Their job is to find other facilities that they can live in. And I've even come up with reaching out to legislators to figure out a way that we can help. But we're strapped for money right now. And I don't know what our council or mayor is going to do this year with our budget. I've yet to see what's going to happen because of the House Bill 389. So I've got to take care of the ones who are supporting us, the taxpayers and their homeowners. Their investment is important to us. They're making the city run, and I feel bad that we can't help everybody. So I hope you understand that as my heart leans out, I must continue my straight down the line of taking care of our homeowners and taxpayers. And I will make a motion to uphold the denial of the conditional use permit.
Second.
I'll make a comment then.
Comment?
Yes, discussion.
You
Councilman,
You're the younger guy, go for it.
Councilman Bauer, go for it.
Is it elderly first?
Huh?
I just kind of want to, talk to some of the groups that came and spoke, and generally I'm not a big fan of apartments, but in this case I really do support, and I understand the crisis that's going on. I got a lot of employees. I got employees that can buy houses now, and I got a lot of employees that can't, and it's a real struggle. There is a housing crisis going on right now, and I'm getting creative with my own employees to get them in homes. So it is very real, and I understand where you come from. I really hope this gentleman, if it doesn't pass, he comes back and we try to find something a little bit more compatible. Because it's, as much as I want to find something, I can't do this to the people that live there and put a 3-story place right next to them. As much as I would love to find somewhere for our middle to lower class, I say lower class, middle class individuals that need a place to stay. So I hope you come back. Hope you help us find somewhere. I believe in your cause, and thank you. And let's get creative and let's find another place for this project.
Councilman Haverfield?
Thank you. I've been kind of bouncing around. My eyes haven't been always up because I've been looking at my computer screen, looking at the North Nampa Opportunity Zone for tax benefits as far as in development areas on the north side, and trying to partner up. As a practice, we just finished a 22-unit development in that enterprise zone, which again will be attractive housing for workforce folks, but it's 22 units versus 252, so it's not solving the issue right away. But it's working within the parameters of already established zones, instead of trying to go beyond that and maximize or ask for exceptions. And so as I kind of look around, I wonder what other opportunities might be out there. I've listened to the folks speak as far as that live near this area. I attend Crossroads Church on Sunday morning, so I see the probably the least amount of traffic that is generated there, but I know it's restricted. And in prior developments that have come before us in this area, that has been expressed, traffic, pedestrian, bicyclists, the steepness of the overpass, back down to the steepness back up, past the armor plant. I hear those concerns because I've seen them, and traffic isn't going any slower on any of the side roads. It's actually getting worse. So I will be supporting the motion to deny the appeal. It's not because I'm not trying to find other options for folks to live. In fact, Gene has kind of made fun of some of my ideas in the past, but I'll keep trying as far as in doing what I can from my meager position. But I'll be supporting the motion.
Mayor Klein.
Yes.
I understand the challenge of having something different come to your neighborhood. I don't like change. It's coming to my neighborhood. And I won't be a hypocrite when it comes to my neighborhood. I'm going to vote yes, because no child should sleep in a parking lot. And as a community, we have to figure out what we value. This is coming to somebody's neighborhood because we don't have a choice. What was the top news story on KTVB today? A tent village for service industry employees in Ketchum. We're not far off of that. I work for St. Luke's. We're having a housing crisis. We're having nurses turning down jobs because they cannot find a place to live. We're having to bring travelers in from other states because we can't employ a workforce that can afford to live here. So this is not going away. This is just tonight. This is going to come back every time. We just approved a bunch of housing right next to my house that we knew was going to increase density, increase traffic, but they're single-family homes. There's nothing wrong with people who live in apartments. A lot of us lived in apartments. A lot of people choose to live in apartments because they like the simplicity of it. They choose to have maintenance free. We have a man sitting in the back right now who's trying to raise his 5 kids in a shelter while he's driving our kids to school. Thank you for what you do. And I'm committed to helping you find a place. We have this on repeat. We have 1,500 of our students who experience homelessness. Valedictorian in Nampa High 3 years ago was homeless. That's not typical. But the investment we're going to make in our community has to start somewhere. And we're going to continue to say, not in my backyard, but where do these children go? Where do these families go? There's no place. There's no room at the inn. I can't afford to buy my house again. I got lucky and bought my house 16 years ago. I could not afford my own house today. I get the luxury of putting my child to bed at night. I don't have to put my child to bed in a car. This is a repeat conversation that we're going to have again and again. And I bet you our police officer sitting there could say, yeah, you're going to increase calls in an apartment complex, but what are you going to do when you have people living in a parking lot? There's going to be problems. We need a pathway for our residents to achieve some independence, and we keep putting up barriers. I don't know what the answer is, but not in my backyard can't continue to be what it is. These children deserve better. Nampa promises better. So I am going to vote to deny this. We have to find a place for these people to live. They're our residents, and they pay taxes too. They pay gas tax, they pay sales tax. They're paying the rent that's allowing these folks to pay taxes. They are contributing citizens, and they deserve dignity, and they deserve a place to call home.
Is there any further discussion?
Mayor, just short, because I've talked enough, but I'm just totally impressed with Copper Depot, and I hope the city of Nampa, we can partner with you. I understand it doesn't pencil. I wish it did pencil because I'd be voting in favor of this. It wasn't as massive as what you have proposed. And Gene is totally correct, but there has to be another area. And hopefully with Councilman Haverfield and Councilman Bowers and all of us working together, that we'll find that. But hopefully we can partner with you in the near future. Thanks.
With that, roll call. Excuse me, Councilwoman Lee. did you have-
And Mayor, make sure I know what's a yes or no mean.
Okay, so the motion is to uphold the denial.
So that's a yes.
That is a yes, is to uphold the denial. Councilwoman Levi, did you have a closing comment?
Thank you. I just have a few things to say, and I don't want to repeat things that have been said, but this is and can be a very emotional issue. We probably all know people that are affected right now by homelessness, and it's a new group of people. It's not the people that fit the typical stigma that maybe we've grown up with. And we have to be very careful, though, because those emotions are going to cause division. And the last thing we want to happen in our city is us to be divisive of one another over this issue. It is very real. We need to find out what we can do about it. But in addition to that, us fighting against one another or taking it personal or making it a personal cause because we don't vote the way you want us to do is not the way to handle the situation. It's not going to be productive. It's not going to help us move forward, and it's not going to help us solve the issue. We definitely need affordable housing. I specifically live in a neighborhood that is very old. I live next to some homes that are apartments that are housing authority, and I know that having a resident on hand and having some very stiff requirements that must be adhered to does work. I also have another set of apartments by me where there are a lot of people in there that we would probably label as undesirable people. I do have the law enforcement coming to my area often to deal with the situations. I have people in single family homes next to me that they have issues just as much. So it's not just specifically a multifamily situation. And then we need to also remember that this area will be developed. It's just, we're looking at the CUP, which would change the intended zoning, but it's going to be developed one way or another. So for us to say, I don't want anything to happen, it's going to happen, but we just don't know exactly or specifically what. And then we have to look at the reality that people are moving into the area because they want to live here. And they are finding the places to live. And unfortunately, they're taking a lot of the places and the prices are going astronomical. And those people that have grown up here, our kids, they're kids that have our values, our kids that love our community, they can't even afford to live here. And I know that personally because it's affected my kids as well. And again, I'm going back to the fact that there's no guarantee that this is going to hit Nampa residents. And that concerns me because when we are looking at the situation, we're looking at it to solve our Nampa resident situation. And we have no guarantee for that. And if we did, then we would probably be looking at some possibilities of questionable issues with discrimination. And then I have to really look at the compatibility. Again, it has nothing to do with the people, it's the project. So when I look at the surrounding area of single-family homes and putting in a 2 or 3 story multifamily apartment, or you can call it a condo, you can call it a penthouse, whatever you want to do to glamorize it, it still is not compatible with the area. And me, because I am an elected representative for all the people in Nampa, I'm looking at the fact that 10 years from now, I'm going to drive by that development. And I'm going to say, what were we thinking? That doesn't even fit in this area. I know I go into other communities and I see the same thing and I'm thinking, what were they thinking? What was planning and zoning thinking? And so I have to look at it from maybe a different aspect from where you're looking at it. And I also look at the fact that the criteria typically for multifamily housing is how close to services is it located? Is it located to shops and grocery stores? Is there a school nearby, not just for one specific age group, but for all age groups, or practical busing? And then what is the proximity to public transportation, and then freeway access? And when I look at that in this project and where we're going to locate it, I don't see those things. So how are we serving people that are already struggling if they don't have ready access for these things? The traffic is legitimate. I know when I go to one end of Nampa and I have to get to the other side of Nampa or even to the middle of town, it's an obstacle, and it takes a lot of extra time to get there. And I'm talking about, it doesn't matter if it's rush hour or not, it's just during the day. So it is going to change the face of where we live. And then I have to look at the safety issues for both automobiles and also for pedestrians. So that is a really legitimate thing, and apartments do bring children, and specifically this one because there are 4-bedroom housing that we're looking at, and so I would assume that there are probably going to be families in this area as well. And then I always bring this up, I know I'm a broken record on this too, but I look at the public safety. We're down 41 officers. We are so far behind, there is no way we're going to be able to catch up. And when I look at the reality of that, I'm looking at, can my law enforcement, when he's called to my house or she, do they have adequate backup? And secondly, can they keep our community safe? So we really have to be taking this into consideration. I was just at the CompStat meeting last month and listened to our officers. I listened to the statistics and where the call volume is happening and why it's happening, and they are legitimately concerned. They're important too, and their quality of life is just as important as the person who is experiencing homelessness. And we as a city council have to be paying attention to that in the decisions we make. It's not just a tunnel vision for us, it's a big picture that we have to look at. So I just, I second the motion because I believe in the project, I believe there's a place for it, and I don't believe this is a not in my backyard consideration, at least for me it's not. It's where is the proper place that we can put it in the city so the service needs of the people that will be living there are not a hardship, but they can actually use and enjoy those services. They can have access to the things that they need to enhance their quality of life. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to make a brief comment at the end, but roll call.
Brunner?
Yes.
Mucci? No. Haverfield?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
So that is, our wording was a little different, but we did uphold the denial of the conditional use permit. I want to make a couple of comments real quickly. You have a great development idea. I really like it. And it would be nice to work with you in our community. And it's unfortunate for the sellers of the property. But hopefully you'll find something else that you can do with your property that may be a single family home and whatever it is. But it was a compatibility issue with this council. I do want to comment real quickly on sidewalks. So, safety for our kids are extremely important. We need to identify, and so Tom, let's take a look. We need to figure out whether it's a hawk. It's important that our kids have a safe route to school. Just for those of you that live there, we have had considerable discussions about the safety with Grays Lane and Amity. I know, it's late, and So we will continue to have those discussions. Just know that it has not gone unnoticed. We're absolutely looking at it. We have 3 more public hearings, about 12 or 13 more agenda items, plus an executive session yet to go tonight. We'll be doing good to get out of here at 12:30. So that said, we do need a break. We've been sitting here for over 4 hours, so we're going to take a 10-minute break and we'll be back. And I'm so sorry for those of you waiting. Thank you. We'll take a brief break. Rick is bringing the snacks around for those of you that are waiting. Okay, so we have 3 public hearings yet to come. And we're ready for item 6.3 on the agenda. This is a reconsideration of a zoning map amendment to RS6, single-family residential, 6,000 square foot, to, from that to multifamily residential at 916 East Colorado Avenue, 915 East Bird Avenue, and 908 and 912 South Elder Avenue, totaling an approximate 3.936 acre portion. And this is a modification of concept to 2-story townhome-style multifamily apartments for Brandon Wallen, representing the Kennedy Family Ventures. Is our applicant with us? Thank you. It's good to see you back. Go for it.
Madam Mayor Kling, members of the Nampa City Council, my name is Brandon Whalen. I'm with Kennedy Limited Partnership. Physical address 855 West Broad, Boise, Idaho 83702. Thank you very much for the opportunity to re-present our application to you. Tonight we are asking for reconsideration. Last time I was before you, we had a plan. Oh, I think it's the power button. So we have 3.9 acres that is bordered by Colorado on the south, Bird on the west, Fern to the north. And we had came in with a concept for 3-story buildings, approximately 84 units with a parking variance, providing 1.53 parks per unit. We heard very clearly from the council and from the members of the neighborhood that 3 stories was too big and not appropriate, and you were not willing to entertain a motion for reduced parking. So we went back to the drawing board and said, let's look at what a 2-story townhouse development might look like. So currently, our site plan shows, okay, we can scroll just here? Yep. Perfect. There we go. So as you can see here, the site plan shows the townhouses, and we're currently able to provide 103 parking spaces. This project will have to go through your design review board. They will look at your building elevations, landscape plan, setbacks, and such. And the overall development will be controlled by the number of parking spaces that we're able to provide. We will be able to, it will be controlled by 2 parking spaces per unit plus the ADA requirement. And right now, we're currently looking at what the mix of studio, 1-bedroom, and 2-bedroom units might be. Again, as was mentioned in the case earlier, the standards for looking at a rezone for the multifamily housing project or a multifamily housing designation, zoning designation, is close proximity to commerce. You can see 12th Street highlighted in green to the left or the west. We are located in close proximity to the Northwest Nazarene University, and we have Colorado, which is arterial. So we're meeting a lot of the criteria that's in place for consideration for the RMH rezoning designation that we seek. This shows the different zoning designations that are located in the near vicinity. The property just south of the subject property on Colorado Avenue is the Colorado Gardens, and that does have the RMH zoning designation, so we would be just pulling it north across Colorado. This shows the comprehensive plan designation. The star shows where the subject property is, and a portion of it is in the high-density residential, and the yellow is the lower density residential. In the 3.9 acres, we're looking at about 14 units per acre for a total of about 50 units on the property. We tried to use we're going to try to use materials that will be already found in the neighborhood, asphalt shingles, pre-finished gutters and downspouts, vinyl windows, board bat and lap siding materials, brick veneer, building design and landscaping that is subject to your design review committee approvals. We think there are compelling reasons to support our RMH rezone request. Again, there was the discussion earlier about the need for housing in Nampa. This will help meet some of that need. We've reduced the size of the project in building heights and in number of units, so it's more compatible with the neighborhood that it's located within. We are not asking for any variances. We will park it 2 parks per unit plus the ADA requirement. And we think that it does meet the criteria being close to Commerce on 12th, the corridor, the Colorado Street corridor, providing good access for transportation and mass transit. And so with that, I would formally request approval of our rezone of this 3.9 acres from the RS6 to the RMH zoning designation. And I would stand for any questions that you may have.
I do have a quick question, and that is, in that it's being called a townhome and not apartments, are these individually owned?
No.
Or are they rented?
They would be rentals, but the difference in this one is there's a vertical element. So each unit would have the bottom floor and upstairs in a 2-story unit. So they wouldn't have neighbors upstairs walking around or disturbing them. And if their kids are up there disturbing them, they can go tell them to be a little quieter with some authority.
Yes. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yes. What is market rate for these units, and then what's required for an occupant or a tenant to get into a unit?
So there would be an application, and they would have to show proof of employment, a good credit rating, proof of good rental history, and the market rates are going to probably be around $1,100 for the 1-bedroom unit, up to around $1,400 to $1,500 for the 2-bedroom units. We still haven't nailed down what those rental units will be, because we haven't totally nailed down what the unit mix will be between 1, 2, and 3-bedroom units. There's not an accessible or affordable housing component associated with this. They will be market rate.
So is it first, last deposit required, or is there more than that?
No, there is not more than that.
So if you're talking about townhomes that are up-down units, they won't be Fair Housing Act compliant, or will they?
Madam Mayor, Councilman Haverfield, I'm sorry. If I understand your question correctly, they are townhouses. They will have fire separation, and they will.
Talking about the ADA compliance, outside the site development would be ADA compliant. And since you're going up-down units, there isn't a Fair Housing Act compliancy requirement. So will you have ADA compliant, any units that are handicap accessible?
Yes, sir, we will.
Do you know how many?
So in reference, that's Paul Stevens. He's the developer of this project, and he said we will have ADA compliant units in the development, 2 or 3 possibly.
Okay. I was just wondering what metric you use to determine the number. That's not a question for you, it's maybe a question for staff. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for the applicant? Thank you very much. We'll have you back at the end. Thank you. Staff?
Hi, Parker.
Mayor?
Yes.
While we have a lull in the activity, I just remind council that in October of 2020, I represented this project. Our company brought it before council. It was approved with this 2-story approach with all on-street parking. But the project was pulled or withdrawn in that the applicant, the Kennedy folks, wanted to go ahead and seek a 3-story component, which didn't pan out. So this has already been approved by this body at one time with this approach, but obviously that's back in 2020.
Thank you. Before you start, something new that we're doing is that we are limiting the applicant's time to 10 minutes. Needless to say, you met that. I just keep forgetting to mention it because it's new. And so for the next public hearings, just we'll note that the applicant needs to stay to 10 minutes, and staff report also. I don't think we have a problem on this one, so you were good. Just thought I'll speak it now while I'm thinking of it. It's new, and I'll get it done. Okay, Parker. I'll be quiet. Go for it.
Mayor. Because this is probably the third time you've heard this application, I won't go into much detail. We are zoning from RS6 to RMH. History, this project was denied by City Council and the variance of code 1022-6B, which required 2 parking stalls per unit. They are coming back with reconsideration, changing that from regular apartment, three-story apartments to townhouse-style apartments, and limiting that number down. So the comp plan does support this change. They will be vacating Elder Street. Utilities are available. This is the concept that was presented. 105 parking stalls. Elevations. It is, multiple family is permitted in the RMH zone, which they're requesting. 2 spaces per dwelling unit plus ADA spaces required. These are the conclusions of law that you will need to find to approve. As far as correspondence, this is the same correspondence from engineering as the last application that came before you. Code enforcement had a case open for weeds, but I believe that's been taken care of. ITD won't request any trip generation information for this development. Same statement from fire department from the last application, as well as Compass data. The letters received from neighbors are a little different this time. Fred T. and Mary Burton, as well as Mary Ann Beck, basically stating that they would prefer to see a park. Question, what would prevent the owner from revising the proposed plan into something larger? The answer to that would be through either conditions or a development agreement. How many total units and what are the makeup of the units? Another number of bedrooms. Is there on-site property management at night? Will there be fencing around the project? Both these letters stated that they do not oppose the project, but urge City Council to include conditions limiting any structures to 2 stories and be townhome style buildings. A letter in favor from Brian and Lindsay Beatty. I believe I said that right, but I could be wrong. Their home is adjacent to the proposed dog park. We received a letter today from Becca Newbolls, which stated, I'm reaching out because I saw your hearing notice signs regarding the reconsideration of zoning from RS6 to RMH. I just moved to Elder Street and I am strongly against townhomes, apartments, or anything multifamily being built on these empty lots. It would ruin the neighborhood. Please don't let Broadstone Apartments build there. And that was the direct letter from her. Analysis, there's multiple different zones in the area, greater demand for student housing and some commercial services. It's classified as infill, and they would be subject to design review in the future. Townhomes are a more appropriate way of transitioning from multifamily across the street to single family to the north. There's 105 proposed parking spaces, 2 spaces per unit plus ADA. That's about 50 units that can be supported. That would be 12.78 units an acre. These are the proposed recommended conditions of approval, as well as any that you would wish to add to that. And this is a potential motion for you. I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
Mayor, just for the sake of clarity, I didn't see in your recommended conditions of approval that it be a two-story. Is that because that's what the applicant is asking you provide?
Yes, if you wanted to restrict it to only two-story for future, if they plan to change their concepts in the future, you can add that condition or propose a development agreement.
So it would only make sense that the recommended conditions of approval would include that the requirement would be that they could not exceed two-story. Is that?
Councilman, if you'd like to add that, we can add that
And then
into it.
the on-street versus off-street parking question, again, the applicant's stating that they'll provide off-street parking to meet the requirement for the number of units they'll be able to put on the site. And that the site plan that's presented is just conceptual but not finalized at this point. But eventually, two-story would indicate the number of units, and then they would be able to provide the parking accordingly as it comes together. So I'm just wanting to make sure in my mind that I understand what you put up for us to use, but it really should include those other things just to be safe. That's a statement, not a question.
Thank you, Councilman Haverfield. Are there any other questions or statements? For Parker. Okay, seeing none, we'll move to public hearing. This is a public hearing. And Debbie, who do we have signed up?
Catherine Sigmund. And
Was that they were with you? Yes. Okay, and I apologize. So does it state if she was in favor of or objecting to?
neutral.
She was neutral? Okay,
And then Crystal Sigmund,
also.
she was neutral. And then Brandon, Fred Burton.
Well, hang on just a, so what is your name? I'm sorry, back behind you, I'm sorry.
My name is Bob Brady.
Bob Brady, are you related to?
I am not.
You're not, okay. They appeared to be with you.
Yeah.
Are you signed up?
I am not.
Would you like to testify? Were you also neutral or just listening? I just thought since you appeared to be together, I wanted to give place to the fact that they needed to leave.
Yes. We are.
And go ahead and come forward if you don't mind. You mind? Bob, I'm sorry I called on you and I'm doing this. Because the others were sitting there, I wasn't sure if you were together. I feel bad that they needed to leave. So go ahead and state your name and address if you don't mind.
My name is Bob Brady. I live at 305 West Cornwall Drive in Nampa. Crystal and Catherine Sigmund and I are a part of Nampa Parade America, and we use that property for staging of our horses for Nampa Parade America, and so we were interested in what was going to happen with that property.
Thank you for coming forward. I felt bad they had to leave, but I'm sure you are. It's funny because that was the very thing I was wondering, right? Okay, thank you. Okay, so now we can move forward.
I have a Fred Burton. He's opposed.
Not opposed?
Not this time.
Okay.
Sorry.
Hi, Fred.
I'm not angry. Fred Burton, 819 South Elder Street, speaking for myself and for my wife. Really appreciative of your efforts, Mayor Kling, for attempting to make things fair. Appreciate that work. I've been a chair and it's not an easy task. Thank you. So, council members and mayor, I would like to recognize, first of all, that the developer and the owner have taken significant steps to make the project acceptable to the neighborhood. I believe they've worked hard at it, and they should be commended for that. So my wife and I will not object to the development as long as it is no taller than the 2 stories with a residential style structure as has been described, and that it will provide adequate on-site parking. The proposal that's been offered to us certainly appears to meet those demands. So on that basis, we will not oppose the project. However, we would ask you to put 2 restrictions on the rezone. The first restriction is what Councilman Haverfield has mentioned, a 2-story restriction with residential style structure. That was one of our primary concerns. We'd like to see that restriction put there, as well as a restriction requiring on-site parking, because that was a huge issue, all of the camp meeting from the Nazarene Church a number of years ago. With those 2 restrictions, not happy about the proposal, but we will no longer oppose it. Remind you that, as already been mentioned, the 2-story height and the residential style construction was already previously approved by both planning and zoning and this council. The current proposal with those restrictions would not be hampered because they're already included in there. So our concern would be that the restrictions would prevent a change in the future, either by current or, if the current owners were to decide to sell, the future owners of that land. We'd like to see those restrictions put there with the rezone. Thank you for your consideration, and it's been a long night for you.
Thank you so much for staying. I know it's been a long night for you, so thank you so much. Thank you.
The only other one I have is Mary Ann Beck.
And Mary Ann, thank you to you also, to all of you that have stayed so long tonight.
I am, whoa, excuse me. I am here on my behalf and also on behalf of my neighbors, Bonnie Garris, who lives at I live at 912 East Bird. And I am here also on behalf of my neighbors, Bonnie Garris, who lives at 904 East Bird, and Willard and Florence Bradburn, who live at 908 Fern Street. They are not able to be here tonight. I just have a couple of questions that the developer hasn't asked or answered, and it would be, is there going to be 24-hour apartment managers on site? The second thing is there going to be the dog park? And we would rather see something like a playground or green space in that instead of the dog park. And then the other issue, nope, that's it. The developer does seem to have made significant changes. We would not be opposed to the project as currently presented, as long as the city council requires a development agreement to hold the concept plan in place to prevent other developmental types from occurring without a further public hearing. So I agree with what Fred said. We would like to see the 2-story limit on and the townhomes that have been proposed, and that the parking would be totally on site. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for staying so late. Does that conclude? Is there anyone else on site or online? I don't know that we have anyone online yet. Does anyone know if we have anyone online? I'm going to assume not. Is there anyone else that had intended to testify? Okay, seeing none. Our applicant, go ahead and come back and let you provide, I saw you taking notes, and provide answers. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, members of the Nampa City Council, thank you for the opportunity to address some of the comments that were generated by our neighbors. To the Sigmunds that weren't able to stay through the duration, we thank them for their participation in this process. Mr. and Mrs. Burton, we also would like to thank you very much for recognizing the ground that we tried to close with your expectations through this hearing process. It's not always easy to meet those expectations, but it sounds like we have struck the right balance, and so I thank you for your participation. Ms. Beck, we would like to say that your involvement in this project has been very fruitful as well. And we agree with the conditions of approval that they would like to see attached through this rezone to limit it to 2 stories in height, for it to be a townhome style of development, and that all of the required on-site parking be provided on-site. To answer the question that Ms. Beck did bring up, we do engage with a professional property management team, and they will not have somebody on-site 24 hours a day, but everybody will have a phone number that if there is some form of an incident that somebody needs to respond to, somebody will be on the property very, very quickly. And we do, because of the unfortunate condition that there is such a huge demand for housing, people don't want to risk losing a home that they have. And that helps keep people in line. They don't want to get ruly and get kicked out. And people have a relatively short leash in this type of a situation because we don't want somebody on the property disturbing others. So it tends to be a quiet community. So again, I would thank you for your participation. And with that, I would stand for any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Council, do you have any questions? Councilman Haverfield?
So you'll be relying on our local police department as far as for security purposes then in the evening after hours? You won't have somebody that actually is on site?
I'm not aware at this time of having somebody contract on site and periodically visiting the site to ensure security. If there does seem to be the need, as stated, this is going to be a fair market rent type environment. So hopefully if the need is there, we've budgeted that into the pro forma for the development.
Thank you.
Here, just to follow up with, I believe I heard Ms. Beck also mention, as far as rather than a dog park, more of a children's playground area. Is that under consideration?
That is under consideration. We had originally planned for both of them in the plan where we had 84
I knew both
units.
of them were there, but.
Right, now, and I think it's going to be more appropriate for it to be a children's play area.
Thank you. Are there any other questions?
Yes, Mayor. I'm just reading through this, and I'm not sure if I misunderstood something you'd said in your presentation. And by the way, thank you. You've really done a magnificent job of answering the neighbors' needs, and I do appreciate that. So it says that you'll add approximately 252 residents to 84 single-family homes. Am I reading that correctly? I was thinking you said like 50, or do I?
The original proposal was a rezone to RMH and a multifamily housing project that had about 84 units in it. And you denied that in one motion. And so we were coming back asking for reconsideration for the rezone. And it looks like because there's not going to be a parking variance associated with this, all the parking has to be on the property. And we're anywhere from 105 to 103 parking stalls. So it's going to limit the number of units to about 50. So we're going from 84 down to about 50 units on this property.
And was the largest, if I remember correctly, a 2-bedroom?
Yes.
So we're thinking maybe, what, if there's 105 spaces, are we 2 per space, or are we thinking less than that?
I think we're seeing it's less than 2 people per unit. People are waiting longer to get married, less children and such. So I would be surprised if there were more than 160 people on the property.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions for the applicant? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much. I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
Been moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Council discussion, what would you like to do?
Mayor Kling.
Yes?
I've been down this path once or twice before. I'm ready to make a motion to recommend approval of the project as presented to us this evening with the conditions of approval as outlined in our packet, but also including that the units are to remain as 2-story with a residential character roof, shingled roof, to match the adjoining neighborhood, that all required parking to be on-site, 2 per unit, plus the ADA parking requirement. And then, obviously, the site plan that's been presented to us will have to be reworked to provide service of trash pickup as well. That's not been shown, so that would be my motion.
Second. It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Councilman Bauer?
Can you ask some questions about NNU students last time?
Well, we know it's right near
there.
you, so there,
So-
there'd be potential of probably the upper end, senior and you students possibly renting from these folks. If they pass if they're good enough.
Is there any further discussion?
Mayor,
Yes?
I just believe I need to say something because of what I said about the last development. And a couple things I want to point out that are different about this development than the last one is the compatibility and the transition from the Colorado apartments across the street and coming to a townhouse to a single family homes. I see it as a much better transition. And the concern, another concern I had was if you have 3-story on one side and 3-story on the other side, it's kind of that bobsled effect when you're going down, and it ruins the openness of our community. So I do again want to tell the developer, I just thank you for meeting the needs of the neighbors and the concerns that they had. There's also a significantly less number of people that will be occupying this dwelling. And so I can handle the under 200 for our police department, even though I still would like to see that situation rectified better than I can 700 and some people. Then there is a little bit of a side of me that says, well, there goes the staging area for Parade America. But in reality, it belongs to the property already belongs to someone, and something will be developed there. So thank you.
Mayor, just from what Councilman Levi said, I think what that was, Councilman Bauer, was NNU students have a tendency of maybe piling in as far as residents. I take it there'll be a limit number of individuals that you have in each unit. Is that correct? Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Councilman Bauer?
I just love supporting our local university, so if you think there's is it tough for our students to get housing?
Well, it's tough for anyone to get housing, and that's why they put a lot of students in together is to save on cost. So that's, I don't want it to be seen, 4 students per 1-bedroom apartment, so.
Would you consider doing something because you're so close to that campus, would you consider?
We're actually out of public hearing, so we can't.
I shouldn't have
sorry.
been asking, that was my fault, I should have asked.
I'm sorry, we can't ask yeah, that's okay. Is there any further discussion? I'd like to move to roll call. Okay, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
G?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Well, worth the wait. Thank you all. Thank you. I appreciate the public process. It's a good one. And thank you for your patience through the last one. Good night. Thank you, guys. Okay, item 6.4 on the agenda is an action item, zoning map amendment to from residential professional to single-family residential, 6,000 square foot for a previously approved Lava Falls subdivision originally addressed at 2718 East Locust Lane. This is an 11.84 acre portion of land, and this is for Sawtooth Land Acquisition, representing all the property owners within the Lava Falls subdivision. Is our applicant here? I don't see anyone in the room.
Ma'am, I'm actually on the phone.
Oh, you are on the phone. Awesome. And so,
I am.
And what is your name?
My name is Joel Peterson. I'm representing Sawtooth Land Acquisition LLC. Address of the company is 4027 East Summit Lane in Nampa, Idaho, 83687. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, thank you, and please proceed.
I'm here to ask for a rezone on kind of a mistake that we made when we had developed the site. It was originally residential professional. We actually developed the site to be a single-family dwelling, and some issues have arisen with irrigation costs and people being able to build something outside of the community desire to keep it residential. So we're kind of here to clean up a zoning issue for our current homeowners and our second phase homeowners that will be coming online. Lots will be coming online in the next 30 days, and homes being built the same, just single family. No professional use is needed in the subdivision.
Well, great, thank you so much. So we will move to staff report, and then Joel will come back to you. I guess I should say, council, do you have any questions before we move on? Nope. And Joel, thank you. I'm sorry we're so late this evening, but we'll have Parker come forward, and then we'll move to public hearing and be right back to you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. This one should be pretty straightforward. Just rezoning from RP to RS6 for the reduction of irrigation fees. The plat was approved 2019. Currently, building permits have been issued and the property is being developed. Comparison on the RP to RS6 requirements. The only difference between the two zones would be the setbacks. So the RP zone requires an 8-foot setback, where they would be reducing that to a 5-foot interior setback to 5 feet. The other changes would be the RS6 requires a 60-foot lot depth and a 22-foot property frontage. The subdivision meets all of these requirements, so there isn't any concerns about changing the zone for the plat. Conclusions of law, I won't cover those. Those are in the staff report. Building department, regular correspondence. There were some public correspondence on this one that received with some confusion. No multifamily dwellings are proposed with this, nor would they be permitted under the requested zoning. There's the conditions of approval, as well as any that you would like to add, and here's a motion for you. I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Councilman Haverfield.
Probably just a clarification, but the Planning and Zoning Commission did recommend approval, correct?
Correct.
Because it states in our recommended conditions of approval if they approve it. So they did approve it.
I apologize, that was a
Okay. I went back.
An
I had to go
oversight.
back a couple of times, but I found in the history that that had taken place. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Parker? Thank you. We'll come back if we have them. This is a public hearing, and is there anyone signed up to testify? No. Okay, so Joel, do you have any closing comments before we close public hearing?
I don't. I just apologize that we didn't come to the city sooner to take care of this issue. We knew we were going to be building just single-family lots, staying inside the building envelope for the 6,000 square foot lot. It's just something that honestly we just missed, and sorry we're wasting your time. On another note, I know it's been an extremely long night, and I'm actually happy that I sat through it. I learned a lot, and it's actually inspired me to go to our other partners. I see a major need for affordable housing in Nampa City, and I think we're going to try to find ways to partner with the city to help tackle that problem in the future.
Well, that is wonderful. Thank you so much. That's good news. That's exciting. Council, do you have any questions for Joel on this? I don't see any questions. So Joel, thank you so much. Appreciate it. And I will stand for a motion to close public hearing.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, where's the motion?
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
I think this is reasonable and appropriate to allow this to take place, so I'll make a motion to approve the zoning map amendment from RP to RS6 as presented to us tonight with conditions of approval.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Joel, thank you for coming forward. Thank you for listening and for being inspired. And we look forward to seeing you again in the future.
We'll see you soon. Appreciate it, Mayor and Councilman.
Thank you. Okay, 6.5 is our last public hearing this evening, and this is a development agreement modification, rescinding the agreement attached to an ordinance 4321 allowing self-storage and a zoning map amendment from community business to multifamily residential for a 12.4 parcel acre on 0 South Middleton Road. This is for the City of Nampa, Christy Watkins, representing Endurance Holdings.
So Christy put in the application, and I'll do the staff presentation. This should be a pretty simple review, but just want to give you a little bit of history and show you the background of where this is at. Again, just north of Roosevelt and east of Middleton Road. Back in July, they had the annexation, July of 2017, annexation and zoning to BC with the concept and a development agreement in place to have storage units here, along with some other commercial pads. In 2019 and 20, City Council had concerns regarding proliferation of storage units, their impact to single-family residential, and whether they provided enough taxable value to offset costs of servicing the land use. In late 2020, city staff began the required 6-month official notification process for altering the development agreement to disallow the storage units. The property owner expressed support and indicated their desire for RMH zoning to be consistent with the comprehensive plan future land use map. And I'll show you in just a minute the comprehensive plan map. And the Nampa Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval in April of this year. So here's the comprehensive plan map. It's pretty much surrounded by medium density residential. That's your typical single family zone designation. However, as you can see, this area specifically is labeled as high density residential. I'm not sure about all the context of how that happened and why it was designated as high density residential. Perhaps because of its location near the school and the commercial on the southeast corner of the intersection there. Southwest corner of the intersection. So I'm not sure why that was designated when the comp plan was updated, but that is the location, and it is designated as for high-density residential. You can see the land uses in the area. There is utilities available, and they would need to bring those utilities to this location, at least the sewer. And I can show you that. Here's the zoning, the BC zoning. As you can see, primarily single family around it, except to the south and southwest is commercial. And there's the utilities. The sewer is down here. Hard to see on this map, but it's available. So applicable regulations, you know the drill here. The DA modifications are an agreement between the city and a property owner. And so we would just need to agree on those conditions, and it's pretty flexible. Here are the zoning or rezone conditions or conclusions of law. The RMH zone has been identified for high-density residential. And I put on the screen here all the different land uses that are allowed in the RMH zone. It's also in your staff report. But just put it up here just in case you wanted to go over those or review those. The development agreement will rescind the ability for people to, for the property owner to develop it as storage units. And it takes out this Exhibit C in the development agreement that identifies it for commercial and storage units. Here are the comments. You've seen all of these in your staff report. The one that I will highlight, though, is one that we received yesterday. So it was not in your staff report. You received it by email. It was a property owner in the area Jennifer Kemp at 11100 West Glendive Avenue. And they were concerned about property values being impacted by high-density residential in the area. They were concerned about and wanted to make sure that developers are held responsible to pay for needed road improvements. And they wanted to ensure that the pathway, the Wilson pathway, would be connected. And they didn't want the proposed entrances to conflict with the existing subdivisions. All those things are evaluated when an actual project is brought before us, right? We're not to that point. This is just zoning and a development agreement modification. Okay, so I think I'm going to skip over this. I think we've covered most of that already, and the recommended conditions are in your packet. I'm happy to review those as well. I did want to highlight, before astute Councilman Haverfield points this out, I did make a mistake on this as well. Planning and zoning. Astute. So I just changed it. On the screen is the correct motion. It just had planning and zoning motion. And there are two motions to be considered tonight.
Can I ask you a question?
You bet.
Could be a silly one, but if we're doing a zoning map, if we're amending the zoning map, I guess it's not a rezone. I don't understand why we wouldn't rezone this from high density to medium density. Because it's surrounded by medium density, so why would we not now, at this time, transition to medium?
And the only reason is that the property owner requested that. So we had a situation where we didn't want them to have storage units there, develop storage units there. And they said, well, okay, but I would like to have higher density residential. Well, it complies with our comprehensive plan, which designates it as high density residential. So there's an expectation for that developer for high density residential. So he requested that. I don't know what's going to happen there. And that would be something that I would, we'd have to look at when they come back in for a subdivision or whatever else happens there, CUP or whatever. But yeah, I understand your concern there, being surrounded by medium density residential. It complies with the comprehensive plan.
So help me understand the action tonight, because this is, it's a development agreement modification, but it's also a zoning map amendment.
So,
But I don't see anything related to high density versus medium density in the language, because community business,
So there's
excuse me,
two
multifamily
motions.
residential is considered high density. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Multifamily
Correct.
residential is high density.
Correct. Yes,
So,
that's correct.
and that's what he has requested.
That's correct.
But it isn't necessarily compatible to the surrounding areas, because the surrounding areas are all medium density.
Right. So, yeah, that is definitely the question. What are the restrictions? What would be acceptable to make this compatible with the existing single family in the area? Right now, our comprehensive plan designates it as high density. And so he's compliant with the high density on there, but the surrounding area may not be compatible. And so I would expect conditions could be placed on the, if it gets approved tonight, conditions could be placed on there to mitigate those concerns.
Okay. Thank you.
Mayor?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for asking part of my questions already for me. The next question that I have then is, and that's, or not a question, but a statement. That's why I'm so concerned that when we do our zoning and our future zoning land use map, that we pay attention to these things, because now we have a developer that is under the impression that this is an option for them. So, which leads me into my next question, or my first question, excuse me, is will this come to a public hearing if this developer decides to, whatever, use it, but especially with the high-density homes?
Yeah, good, really good question. It depends on what they propose to do. If they have townhomes, then, and they subdivide that out, then yes, it would come to a public hearing, absolutely. It'd go through a preliminary plat process, which is a public hearing, and then it would go through a final plat process that goes to planning and zoning and then on to city council. So yes, if that's the case. If they took this entire property and decided to do just apartments or fourplexes on it, they could do that without going through a public hearing process because of the zoning. So that's, if we go back to this list, you can see here permitted uses, dwellings, fourplexes, multiple family, dwelling, single family. Those are all just outright permitted. If you go through a subdivision process and break down that property into smaller pieces, then you go to a public hearing.
So, follow-up, please. So my understanding then is, one, because we've kind of misled them in a sense, the developer, because we're trying to put the potential of high density with medium density, which again takes us back to the compatibility issue. But secondly, he would come before us thinking that he or she, they were headed in the right direction, and then they've spent all the money, the time, the investment, and we deny it. So in order to not allow this to go further, we would need to deny it tonight, correct?
That's correct, and I don't want to portray that I believe we've misled them in any way, because I don't know that. All I know is that the comprehensive plan, future land use map, says this should be high density. And without your input, additional input tonight, there's no way for me to know whether you didn't want this high density. All I do is look at it in the surrounding area and say, boy, they're gonna have to do some things to be compatible here. But yeah, that's up to you.
And I hope that came across in my wording of that. It's not you personally.
Yeah, sure.
But again, it goes back to that land use, and we have got to make sure we're doing it right the first time and it's compatible, because the developers are functioning within what we have set as zoning. And so even though we're not intentionally misleading them, it does mislead them at the end of the day if they're going to come forth with that plan and then we deny it because it's not compatible.
Right,
So,
absolutely.
Thank you.
So do you know how long, so I have a couple questions. Is there a reason why the landowner did not bring this forward, why the city brought it forward?
Because, yes, the reason was that we had a proposal for storage units. And so we decided as a staff, and this has been a long time, so you've probably forgotten this, but.
No, I remember this project, but I thought
Yeah.
that the development agreement actually had expired.
So
Had it expired?
What it says in the code, and I can go back to that. What it says in the development agreement, not the code itself, the second bullet point here, this agreement and the commitments contained herein shall be terminated and the zoning designation reversed upon the failure of the owner, developer, or each subsequent owner, or each person acquiring an interest in the property to comply with the commitments contained herein within 2 years after the effective date. So they didn't develop it. So that means that
2 years has expired.
2 years has expired, so nothing's developed on it. And so staff is saying, okay, we need to go through this process. If we don't want storage units on there, we have to start that 6-month process. We notified the applicant or the property owner and said, we're starting this process to relook at this. Well, if you go back, reversed, the zoning be reversed, there is no zoning to be reversed. There's nothing, right? Because it wasn't annexed yet before this happened. Annexation and zoning happened at the same time. So there's no way to go back and zone it to whatever it was before, because there was no zone.
But when we
It was in
zoned
the
it
county.
originally, we zoned it high density?
When we zoned it originally, it was BC,
It was BC.
yeah, community
So-
business.
There's, okay, so this would be a question for legal. As we're considering where we are, Rodney, you made a statement about we need to go this direction because we really don't want storage units. But if I understand correctly, this development agreement has expired. After, over 2 years has taken place, you've begun the 6-month process. Where are we in the 6-month process?
That, we're here. So 6 months,
So we are through the process that we are required to go through, is my understanding.
correct.
The 2 years has expired. The development agreement allowing for a storage unit has expired. So what are our options today?
So I guess I want to be clear, Mayor and Rodney, that additional language says, yes, it's 2 years, but then you have the 6-month period and an opportunity to cure. And I thought I heard you say that they came and said, okay, great, we'll do storage units. Is that not correct?
That's not correct. They have
Okay.
not said they will do storage units. We just had a development agreement in place that said they would.
Okay. And so they have not cured within 6 months?
They have, what do you mean by cured?
So that additional language past what you underlined
Okay,
basically says if they haven't complied, it expires if they haven't
yes.
started within 2 years. But you still can't rescind the development agreement until you give them 6 months' notice and an opportunity to cure.
Correct.
So it's actually longer than 2 years.
It-
If we've
correct.
given them notice and they haven't complied, then, yeah,
Yeah.
it's passed.
So
correct.
can we confirm, 6 months ago, you reached out to them regarding their development agreement?
Correct.
And nothing's taken place in this 6 months?
And in that time frame, they said, yes, we don't have any intention of developing it as storage unit. What we'd really like to do is be compliant with the comprehensive plan and develop it as multifamily. So that's where we're at.
But does city council have an obligation to rezone this to multifamily residential?
Mayor and Rodney, the comp plan is a very strong guide, but it's not a guarantee. So it doesn't obligate you to do anything. It is a strong guide, but nobody has a guarantee under the comp plan.
Personally, I find it challenging to put high density in the middle of medium density. It's the very thing that we've talked about tonight in compatibility. And I'm not sure when I'm not seeing, could we go back to the map
You bet.
and look again at what this is surrounded by? And there was a different one that had it colored.
This one?
Yeah, I think, right, that's the one. It's kind of hard to see. So we've got medium density to the east, medium density to the west. We have medium density to the south, with the exception of one commercial. And then to the north, I'm not sure what
So,
that is, to the north?
so to the north is the school. So that's a designation for education
And it's
and government.
Enclaved ag ground today, to the north.
Oh, are you
immediate
talking
north.
about the Lone Star School or?
I'm talking to the property immediately to the north of the
Yeah.
marked out area is still enclaved ag.
Correct. That is still in the county. So this, this is really challenging because you've got the comprehensive plan that's looking at the future, what we really want to see down the road, and then you've got your zoning that's already in place, right? They have entitlements already in place. So a BC zone exists on the property, and as you can see, there's quite a bit more in the area that is also BC zone. But if you look at the comprehensive plan, none of that is actually designated for commercial in that area, except for that little piece down below, the southwest. So somehow, at some point, there might have been a commercial node or something, and they developed this out, or they got entitlements for the BC zone.
Well, and back in the day, we did have the nodes in our zoning, and we found that they really didn't develop out well. There was a good intent back in the day, good intent, but we found that it didn't work. So I guess I'm looking at this, and I would like to hear the thought of the council, but I'm feeling like I question putting high-density residential in the middle of medium density when it is surrounded by medium density. So that's just my concern, and I'm sorry to drive the conversation. It's really the will of the council.
Correct. That's correct. That's correct. Right.
Although what else can you put? You need a developable piece of property is really what you need to do. And is BC what is developable today? Or do we need residential, right, in that area? Because it is more of a residential area.
You know, I'm just looking at areas like Allen Woods and so on, where you have mixed use.
Yep.
That's what I feel like is.
It's the little commercial node that's right there with the residential. Unfortunately, those little nodes haven't worked out really well. They've been challenging and they've not developed well.
Mayor, yes. Rodney, right across from Roosevelt, though, now there's the townhomes that are going in.
Yes, that's correct.
They're under construction right now. So you are starting to get some multifamily right in that area.
That's true.
So it is transitioning a bit.
Is that still medium density or is that high? The townhomes?
That is, let me go back. So again, the comprehensive plan is what we're talking about there. And I think you're talking, I can't get my mouse to show up. There we go. The Roosevelt, this one here, is that one?
It's directly across the street from the school. There's the little skate park. And then,
Yep.
there's a lot of there.
Yeah.
Yeah, the school is on Lone Star. So actually, the school I think you're talking about is farther down the road. Is that correct?
It's literally right across the street from Roosevelt.
Yeah. Correct. Yeah.
So it's like a block or two.
Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about. I think it's this one here. North of, I think this is the school here. And this development here is Blake Wolf's. Yes, that's correct. So it's a little ways away, but
You have the
in the
neighborhood
area.
Walmart. And then
Right.
you turn, you've got that, I think you're right. I think there are fourplexes.
Okay. So, come back to the order, the typical order of our meeting. So council will come back into, does anybody have any further questions for Rodney?
I do, Mayor. And you brought up a very good point. So why isn't the developer here?
Again, we are the ones that initiated it because of the concerns brought up about storage units. If the council wishes to not worry about that at all, we could just deny this. You could just deny this and we could move on. But the intent was, at the time, when we filed the 6-month notice to the property owner, we were concerned about where our city was going with storage units. So that's why we started the process.
But but so let me get this straight. But it's already been past the allotted time, 2 years, now 6 months. And whatever he comes up with, whatever the developer wants to do with that, still has to go before the council. So we would still, if the word being that we needed to deny the storage unit thing, they'd have to go to public hearing and we'd go from there, right? Right now, he's
Kind of.
pushing the issue here.
So the problem with it is that if we went to, that's correct, but except that the storage units could be developed still. Because we haven't rescinded the development agreement, we haven't rezoned it So right now, if we don't do anything, storage units could be developed. That's not the intent of the developer, but that is what would happen.
I thought Todd said that it had expired. Development
It
agreement.
doesn't just expire like that.
It doesn't?
You have to make a decision after this 6 months, right?
I believe so. It talks about the termination of the development agreement and revision. I haven't got it in front of me, but I think you still have to have the public hearing process to essentially terminate the development agreement. So there's an opportunity for them to come up and say whatever they would like to say. There's a public process for that.
Follow up.
Yes.
I also don't think that we should be putting a density in a medium density. So what we could do, and Todd, if you correct me on this, we could recommend approval for the agreement modification, but deny the zoning amendment.
Well, as Rodney said at the beginning, at this point, it's a mutual thing. So you both have to agree with whatever it is. If that's your proposal back to the owner, they could, I suppose, agree or disagree. If they disagree, then you're back to putting forward some kind of termination. You can always do that, but then, as also Rodney said, you don't have a zone to go back to. Usually when you terminate a development agreement, it reverts back to the zoning that existed prior to the development agreement. But in this case, it was an annexation, and so you don't have that. So there's some reasons to try to find some common ground here, but if you recommend one thing that's a little different than what's put forward, you take it back to the property owner and see what they say.
So what can we do with the multifamily residential? Can we put stipulations on it? So what could we do with this?
You have a request, again, it would have to be a mutual thing, but it's modifications to the development agreement to reflect what it is that you want. If you want to exclude certain things from that high density, you could propose that, but again, they have to agree to it.
So,
Mayor?
yes.
I'm sorry, are you finished? I didn't want to interrupt you. So my question is perhaps Rodney and legal. If we follow the steps here and do this in order with the potential motions for the development agreement modification, then we can deal with we can deal with the second part, which would be the rezone to RMH. But then my last question would be, because the developer isn't here, and I don't like the idea that we're going to surprise the developer, they can come back and appeal our decision, couldn't they?
If we're still talking about the development agreement, that has to be mutual. Councilmember Levi, so if they don't like it, they just don't agree to it. It's not really an appeal, it's just no.
So are we getting ahead of ourselves then? Should we first do the development agreement and see what the developer does with that before we make the rezone motion?
No,
Exactly.
because, well, the intent was that the rezone is helping us with the recension of the development agreement. That's why they go hand in hand.
So, Madam Mayor, I put it in this order for that reason. Like, the development agreement, in my mind, I felt like it needed to go first just to get rid of, because the development agreement is associated with an annexation and zoning to BC. So if we get rid of the development agreement first and related it as it's related to the zoning to BC, then you can come back in and do the zone to whatever you recommend and they're willing to accept. That was my thought process on it. Otherwise, if we rezone it to RMH, the development agreement doesn't work anymore. It just, you can't have a storage unit development in an RMH zone, so. looking to legal here.
So I'm just trying to think through what was noticed and kind of presented. Rodney, was this for the essentially revocation and of the development agreement?
Correct.
So the city, in lieu of amending it, they could just, are we properly teed up tonight to just say, we're rescinding the development agreement?
Exactly, yeah.
Okay. Then I guess if you do that, you have to still have the property zoned as something. And it's currently publicly noticed to be rezoned to RMH, or excuse me.
That's correct, yeah.
RMH. If you decline that, and we're kind of stuck with a piece of property with nothing, you could, I suppose you could do that, but we've got an annexed piece of property with no zoning. Or you could approve it with, I suppose, another recommendation for a development agreement if you terminate this one. Did you envision that, Rodney?
Yeah, I did. I thought that that might be an option. One thing I still question, though, is if we rescind the development agreement, does it automatically eliminate the zoning, or would it just stay BC zoning without the development agreement in place?
Is the development agreement in the packet?
It is, yes.
I need to look at
That's
it.
a good question.
Usually it's rescission of the development agreement and the zoning that went into it.
I have a question, and that is, could we continue this to date certain? I feel like we really are having too many discussions about we needed a little bit more research on this before we came into this public hearing.
Okay.
And mostly discussion right here between you and legal regarding this process and what we can do. So my recommendation is that we have a motion to continue this to,
That works.
we've got a lot of people signed up on this one?
Yeah.
Where are they?
I don't know.
I don't, you do? We have one. So we will continue the public hearing to date certain, and the question is, do we want to do it to the 14th or to the 21st? We could put it on next Monday and just work this out and be ready to come back next Monday when we don't have any other action items. Is that
Fine by me.
soon enough?
I think so, Madam Mayor. What were you thinking? Did you say the 21st?
I was thinking even the 14th, next Monday night. Whoops, excuse me.
Possible. I'm going to be gone the middle of the week, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So I won't be as accessible to Rodney, but it's possible. I don't know if that's enough time to have a conversation with the landowner as well to see what they might be willing to do as far as any conditions on an RMH. So it
I
might
think
be
we've already got 4 public hearings on that night, or 5. I'm not sure.
On this
The
14th?
21st.
Oh, I think we have 4. I could look at that real
I have a
quick if you
question
need.
that I think is for Todd. So you just said that our zoning is a guide.
Your comp plan,
Our
the guide.
comp plan is a guide, but it doesn't have to be, I mean, it's a guide, right? So even in the current zoning, could you say that storage units are not compatible use for that? Because there is commercial right there. There's like dentist office stuff over there too. There's already some of that. Are you able to put a condition that that's just not a compatible use and leave it zoned the way that it is?
That could be, again, a discussion with the landowner to say, okay, we don't want to terminate your development agreement. We're just going to take away the storage units.
That use, right? And then leave it, because then they could, it's kind of an interesting spot where it is. And I think Councilman Bruner was kind of indicating the same thing. You'd still be able to put a restaurant or something else there, but maybe just disallow that particular use based on compatibility. Would that potentially simplify it rather than trying to rezone?
Like Madam Mayor and Councilmember Mucci, that could simplify it if they're open to that. You wouldn't have to rezone the property and you just amend the DA. If they're willing to do that.
In this public hearing, are we allowed to do that?
That, a DA amendment, again, would require a mutual agreement of both parties. So,
But we wouldn't finalize that until the agreement is in place, right? So could we take the motion now and then work with the developer to see if he or she is willing?
Well, or can you continue it and go have a discussion?
Yeah, either
that's
way.
probably a little better to see what they're willing to do, so you're possibly there's less conflict. Again, I think you can do that at the end of the day, but if they don't agree to it, then you're back to just terminating it and figuring out what to do with the zoning.
Well, at least we would know.
Mayor, follow up, and it's just really a comment, but Rodney, you made it sound like they weren't planning to develop storage units there any longer.
So, correct. The property owner is Corey Barton Homes. And so they're not really interested in storage unit development. So,
So it might simplify this whole thing if they just agreed to not, agreed to a disallowed use for that purpose, and then
And then
it's
they-
zoned the way it is.
yeah, and then potentially they come back in for whatever they need at that point.
Rodney, do you think you could get the information you need by next week without Todd's involvement?
I think so, yeah. I think we can work with the developer and just ask them what they're willing to do.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to continue this to the 6/14 special council meeting.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Haverfield?
And buy this dear lady dinner, will you, somebody?
Yes. So sorry. Thank you. 14.
Week from tonight.
Sorry.
Thank you. Okay, we are going to move to the front of the agenda, and we're going to go to Finance Director Doug Racine for staff report, and then we'll move through the rest of our agenda items. Thank you, Doug.
But I'm curious, are you a homeowner out there? Or?
I actually live in Carrotilla Ridge, but I'm concerned about what I see happening
Oh,
on
I see.
Middleton
Yeah.
with all the commercial property being converted to high density, the proposals are for high density housing for all of them.
Oh, I see.
So, and we don't really have anything in that southwest quadrant for businesses, other than the neighborhood Walmart, which we use all the time.
Well, thank you for being here
Thank
for
you
that
for,
long.
absolutely, thank you.
You're welcome, I'll be back.
They walk by my house every night, so we wave.
Yes, they do.
We wave at each other. Nice to see you here. I've already walked.
Okay, Doug. So guys, we have, I think, 13 business items to cover, plus an executive session. So we've got a little ways to go.
Miles to go before we.
It is miles to go before we sleep. The only thing that we could do is choose to move a few of these agenda items to the 14th.
So moved.
Second.
Mayor, can I get a little more specific motion on that?
Sounds good to me. I'm done. Go home, right?
On items 5, 6 through,
It's true.
We're done, man.
What was the question, Councilmember?
It was,
I said we announced this council meeting for June 7th.
It's almost June 8th.
So are we actually allowed to go, are we allowed to go into another day?
Oh,
I tell you what, what we'll
It's too
do.
late to go in
We're
there.
going to do a staff report, and then we're going to talk about what we're going to do next.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Doug.
Okay, Mayor, councilors, I wanted to come tonight to talk about the amendment process, and specifically the amendment process on an item tonight on the agenda for your approval. So in the legal requirement for doing amendment is that you have to, and correct me if I'm wrong here, Todd, is that we need to do an amendment prior to the end of our fiscal year in order to support any budgetary authority that we may have created by council approval to purchase or buy or spend money. We're not required to do it at any time specific other than it needs to be done within the current year prior to the end of the fiscal year. So in current years, I believe the amendments were brought forward maybe mid-year to catch issues that have come up in the course of the mid-year. But what I'm proposing is, last year we brought the amendment toward you at the very end of the year. And there were some benefits to that. We found that we could track the amendment during the course of the year. So every time there was an amendment request from Patrick or Public Works or anybody, we would track that and accumulate the data and be very aware of what was going on. And then it served to help us keep aware, but not to mess up the budgetary track. One of the issues we're very concerned about and aware of is that every time we do a budget amendment, especially if we're rolling over funds, it inflates our budget. Last year, we budgeted for $10 million. $5 million of it got spent. So then we do a rollover amendment to add that $5 million unspent back into this year's budget, and just it accumulates and aggregates the budget and makes it look higher and higher. So last year, we presented the budget amendment after we presented the budget, and it made the presentation of the budget a little more clear because we didn't have to worry about the amendment and the rollover and any impacts thereof. And that worked pretty well. So we've been tracking the budgetary amendments this year and intended to bring it earlier, but we got so close to the budget, I talked with Ed about it and I proposed, and he agreed, that why don't we do the same thing we did last year, track the amendments, notify them, understand them, and be aware of them, and make them approved through council, and then we bring forth the amendment in August to adjust any of our needed expenditures. And as you know, as my screen here, I'll go through it quickly. The amendments are meant to authorize spending not incorporating in existing budgets, and to move budgets from prior year to current year as needed. So as we learned from last year, it worked out pretty well, and it made the budget presentation, especially to the public, a little more clear. We had less noise on the amendment. Now, we can still do an amendment mid-year. We can do more than one amendment during the course of a year. We're not precluded from doing more than one. It just, as long as we have that done. But from your perspective, you need to know if something comes before you for approval, if it's not in the budget, that it's being considered in the amendment. So we're kind of getting a little bit of horse and cart thing right here, where we're talking about bringing forward a proposal to you that's not in the budget, but it is in our amendment process. And we have one of those occasions on the agenda tonight. So the intent is to show you what our intended amendment estimate is right now, give you the clarity of that image, and then we can do the final amendment with all the requisite detail after we complete the budget, and probably do this in sometime in August, just after the public hearing.
Can we just pause?
Yes.
It's referencing 5.7 on the agenda, which is to authorize the airport division to proceed with formal bidding process for the Napa East Airport Taxi Lane Hangar Water and Sewer Extension project. But the funding is pending a budget amendment. And so we had originally talked about doing a public hearing for the budget amendment tonight. Doug and Ed had decided not to do that, and now since it isn't noticed, we can't really do that.
Right.
And we've got some items that really need to move forward, but I'm very hesitant because
I
it's
understand.
pending a budget amendment. So
No.
hence, the going over this with council, because I think it's important for you guys to have an idea of where we're going to be.
Right. So with that being said, the current status of the budgetary amendment, I'm going to draw your attention to the bottom line, then explain why it's not as big as it looks. $19 million. It isn't as big as it looks because a lot of this is CFAC and COVID related. We look at the very first two line items. They're offsetting $9.2 million of the COVID money coming in to pay for the GPSGI, the Government Public Safety Labor Initiative. We had to take it out of our property taxes and we had to add it back in. So it goes in and comes out. That's a net zero. The next item is $1.352 million. That's the last CFAC requested for funds that we discussed with you to use the remaining COVID-19 funds for public safety. That's the $1.3 million. Small accumulation of entries for $392 or $392,000 for charges for services. Other fees, there's small items. Grants and donations is the second half of the, primarily the COVID-19 monies from CFAC. We received about $3.3 million in total COVID monies, I recall, and it's broken between the $2.178 million and the $1.352 million. Then we have a proposed transfer, and this one actually hits us twice. We propose transferring money back from development services to recoup the cash we spent on buying the development services building 2 years ago. That was about $3 million. The general government gave the money up to purchase that. With the economy being strong, the fund balance in development services is more than ample to pay that money back to us. So we propose bringing that money back into general government for us to use either in the reserved capital or whatever context the council deems necessary. But it hits us twice in this file. One, because of, you see the line item that says $3,096,000 and go down to the fourth one down below that, $3,061,000. That's the same line item, but it's transferring in and out of two different funds. One's out of development services and one's out of general gov. So it looks like it's doubling up, but it's just recording the same value in two different funds.
Can I ask a
Yes.
quick question? The value isn't exactly the same. Is there a
No,
reason
that's
why?
because there was more being transferred out of development services than just the funds for the building. So there's a little more in there than just that. Then there is new spending, then there's the, going back up a little bit, fund balance spending, the carry forwards, primarily in public works of $6.5 million. This is what we want to try and avoid doubling up the budget for where possible. But that's just bringing forward last year's money into this year's budget.
It didn't get spent.
Right, didn't get spent, and now we get to do it again. Then you go down to the second to the bottom line, new spending from impact fees, $1.1 million. And there's a lot of this is from Parks and Recs with Darren's proposals on certain impact fees. I don't know if the dog park was one of those, but most of that's new spending from impact fees, not from any other taxing source. And then other fund balance spending miscellaneous. So that gives us the $19 million. And the benefit of not putting that in is it doesn't distort the budget prior to the budget presentation, because it's not really $19 million, but it does inflate our budget on paper to make it look like we went from $200 million to $220 million. That's a 10% increase. So this is the estimated impact, but when we actually present the final one, there will, of course, been a couple of additional changes that will go in there. But the intent is to let you know what it is right now, that any additional changes will be presented to you before it's approved, and that the intent is to give you the knowledge that the Finance Department is tracking all of the amendment requests in detail and will present them to you in a formal process. But we wanted to share this information with you prior to the presentation of item 5.7. And with that, I'll ask Stan for any questions. This isn't a request for approval because we're not presenting it formally in a hearing. This is informational to help you understand the process. Okay, it's late.
No, I appreciate you giving that, because what I don't want is a surprise. I don't like surprises. I'm guessing you guys don't either, because this is going to come later. It's a specific to 5.7, but 5.7 actually, unless I'm missing something, is fully, it says no city match is necessary. The grant is 100% funded by FAA.
Correct.
Hopefully that's correct. So there isn't any, but it does mean, again, budget amendment, because it wasn't originally in there. So it isn't that there's necessarily new spending going on, but we've got to capture, especially the CFAC money.
Any spending must be approved in our budget to be legal. That's our legal authority to spend. So whether we're spending the money from internal or external sources, it still must be captured in our budget or an amendment.
Or if we're rolling it over because the project didn't get done.
Exactly.
Done,
Thank you.
So I would like to move through, I guess, without asking Tom specifically or Darren, some of these, can these wait? Or what is the will of the council? Do you want to push through some of these right now? Or would you like to postpone and move some of these to the 14th? We still have a long night, but hopefully not as long as this was.
Mayor, could we try to get through a few that seem like they wouldn't, who knows?
I think that's
There
great.
wouldn't be a lot of discussion, but
Let's see how it
try
goes.
to
and
get
if
a few
it-
done.
Spend
We're
about
gonna have a longer night next time.
5.6, action item. This is to authorize the mayor to sign the change order for the splash pad at Ora Brandt Park for the amount not to exceed $162,920. This is funded by Park Impact Fees reviewed by legal.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion. Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
5.7 is an action item to authorize the airport division to proceed with the formal bidding process for the Nampa East Airport Taxi 9 hangar water and sewer extension project. This has been reviewed by legal, and this is the one we've talked about.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion.
That's because they got hit by Darrell.
Roll call.
Brunner?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
5.8 is an action item to authorize the mayor to sign the agreement for professional services and certification for contracts, grants, loans, and cooperative agreements for construction of hangar taxi lanes at the Nampa Municipal Airport as required by the Federal Aviation Administration for Airport Improvement with JUB Engineers to complete bidding, construction, and project closeout in the amount of $149,188. It is approved in the FY21 budget and has been reviewed by legal.
Right side completed, so move.
Was there a second?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I wasn't sure.
A lot of seconds on the left.
Any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
5.9 is an action item to authorize city staff to submit the fiscal year 2021 Rebuilding America Infrastructure with Sustainability and Equity Planning Transportation Grant Application for the Canyon County ITS project.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
5.10 is an action item. This is to authorize city staff to proceed with a formal bidding process for the new intelligent transportation system for traffic management and authorize city staff to pursue sole source procurement of the intelligent video analytics system with an estimated cost of $900,000 to $950,000. This is reviewed by legal and is approved in the fiscal year 2021 budget.
So moved, Mayor.
Second.
Does anyone have discussion or questions for Jeff or Tom on this one?
Yeah. Yes, Mayor. Jeff. So I guess my question is mainly, who are we pursuing on this? Who possibly is going to
For your sole source?
sole source?
Yeah, Councilman Brunner, so we would be sole sourcing the Motorola supplier for that, and the police already uses them.
Okay, so that was my main question. So we're consistent with what police is already using? Okay, that's all I have.
Correct.
Thanks.
With the understanding, the cost on this one, the cost isn't necessarily the best cost, but it's the right from a compatibility standpoint. Is that correct? Because that's the highest priority is compatibility and quality. Am I correct in that?
Mayor, correct, and we will also be watching the cost too, so,
Too.
yes.
Okay.
Just because this is sole source, we'll also be looking at that.
To ensure the cost is
Yes.
where it needs to be.
Councilwoman Levi.
Mayor, thank you. I've had a couple questions on this where people have come to me. And so Councilman Bruner had asked if this is just the same as what we've already had, correct? Is that, I don't know.
I was looking for compatibility with I didn't know we were using Motorola, but that's what I was looking for. These are going to be compatible between streets and police.
The reason I'm asking is it's been brought forward to me that people are concerned that this is actually going to become a spying issue and an invasion of their privacy, and it's going to be 2 years down the road that we're going to find out that it was used for that. So I'm just putting it on the record so they know that I brought up their concern. And Brad, if you, excuse me, Captain, if you would please expound on that.
Councilwoman Levi. Anytime you start capturing video, people get a little bit spun up about this. What we're looking at is video that captures intersections, public areas. We're not looking at anything beyond that. Some of you were on the council when we wrote our drone program. We have a policy that specifically prohibits some of those things because we are mindful of that. I live in this jurisdiction, and I don't want somebody looking in my backyard either, and that's not what this is about. This is about public safety from both the traffic side and the police side, and how we can work together to improve traffic, which I don't think any of our constituents would argue that's not a good thing, and just improve the city's overall flow, both at normal routine stuff as well as special events and unplanned catastrophe.
So may I follow up, please? So you wouldn't be using it for as far as identification unless there were something in progress? For instance, like my understanding is law enforcement cannot pull up behind you unless they have a reason to run your plates.
Correct. We need reasonable suspicion as a minimum standard for anything that we do, probable cause for other things. You know, we don't have any intention at this point of anything like facial recognition or those types of advanced IA. That would be something that we would probably be back in this room having a discussion about if we wanted to go there. This is really about monitoring traffic and traffic flow, but no secrets. We've said from the beginning, a lot of this started from a homicide where had we had the ability to view cameras at intersections, we would have had that solved in minutes versus the 2 months it took to identify a suspect. So would it also assist in criminal investigation? Absolutely.
Again, I was just asking to make sure it got on the record. Thank you.
Jeff, is some of this funding from the Amazon?
Yeah, the funding for this project is through the Amazon Contingency Fund of 1.5 million. And that was brought to council earlier and approved to go towards the ITS project because it benefits the signals in that corridor around Amazon. It helps traffic flow and also public safety. So police and public works partnered on this one.
I think that's important to state based on what Sandy was asking, or Councilwoman Levi, that the focus of this is traffic mitigation based on the Amazon project, funded through that project. So the highest priority is that we need our traffic flow to move. And so this is what that is intended for. Great, thank you. So we had a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Roll call.
Bruner,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Bauer,
Yes.
Mucci,
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mayor Klein?
Yes.
I'd consider if we were to move items 512 through 519, continue those to the 614 council meeting due to the lateness of the hour, and we still have 2 items to consider in executive session.
Thank you. So it's been moved. Is there a second? Thank you. Is there any discussion? So we will be moving items 512 through 519 to the 614 council meeting next Monday evening. Roll call.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Bruner,
Yes.
Mucci. Yes. Levi,
Yes.
Bauer,
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Shall we add unfinished business to that? Let's do another motion since we missed that one. Would someone like to move that we move unfinished items 7.1 and 7.2?
I would make that motion as well.
It's been moved and seconded that we move unfinished business items 7.1 and 7.2 to the 6:14 council meeting. Is there any discussion?
Mayor? Yes. If it looks like we're gonna have 23 items, could we? We won't. We won't. This next one's not gonna be bad. Okay. Just in case, maybe we need to do a special meeting. Okay, thank you.
Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
I would stand for a motion to adjourn into executive session pursuant to Idaho Code 742061 to consider labor contract matters authorized under Section 74206A1 and to communicate with legal counsel for the public agency to discuss legal ramifications of and legal options for pending litigation. The mere presence of legal counsel does not satisfy. Well, I didn't need all that. Excuse me.